A global consciousness has arisen in every industry. There is an immediate and urgent demand for innovation in all business models, now more than ever. Community and collaboration need to be present for survival in this new world. Fashion has always placed itself at the epicenter of change, where trends move like light speed through its ecosystem. All of the old systems have been laid bare by a global pandemic and the upheaval of the establishment. As an industry, fashion must reflect on itself and stretch its creativity, because we are in an era that everything needs to be reimagined. Fashion and innovation are two strong words that can never walk apart. We created a new word to show that real transformation takes place through connections and forward thinking. We understand that every dream has to be big. It's impossible to innovate alone. Human relations are key for real transformation. Since 2018, we have gathered nearly 600 fashion innovators who are leaders to speak on our platforms and inspire audiences around the world. Impacting people from over 120 countries, leaders from other industries, such as NASA, Google, and the United Nations, also came together to discuss fashion and innovation. Respected voices like Diane von Furstenberg, Susan Rockefeller, Kenneth Cole, Julie Gilhart, Fern Malice, and Donna Karen, as well as new leaders, including Steve Aoki, Becca McCarran-Tran, Mara Hoffman, and Miroslava Duma. Our platform is to amplify the impact of the entrepreneurial spirit of the industry, with Josh Luber of StockX, James Reinhardt, ThredUp, Katya Bouchamp, Birchbox, and Jihan of Ministry of Supply. We've put sustainability front and center with Paul Dillinger, Levi's, Carrie Summers, Fashion Revolution, and Oscar Metzavat Asklin. Institutions such as the United Nations, Parsons, and FIT, brands including LVMH Group, Levi's, Google, and UPS, and media channels such as Business of Fashion, Forbes, WWD, Fast Company, and Refinery 29 have all supported its vision. Our global platform connects voices from the fashion and innovation ecosystems, inspiring an entrepreneurial mindset, combining creative minds, and encouraging a more sustainable and inclusive industry. If you want to be avant-garde, the place where all change makers and entrepreneurs come together to rewrite the future of fashion, is here. Welcome to Fashinnovation Worldwide Talks. This is our 7th Worldwide Talks and our 11th event since we launched in September of 2018. What a journey it's been. I'm so excited. I'm so blessed. I feel like the luckiest person in the world to be running this platform alongside my team and my husband, who usually is next to me, but today, unfortunately, he couldn't be. Marcelo Guimarães, my husband, my partner, the visionary that really founded this company with a vision, and I just came along with it, and it's just been such a dream ever since. We miss you, Marcelo. We wish you were here with us today. With that being said, this year has been such a whirlwind where we launched so many exciting things, such as where I'm sitting today, Spring Studios, our partner, which we launched this year with an official partnership, and we've been doing such amazing projects with them, and they've just been incredible to work with. The Sustainable Fashion Fund that we recently launched when we launched Fashinnovation for the first time in Miami, alongside the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Daniela Levine Cava, and Mana, who has been such a supporter of ours. The collection that we launched with Marcy Zaref at Eco Fashion Corp, as I'm wearing today, with Yes and Kornit,
who's the technology provider that made this partnership possible and these clothes, which you'll see later today, and Fashinnovation Ventures, which is a reason why Marcelo couldn't be here today. We launched recently as well. So it's just been quite the year for Fashinnovation, and we don't want to stop because for us, what's important is the future of fashion, but not only the future of fashion, making sure that it's an inclusive industry, it's a sustainable industry, and it's an industry that really gives back because at the end of the day, fashion is the one industry that if we all use it for what it's meant to be, connecting people, letting people know that we all love each other, it can not only make the industry better, but the world a better place. And without technology and innovation, that is not possible. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep bringing these innovations and technologies in to make sure that we can make sustainability something that's going to be here to stay. So with that all being said, thank you all again so much, no matter where in the world you are, for joining us today. It is again such a dream to have built Fashinnovation to what it is today, and we couldn't have done it without our incredible team that I just feel very lucky to call my brothers and sisters that are on this journey with us to making all of this possible. So, with all of that, being from Brazil, I'm thrilled to announce this first conversation because not only does it include sustainability, but it's one of my favorite flip flops, which I'd be wearing today if I wasn't in New York City. So, the next conversation that we're going to be listening to is Fashion is Meeting Sustainability on a Large Scale, which is going to be led by Leisha Chi-Santorelli, news desk editor on The Day, BBC UK, and foreign news content. And she'll be joined by Roberto Funari, the CEO of Alpargatas Havaianas. Thank you guys, and I hope you all enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this session of Fashinnovation. I'm Leisha Chi-Santorelli, an editor with BBC News based in London, and I'm joined by Roberto Funari, Chief Executive Officer of Alpargatas, a Brazil-based global footwear company that is most famous, of course, for Havaianas, their iconic flip-flops. Over the next 20 minutes, we'll be walking through what it takes for successful global expansion and the importance of a sustainability strategy. Beto, welcome. Let's start off with your financial performance through the pandemic. Brazil had one of the world's highest death tolls from COVID-19 and slipped into recession, and yet Havaianas achieved record sales, and your other numbers were pretty impressive too. So can you tell us what drove growth during the pandemic, while so many other businesses really struggled to even stay afloat?
Thank you, Leisha. A pleasure to be talking to you. The pandemic has a very deep and sad impact on our lives, on the social aspects of our society, but also on health. It was a health crisis that we faced. We as a company with strong presence in Brazil and across the world, we always worked and contributed to support the society during these periods. In terms of business, Havaianas is a brand that has an enormous affection with consumers. Consumers had Havaianas in their memories. They bring the memories of summer, of relaxation, this great sense of freedom. So it's a very emotional connection that people had with Havaianas all over the world. So during the pandemic, what we found out from the beginning was that people were wearing Havaianas at home because of this emotional connection. And also on top of that, there is as well the functionalities of the product. The product easy to wash. You can have several pairs. Is a product that you can have one to go out, one to stay at home. So that multifunctionality was also very important. So in saying that, our financial performance has been quite strong through the pandemic. We have been growing, and actually we have now a brand that is more than 30% bigger than from the beginning of the pandemic. And we believe we are also strengthening our presence in several parts of the world.
And you touched upon pandemic trends impacting what people wear, how they behaved. some call this fashion casualization. Do you think this trend will continue as this pandemic recedes from memory?
I think that is a perennial trend. People has learned the power of dress up casually. At the same time, if you think about the occasions has been reshaped, especially the way we work. So the occasion of going to work, going out, more and more people working hybrid or from home. We also have seen as well the casualization in other type of environments, people looking at experiences where they can interact with nature, with outdoors. So the casualization that came and accelerated through the pandemic, we see as a trend that will continue. And as you can see as well, doesn't mean that casualization doesn't come without style, without fashion. So casualization in our thinking is that casualization will be reinvented as the new fashion, as the new luxury.
And of course, that made in Brazil branding is very attractive to consumers. With a population of, I think, over 215 million people, Brazil has long been seen as a very attractive destination market. But how is it as a manufacturing base? You have 6 factories there, correct? And do you plan to build more?
So we are vertically integrated. Our factories are in Brazil. We have a strong presence in the places where we are, in the communities. We have an enormous impact on that community. So we have more than 13,000 employees in our factories, distributed across 6 factories, as you mentioned. We have been, during the pandemic, by the way, we created health clinics. We have provided health support to these communities. So we're very strong, very connected. Our product is unique. It's a product that we have patents, that we have fully developed ourselves. The process we produce is also a unique process. So in that sense, in the products where we have competitive advantage, we will continue to produce internally, and also Brazil be the main source of production. But the brand has expanded as well across different products and technologies. In the technologies that we have launched Havaianas that are available through other companies, we have also started to use selectively third-party companies to also produce these technologies. But the great majority of our production, more than 98%, is from our factories in Brazil.
And international markets outside of Brazil make up around 40% of company sales, and that's growing. So what's the next steps in terms of expanding further to capture more of that international market?
We are the largest open footwear brand in the world. We are present in more than 130 countries, out of which 21 countries we operate directly, and the others through distributors and partners. So our opportunity to grow in the flip-flop market is, despite we are a leader, we still have around 3 to 4% of the markets. So we have a huge opportunity to grow. We position the brands as a fashion accessory. So the market we see is a market of above $10 flip-flops. And as the population grows in different parts of the world, income grows and people become more and more fashion conscious, Havaianas has an enormous opportunity to grow. And we have a very strong profile of growth, because every time summer comes in, people associate with freedom, people associate with this great sense of liberation, and Havaianas comes into mind, the Brazilian spirit that we sell. And at the same time, the recurrence that we see in our product is very high. Havaianas is a long-lasting flip-flop, will last very long. It keeps the functionality, the comfort, and also all the sensorial elements. And with that, we see a very high recurrence. Outside of Brazil, people come back to buy a second pair. 6 out of 10 people come back to buy a second pair within 12 months. And in Brazil, 9 out of 10 people. And it's a very affordable product that lasts very long. So people value that a lot as well.
I think I came across a really interesting statistic that said in Brazil, every person in Brazil will buy at least one pair of Havaianas each year. What is that like in international markets on a per capita consumption basis?
Yes, Brazil is quite a unique market because we created these phenomenal markets and this love for the brands. So yes, more than one pair per habitant in Brazil. We also have studies that show that 58% of the Brazilian population are what we call Havaiana lovers. They want to have more than a pair of flip-flop. They want to experience all type of products, sandals, sneakers, apparel as well. And in other parts of the world, we have seen a similar phenomena as the brand awareness become higher. So Italy, for instance, is a market where the brand awareness is very high, where the same profile of love as we measure it happens. Different parts of Europe as well, we have a similar phenomenon, but also other parts of in Asia, for instance, Philippines, in Australia, for instance, we also enjoy this type of connection with the brands, what we call brand power as well. So that's how we develop the brand. The brand growth, the brand presence follows the what we call the brand awareness and this brand connection with people.
Now, Alpargatas, as the parent company of Havaianas, also has other brands within the portfolio, and you acquired an interesting company called Rothy's, a direct-to-consumer shoe brand that has famously been worn by the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. Is this part of your global expansion strategy? Is this more of tapping into that digital e-commerce market? Could you tell us a bit more about the plans there?
So Alpargatas, the parent company, in Alpargatas, we have a vision to build a powerhouse of desired and hyper-connected brands, lifestyle brands that has a portfolio center in footwear. And we want to build a portfolio that is fit for the future trends. So we see the future trends of the footwear lifestyle market being, as you said, casualization, but also sustainability, and also what we call digital experiences. And Rothy's is a phenomenal brand, has been launched 6 years ago, is a digital native brand in the United States, and is a unique product through a patent technology of knitting. We produce footwear and bags using recycled material, PET fiber, so PET bottle recycled fiber, but also with that technology, we can also add different type of recycled fiber like merino, like metallic fiber as well. And we create products that are highly, that is in the sweet spot between style and comfort. So also the Rothy's consumers, they also love the fact that the product is long lasting, is washable, you wear and fits your feet from the first use. So all of these make this brand very special. The brand has been growing very fast in the US. It's also vertically integrated brands with a factory in China and owns its technology. So it's a phenomenal brand that I believe is fit for the future, where more and more footwear will be made from recyclable materials.
Let's deep dive a bit more into sustainability now, because we're about halfway through our fireside chat. So you talked about, again, the recycling of materials and how, and at the start of our conversation, you mentioned as well about how important it is to consumers. But what does sustainability mean to you as a chief executive?
Sustainability is a critical part as a CEO of a company that believes that your connection to society, preferences, aspirations is what drives the company, is what drives your ability to innovate, to connect with consumers, to connect the people that are aligned with the purpose of this company. So not only that, sustainability for us is part of our strategy. We have 4 pillars in our strategy: global expansion, digital engagement, and sales growth, innovation into new products, and sustainability. Sustainable solutions being products, but also we focus very much in circularity and our ability to give second life to our products. So sustainability is at the core of our DNA in terms of connection with society. Sustainability is at the core of our strategy of our brand Havaianas. And also we see sustainability not just from an environmental perspective, but also from a social perspective. So the brand has been supporting minority movements. The brand has been creating collabs like the one I'm wearing here. And we also donate part of the revenues to these NGOs and these movements. And we have been playing a major role in supporting these movements that creates a better society, a more inclusive society and diversity. And at the same time, the other elements of sustainability is important for us at corporate level, being governance, being the way we operate our business with inclusiveness and promoting diversity of our workforce.
Well, Beto, you have over 30 years of experience in consumer goods companies as an executive. And what we're facing now is significant cost of living pressures, also known as inflation, as well as global supply chain disruptions, which looks set to continue into 2023, possibly even intensify in some of your key markets. So how does this concern you, and will this impact any of your expansion or sustainability plans?
Absolutely. One of the biggest threats and opportunities of consumer goods companies has to do with how people change their behaviors, how people change their preferences regarding brands, and how people change their expectations regarding brands. And I think we are facing now a new scenario, a new environment where people are shifting their behavior because of the economic challenges that we're starting to face, but also they are changing their preferences and expectations of brands and companies regarding social environmental sustainability. So at this point, I think we as a company in this consumer goods arena we have an opportunity to respond to that, both in terms of bringing solutions to mitigate all this impact, but at the same time, is a business opportunity as well. So we see both sides of it. In terms of sustainability, we believe more and more innovating with materials, giving opportunities for recycling products and having a second life and reintroducing our products will be a source of competitive advantage. And doing this at scale can give you competitive advantage in costs as well.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting on alternative materials. But given we're running slightly out of time, I wanted to touch on the fact that you're not only just producing physical products anymore, you've also moved into the digital universe, known as the metaverse. You've explored things like NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens. It's a digital asset. You've gone into the metaverse. Why are you leaning into them as well?
We believe this new economy that the metaverse technology will create will be very important for lifestyle brands. So we started to experiment, to test, and commanding this love of consumers with our brand. We have been able in a very authentic way to play with that. So the first presence on metaverse was with the Fortnite game. We have Havaianas Island and people can experience that. With NFT, we brought one of the artists has been a designer of our flip-flops as well to create Havaianas art that also can inspire new artists to go and expand. And at the same time, just now in Brazil with an NGO that does an amazing job in our townships, we created a metaverse that shows the challenges and how we are eradicating misery in this poverty, in this type of environments using the metaverse. So every time you give a brand of the power that we have, we give space to these new technologies for people to access, we start to transform society, but also with these new technologies, and the metaverse can be a phenomenal, rich, creative field for brands that pursue what I said, connection and desirability with consumers.
Well, Alpargatas is described as one of the most traditional companies in Brazil. Havaianas is around 115 years old, and you've clearly been able to keep the brands fresh, relevant, and cool. So with the time that we have left, what would you say is the secret sauce to a successful brand?
Stay connected with society and be true to yourself. So that has been the secret, and the secret to reinvent yourself. If you're very clear of your values as a brand, and if you're very connected to what is going on in the world, you are able to create this rejuvenation force and keep you ahead of your time.
Very good advice. And that's all the time that we have. A huge thank you, Beto, for the insights, to the entire Fashinnovation team, and to you, the audience, for joining us. Jordana, back to you.
Hi, everyone. As I said, we are in Spring Studios, who's been our partner from beginning of this year, and we couldn't be happier about it. So before we continue on to incredible conversations that we have all lined up throughout the day, we're going to watch a quick video about Spring Studios. Enjoy.
Style is everything. It helps you get up in the morning. It helps you get down the stairs. It's a way of life. I think any form of rhythm is absolutely essential. We do count on action, mood, and wit of the body and so on to survive. The eye has to travel. Style is everything. Without it, you're nobody. And I'm not talking about a lot of clothes. Oh, it's got to have some bite. I believe in the dream. I think we only live through our dreams and our imagination. That's the only reality we really ever know.
So, with speakers joining us from all over the world, the next conversation is titled Fashion is Endeavoring Toward Real Inclusivity. And for this conversation, we have Samanta Bullock, who's the founder of SB Shop, joined by Catarina Carvalho, who's the founder of Mensagem de Lisboa. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very interesting and out of the way debate about inclusivity in fashion, which is something very interesting for us to debate because it's not very much debated. I'm Catarina Carvalho. I am a Portuguese journalist. I'm based in Lisbon, where I lead a startup called Message, which, by the way, includes all the communities in Lisbon that are normally overseen by the media, by the traditional media. And I have the great pleasure of being here to discuss with Samanta Bullock. She's a leader in inclusivity in fashion, which is something very rare and that we very seldom listen about. And we are going to discuss a little bit this if this is going the right way, the wrong way, whether we should do more, whether fashion is prepared to receive inclusivity, and all this that is in the minds of so many people, more than we think. And Samanta, I will leave the stage to you for a brief introduction of what you're doing and how did you become this inclusivity champion.
Hi, Catarina. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Samanta Bullock. I'm Brazilian. I'm based in London for the past 15 years, and I'm a wheelchair user. So basically, I think that is answer already a lot of what you want to know, you know. So basically, when we change the life of other people through fashion, could be towards representativity, more accessibility, or doesn't matter how, I'm going to be changing my life as well and giving this more inclusion to that. So basically, my name is Samanta Bullock. I'm the former #1 wheelchair tennis player from Brazil. I had an accident when I was 14 years old and I became paraplegic. And I was a model at that time, where I got a lot of resistance as a wheelchair user, seeing that I couldn't be a model myself because I was disabled. So I was like, why not? And
Of course.
we decide to make a change in the fashion industry, not only to have more models, more accessibility, but to have more brands, more products, and everything that's it's around inclusion. So I'm the founder of the SB Shop, where we create products in collaboration with other brands, kind of to put the seed inside of each brand of inclusion and make them to think in a general, universal, functional design.
This could lead us to a first point of situation, which is that the relationship with the brands. Do you feel that these brands are more into this matter, or do you still feel a lot of challenge connecting to them?
It's both. I think the change is coming. The brands are more aware about inclusion and accessibility, and how they can create more awareness, but also the final product for the consumer. But also we should need to have a lot of change. And when I launched the SB Shop in 2019, I launched with 8 collaborations. And at that point, to arrive at the number of 8 was a lot of no's. So it's also, I understand that people are scared with what they don't know, what to expect. The disabled community is not their customer yet, let's say. So they don't know how to make the marketing, how to create the product, if it's going to have, how is going to be the production, how it's going to work. So I think people are afraid of the things that they don't know. But we can see that this is growing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, and what are so do you so I was going to ask you, what were, like, when you started, you didn't really start thinking of doing a brand or of doing this collaboration with brands. You started to trying to be yourself something else. What were the drawbacks and the challenge that you faced during this career?
So basically, I mean, like, the challenge is every single day. When you are an entrepreneur, you have challenges from all kind of sorts. So as a model, I could see that the brands, they would put you as a model in the catwalk or in their portfolio or website or whatever, but there we are still not wearing the right clothes. So they would use you to say that they are inclusive, but at the point that they didn't have the right product for you. And I was like, in some point, we are going to have, my first catwalk was in 2006. Mm-hmm. So this is 16 years ago. And I was like, at some point, we are going to have a lot of disabled models. They are going to be in the catwalk, not having the right product. So we need to work with the brands to create that. And so this is why I think it's kind of grew very organically, like for the need. I also, as myself, I couldn't find the right product for me. Mm-hmm. I remember since I don't know, in 2014, when I became paraplegic, I wanted to buy a high heels that would be a high heels, but they need to have like a platform, because otherwise the heels would get under and could break and could have an accident and everything. This was my perspective, what I think for myself. I'm always safe. I know you can have nowadays, but I'm afraid to twist the ankle, so anyway. And I mean, like, this kind of product wasn't available. So trousers that could hurt, that didn't have enough elastin, or that when you sit, you'd, like Stefan Thomas says, that she's a personal stylist in US. It's like, what we want is to sit with modesty. So, to sit without to be showing your Botox around the globe.
Of course, yes.
All the time. So, I mean, like, to have the right products for yourself. So this, I want that for myself, but I could see that you have a big market.
Of course, yeah, that's one thing that arises, is that fashion is so much a model, like you have to fit in. And what I see in my life, in my own life, and in the life of my friends, is that it's not like that. Like what the phrase that you used, like things that I couldn't use that don't fit me, is a lot. There's a lot of people don't fit this model of fashion. So do you see it like this is growing? Like, can we have more diversity for everybody, not just disabled people, or people who are overweight, or people who are different from each other? How do you see this? Do you see this as your challenge now to?
Yeah, so I'm the co-owner of the London Represents. That is a fashion show that happens here in London. It's going to happen now on the 17th of February. So if you guys want to go there, and if you want to come to London to see the show, you're more than welcome. So basically, we see inclusion for the perspective that is for everyone. So it's not, I'm talking about disability because I'm disabled myself, but I mean, like, and I know a lot about, but it's for the perspective that is for everyone. So we have a beautiful variety of models in our catwalk, and also on the SB shop. So we try to create products that are plus size. It's kind of all the range. And the thing is, when you find a solution in a garment, you are not finding that solution for one niche. For example, I'm going to do it so you can understand more. So for example, we have a bra that opens in the front of the body. So you think, oh, this can help if someone doesn't have a lot of mobility, someone that is elderly, someone that doesn't have the power to open or doesn't reach, small limbs and everything. But also, for example, this could help a mom that's feeding.
Of course.
You need. So I mean, the solutions, they never go to solve one problem. All the time, the necessities that people have goes in any directions. So we can find that.
Yeah. And do you feel that helps with the relation with the brands? I mean, if brands understand that not everybody goes into this size 0, and that fit in this model that they are trying to sell to everybody, do you feel that they are more into it, that they are more doesn't take that much risk if they understand that you have to be a little bit flexible?
Yeah, I mean, like, the large is the number of the consumers. I think less risk the brands feel for that. Even saying that, the disabled community is 1.2 billion people in the world. And we are, even the Paralympics, the movement, they have a project that's called We 15, just trying, 15% of the population. Yep. And I mean, like, it's a lot of people around the world, and it's somehow everyone in some time in life, as we get old, we are going to have some mobility issue as well. But if the brands understand that that solution are going to reach more people, for example, 50% of the population are women and they might get pregnant in some point in life. So means that, you know, it's more customers for them. So that is a large thing. I'm sure that we have brands that they do the right thing for the right reasons, let's say, but I don't think if it doesn't make economic sense, sometimes the brands, they refuse to change.
Even if it makes marketing sense, if it's just for publicity.
Economic sense, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, because the marketing for its own, if the market doesn't bring more money to the brand, sometimes, you know, they need to kind of to look good at something that they are doing.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, nowadays, I think people are much more connected and aware and more empathic. So I think that the change is coming, but it takes time, you know. And what I normally say is, if you look to the history, even of the women, you know, we couldn't vote.
Of course, yes.
We couldn't have, we didn't have jobs. We didn't have like leaderships, and we still are getting there slowly. So I mean, it's all a process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was hearing you say that, and I was thinking it's like cities. The more inclusive cities are for women and for disabled people, the more easy these cities are for everybody. And that is something that is coming to terms. Like, people are thinking, yeah, that's true. The more bicycles you have, the more women you have riding bicycles. That means that it's easier for everybody to do it. What are your next steps? I mean, what do you have in mind for the next future in terms of this fight of yours?
Yeah, so basically, it's the things happen, you know. So we are doing collaboration with brands for 2023. My idea is to focus mainly on the UK brands. At the moment, we have more Brazilian brands because of the COVID. I was for 7 months in Brazil with my family and everything, so I started my network towards that. But it's to actually to grow in Europe, and to grow the London represents. So to create the right partnerships, and to make this fashion show. It's big. For example, now at the National Liberal Club, is going to have 2 fashion shows. You're going to have a panel discussion. We have amazing sponsors, big brands supporting us, and this is quite like remarkable for us to be able to do something that has this meaning, and is very kind of meaningful. But yeah, so this, I think, is the way we want to grow the business.
You've been in Brazil, you said, so living in the last few years. You come from there. Actually, we should be speaking in Portuguese, which we both share, but we are not, because all the audience understands English better. Do you feel the difference in the global South, the European brands? Do you feel that some are more aware of this than the others, and the society itself, the ecosystem?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, between Brazil and UK, I don't feel much the difference. For example, in São Paulo, we have a project that's inside of the São Paulo government that they are teaching about inclusive fashion from 15 years now. That's something that we don't have here. So it's kind of, it's funny to see the comparisons. It's like the tube here in London is not every single station that you go that's accessible. Needs a lot of improvement. But then if you go to some like Oslo, Sweden, you know, Canada, yeah. But US is also need needs to improve.
Improvement. Samantha, we are just reaching the end of our conversation. I would like you to leave a message for our audience, our so much international audience also.
What I want to say is don't be scared of the things you don't know. Sometimes to make these accessible clothes, for example, is just like a simple thing, is to change strict little things. It's not like a monster. It's not something that, is going to take a lot of imagination and work. No, sometimes the things are very simple. And for the disabled community, I would say, do what you can with what you have, and do this every single day. The change is there. We are making the change, and I'm so happy to be part of that. Thanks so much for you to be here with us and make this change together.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we understand now, is that even one person can make a very big difference, like yourself. So thank you very much, and thank you for Fashion Innovation for this wonderful experience, and see you next time.
Hi, everyone, and we're back. So I'm hoping that you're all finding these conversations really inspirational from speakers all over the world, and that you're also interacting in the chat box. Get to know each other, speak comments on what you're watching, because at the end of the day, let's all communicate and collaborate. So with that being said, we did do another launch this year that we're very excited about, which is our Fashinnovation brand directory. Don't wear clothes, wear change. And in this directory, there are tons of startup and scale up and even some enterprise brands that are really doing ethical and sustainable and inclusive work in the industry. So without further ado, here's a little video for you to learn about some of the brands in our brand directory. Hope you all enjoyed those brands, and go check them out on fashinnovation.nyc brand directory. So next we have an incredible conversation once again titled Fashion is Raising Awareness of Functional Pieces in the Disabled Community. And this conversation is being led by someone who's become a friend and a supporter and a great person, moderator Ana Carolina Del Como, who's an influencer and social media expert joining us from Paris.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ana Carolina Del Como, and I'm a Brazilian influencer living in Paris. I'm 27 years old, and I'm specialized in social media for fashion and communication. And I would like you to introduce yourselves, girls. I'm going to start with Madison, please.
Hi, my name is Madison Lawson, also known as Wheelchair Barbie on Instagram. I'm a journalist. I'm a model and a disability rights advocate. So I work closely with brands to help with marketing. Sometimes I'm in campaigns. Sometimes I work alongside the brand in designing different things, all just kind of to make the fashion industry a little more accessible.
Well, thank you. Now, Erica, can you present yourself, please?
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Erica Cole. I'm the founder and CEO of No Limits, spelled Limbits. We are an adaptive apparel brand for people with the mission of increasing comfort, confidence, and independence in those who struggle with clothing due to a disability. I'm an amputee myself and developed it out of kind of a personal need. And now we are a team of people with disabilities, kind of a startup stage. We're debuting our wheelchair and sensory-friendly garments in New York Fashion Week coming up here soon.
Thank you, Erica. Bella, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Bella Duarte-Crespo. I'm 15 years old, and I'm the founder of Hidden Innovations in Disguise. And it's a company we made, my mom and I, because I was born with spina bifida, and we found a need for more adaptable clothing. And so with our business, we're hoping to make more and more clothing that people can use.
Perfect. Thank you. Now let's go to the questions. I want to start with Madison. I know you've worked with a lot of brands to create accessible clothing, but not only that, you also created packages that are accessible to the community. Can you tell us a little bit more about how important it is for you to be able to provide easy access packaging to your peers?
For sure. I feel like, we're finally reaching a time where disabled people are being included in marketing, which is awesome. But I think when brands decide to include us, they need to truly include us, which means not only using our photos, but making the products accessible to us as well. So, if we're in a picture holding something, but we can't use it, what's the point of that? So it's really important, there's 20% of the population has some kind of a disability. So it's important to create products that are accessible to a lot of people because, you never know. We're the only minority that you could become a part of at any point in your life. And most likely will. Judy Heumann, the founder of the disability rights movement, refers to non-disabled people as temporarily non-disabled. So I think we should always think about things in terms of that, just in case you might need it one day. And not only does it make it easier for disabled people to use, but it genuinely makes it easier for everyone to use.
That's true, because I never really thought about that, me personally. Like, I thought about inclusive clothing, but I never thought that the packaging could be more accessible either. So it's very interesting. And now with Bella, I know your company started to help people with the same issues you've had when it comes to clothing, but now I can imagine a lot of other people with other conditions are also using your brand due to accessibility that the clothes provide. Do you feel like in the future we'll be able to have inclusivity in bigger brands as well, or is it something we still need to maintain niche for a while?
I'm personally hoping for bigger brands to take notice in this, especially we already have a couple like Tommy Hilfiger or Target, which inspire. They're honestly my inspiration, especially Target. They came out with wheelchair-friendly Halloween costumes for kids. And I know if I would have had that when I was bound to a wheelchair because of pain or surgery recovery, I would have loved that. So just having it accessible and out there by big brands that people know, it'll not only make it a lot easier for those with disabilities to find clothes that help them, but it also spread awareness that there are more people out there who need stuff like that. And therefore, the more bigger companies that have adaptive clothes, the more other companies will see that and they'll want to get in on it. And hopefully it'll spread around so that everybody has accessibility.
That's a great way of thinking. Thank you. Erica, you also work with adaptable clothing. What would you say is the importance of having clothes that are functional for each and every type of necessity for people may have? And how do you explore that in your own creations?
Yeah, I think when we first started, something that we paid close attention to was, a lot of disabilities are very different. And so what we've been seeing in the adaptive space is like brands may be throwing a lot of adaptive features into one garment and saying it works for everyone. And that's just not the case. So we're kind of approaching it from an intentional segmentation of the market, depending on what someone specifically needs. And for us to independence is a huge piece of what we look at when we're designing. It's some clothes have been designed through the lens of how can we make a caretaker's life easier, and that's just not what we're in this for. We believe that clothing should be designed for the wearer, and so we look at what can increase someone's level of independence for themselves instead of make someone else's lives easier that's taking care of them. Sometimes those things overlap, but it's primarily looking at the end user. And so it's just been an incredible journey in involving, we have a really intensive kind of focus group type structure to our product development. It's been incredibly rewarding because I've met some of my favorite people along the way of our product development. And we just want to make sure that we're, I'm an amputee, but I don't represent all disability. We want to make sure that we're developing with the people who need clothing instead of making any assumptions. So it's practices that we've developed along the way, but I would encourage, not only adaptive products or people in business to do this. It's like, this needs to be done no matter what product you're developing, is like, think about the people who are using it at the end and involve them in the development process. Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's just a matter of listening to whoever needs. Yeah, that's great. Madison, going a little bit out of the entrepreneurs here and going to the influencer, what challenges do you face as an influencer by not fitting the conventional pattern that society implies to us? Because I know that I can speak for myself. I'm an influencer and I don't fit the box of the skinny, perfect little influencer. Like, how do you feel about that?
I think that was something I definitely struggled with in the beginning, when, I was very young when the disability visibility movement started happening. So, I didn't always have people that looked like me in, media. You rarely saw that. And so I think we don't realize how much those outlets kind of shape our perception of beauty, especially at such young, impressionable ages. And so when I didn't see, women that looked like me being desirable and beautiful and all these things, it starts to make you feel like maybe you're not those things. But then I remember sometimes I would get comments from people that were just like, hateful comments, but, people have to be pretty miserable to like say that to anybody. And I think the benefit has definitely outweighed any hate that might come about, just because I think for me, I know seeing other women that look like me on social media and in the sphere of life, succeeding and being successful, and I see them and I'm like, they are absolutely gorgeous. Why do I not look at myself and see the same thing? So it kind of helped me to, I guess, accept those things that I was really insecure about at one point. And I think that's something that's important for every person to have, is people that look like them. So my community has definitely built me and made me the person that I am. So I hope to continue doing that. And the messages that I get from people from all over the world saying like, even if they don't have the same exact condition I do, they're like, I get what you mean. I know how that feels. And this made me feel really seen today. And so it's those comments that make everything worth it, even if they were the only person that sees it,
I agree with you. We're basically creating the personas that we would like to see as children.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah. Still speaking about influencers, Bella, do you also work with influencers? Like, what's the importance to you of collaborating with people within the community for companies like yours?
Well, thank you for asking. This is actually why I'm so glad I was able to become a part of Fashinnovation, because not only can we spread awareness about this so that people can be educated and, a lot of people have a closed off perspective because they don't think, they don't see a lot of something, people with disabilities. So they kind of tend to forget about them or put them to the side. And so now with social media, it's a lot easier for us to get the word out to say, hey, this exists, or we exist, and we're an important people. And this is why I'm so happy at being in Fashinnovation, because they're helping us reach out to different companies, creators, and letting them know so that even if they're a small business, they can understand and hopefully try and adapt to people's needs.
Thank you. And Erica, if you could give an advice for big brands to start their own accessible lines, what would it be?
Yeah, I think going back to kind of my point earlier is like people with disabilities need to be involved in this process. I've seen like a startling amount of just like kind of guessing what someone in a wheelchair would need or guessing what someone with a prosthetic would need. And it's like if those are not the designers, if those aren't the people who are doing your product testing, you're just kind of making guesses at that point. So, and like I said too, it's not just, I don't think you should involve people only when making an accessible product. I think no matter what the product is that you're developing, and making sure that you have people with disabilities testing it so everything's as inclusive as it can be is another thing that I think is super important.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now I want to start asking questions for everybody. So anyone that feels like answering, jump in. I know that we still have a long way to go in order to provide for the community, especially because we have 8 billion people in the world and each one has a different necessity, demand. And when it comes to clothing, it's just each one has a different need. But what would you believe to be the next step, in addition to what Bella just said? What would it be the next step to brands to move closer towards an inclusive future?
I feel like marketing things that are accessible to everyone. I feel like a lot of times people think of, adaptive wear as only people with disabilities can wear it or can use it. And so I think sometimes that makes the progress of having more and more companies do it kind of slower, because they don't realize how big our group of people, how much of a demand there is for something like this. Mm-hmm. But I really like how brands like Tommy Hilfiger have adapted their stuff, because they make it so that if you need that feature, you can use it. But if not, it you can still wear it. It's still functional. It's just as functional for you as it would be for somebody that needs that feature. In fact, some people might not even know that that's what you're supposed to do with that garment, or that's how that garment works. So I think presenting it as something that everyone can use instead of just something that is specifically for us, I think is going to make more brands open to the idea and maybe push that forward a little faster. I don't know.
Yeah, that's amazing, especially because I didn't even know that Tommy Hilfiger was doing those kind of stuff. It's just brilliant, and it's a great initiative. Does anyone also want to add anything, or I can go to the next question?
Yeah, I can just kind of double tap on what Madison is saying. I think for a long time, and maybe even now, I feel like we're on the cusp of this idea being shifted from we should offer adaptive things because it's the morally right thing to do. We should, offer adaptive things because it looks good from a PR standpoint, or it's representing these values. We're starting to see the shift into we should have adaptive products because there's a real market here, and it's like not a small population that we're talking about. I mean, Vogue Business highlighted adaptive clothing being worth nearly $400 billion globally by 2026. That is not insignificant. The adaptive clothing market is growing 18% year over year. It's way eclipsing the growth of the non-adaptive clothing market. So it's like we're starting to see this shift from not framing it around, oh, this is something we should do because it's the right thing, to this is something we should do because it makes dollars and cents. And as soon as, kind of stepping into a role as a bit of an activist myself, as soon as we start framing that conversation around dollars and cents, it's a common ground that we can meet these large decision makers on and be like, hey, you can tie profitability to social impact companies, and there is a causation there, not just a correlation. It becomes easier to fight for these things when we're not saying, we should do this because it's good, but it's also profitable and there's nothing wrong with that. So sorry, just step off my soapbox.
No, I think it's amazing. That's genius because I personally study a lot of greenwashing, and it's mainly what you just said. It's just about brands doing things just because it's pretty for the media and not because it's actually important. So, well, the next question is kind of a personal one because I got curious. Um, how can people from outside your community help raise awareness and collaborate with both brands and influencers? Like, how can we include you in a way that everybody's comfortable, everybody's aware? What can we do?
Well, in my case, I found that communication is key. It's always best to ask somebody their boundaries, what they think you should do, because as you said, every single person is different. So some people tend to want to be in the spotlight and want to advocate. Others tend to kind of stay in the background, or they would rather be more comfortable just being on the sidelines. You never know what somebody would like. And especially when it comes to those with disabilities, there's a lot of like astigmatism when it comes to you don't want to be offensive. So then people are afraid to reach out. And worst that somebody can say is no, but it's better that you tried reaching out than not trying at all and just going ahead with what you think is best.
That's great advice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone want to add up or?
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback off of that. I think communication is definitely the number one important thing. And even like I've worked with brands before that it was like very far in the beginning of people being included that have disabilities that are visible, with different campaigns where I think they wanted to be inclusive, but they weren't sure how to go about it. So instead of asking me like, can you wear this? Is this going to work for you? They just kind of ignored it. And then I got my feelings hurt because I thought they weren't trying to do everything for me that they were doing for the other models that were not disabled. And it just made me feel kind of forgotten. And then you have this kind of hesitation to like, do I bring this up and risk them thinking I'm difficult to work with because I want this to be accessible? Or do it's like a balance of like, okay, when am I a model and when am I an advocate? And it's kind of like you have to be both. And I always have to kind of tell myself when I do, because I'm like, naturally I'm not a confrontational person, but my disability has forced me to become one. And it's a lot easier for me to approach things when I think in terms of like, okay, like if this was another disabled person and they were being treated like this, how would you feel? Then you need to go and say that. So it's definitely made me have to have like some uncomfortable conversations with people in authority, which is not natural for me. But so I think just if there would have been communication there, that could have made it a whole different experience. And moving forward, I'm sure that they learned, and because I did speak up and say something, I'm sure it helped bring light to something that maybe they hadn't thought of. But yeah, I think just asking someone what they're comfortable with, what works for them, and just, it's never not okay to ask. It's just, it makes everything better if we just communicate.
Okay, communication is key then. Last question for everybody. If you were to leave a message to encourage all fashion designers and entrepreneurs out there, what would you say to them?
I think a huge thing that you can do in this space, again, no matter if you have an adaptive line or not, is genuinely recruit and hire people with disabilities also. And I think that's kind of a lot of the root cause of seeing a lot of inaccessible technology right now. You take a step back and see, disability unemployment rates are twice as high as their non-disabled peers. And something that I've learned having a team of all people with disabilities is like, we're just problem solvers every single day, just to navigate an inaccessible world every single day. It's problem solving all day long. And that does translate into the workforce. And so if you're trying to have a more accessible presence, starting with looking at your own internal team and seeing, do we have people with disabilities represented on the team, is a huge first step, because then you have a natural, genuine voice within your organization advocating, instead of, again, like guessing what people are going to be wanting. And it comes from a much more genuine place than trying to serve that market without having internal advocates for that. So it's just been, of the things that I've built with No Limits, the team is what I am proudest of. And there are a lot of resources with vocational rehabilitation. There are specific job hiring platforms that you can look at that are recruiting people with disabilities. Would absolutely encourage anyone to take a look at that to bring more people to the table.
Would you be willing to share a few of those platforms, for example? Like, name a few of them?
So yeah, one that we're kind of friends with now, Inclusively, is an incredible platform for recruiting and job listing for people with disabilities. So if you're on the other side of that table seeking a job, check that out. And then going straight through vocational rehabilitation services in your state is also a really good resource.
That's great. Thank you. Anyone want to say a little bit more, or can I finish?
Yeah, I totally agree with what she had said. I think, to have things be truly inclusive, you need to have disabled people included both in front of and behind the camera. I think, utilizing your resources, asking us what exactly it is that we would need, and also thinking about, especially for companies that are looking to work with disabled people, think about exactly what you're going to be providing the non-disabled models, and make sure that you can provide those same things for the disabled models that you'll be working with. Because I hear so many horror stories. I've experienced this myself, where like you will be a part of a brand and we'll be so excited, and this is such an exciting moment, and then we realize, oh, they forgot we needed accessible transportation, or they forgot that the location where the party it has stairs to get in. So I think just remembering to include us on all aspects of that. Otherwise, it feels kind of performative, just to simply use our photos. So yeah, I guess just remembering us all the way through the process, not just when you're taking our photos.
I also feel like it takes like practice. Like when you have disabled people in your company, you're going to start to remember it, because people are going to start communicating everything. So then it becomes a practice, a habit that you actually move forward, So
Exactly.
yeah. What are your thoughts on it, Bella?
Well, I agree with both of you, Erica and Madison, in the fact that it's definitely good to have disabled people not in a company, not just because they need people's views on it, but also because they're good workers. And though definitely we have limitations in the workforce, it's a lot better that we're included. And not only do we have stuff that they can help us out with and accommodate for us, but a lot of people don't have straight black and white, that's what I like to call it, black and white conditions, where it's either, yes, I can't walk at all, or yeah, I can walk all the time, it's fine. A lot of the times it's time sensitive, or it depends on what kind of day, because with people with disabilities, there's good days, bad days, everything in between. And of course, back to communication, the more that you advocate for yourself, and especially in the workforce, in school, or with your peers, the more that people will come to start thinking about you, and therefore they're probably going to start thinking about others, because they'll realize, oh, it's not, oh my gosh, she can't walk at all, or oh, she can walk, it's fine. They're going to start realizing that, oh, it depends, I should ask her. And hopefully they'll start thinking about that way when it comes to other disabled people they meet in the future or need to accommodate for.
Well, thank you, girls. I appreciate all the insights, all the answers, and I also would like to congratulate you all for the amazing work that you've done. I'm definitely following all of you on Instagram to catch up. And I would also like to thank Fashinnovation, especially Jordana and Marcelo, for the opportunity to be here with these amazing people today.
Hi, everyone. We're back, and we have a little special video that we want to show to you all about a chocolate bar that I am obsessed with because chocolate that's healthy, what? Midday Squares. Check them out.
If you're looking for the textbook, you're at the wrong place. It is our real take on building a chocolate company. This is our founding story.
We are doing $1 million, right? I'm at end right now.
The Midday Square was created by Les for Nick to stop his unhealthy snacking. But their product needed a face, a voice, a f***ing attitude. And so they brought me on, Jake, as the third co-founder. We sold 2,000 handmade bars in 10 days and 10,000 in 46 days. We started expanding our team, which meant we needed a bigger space. Only 2 months after launching, we outgrew the condo and moved into our new production facility. By January 2019, we were in 125 locations. And meanwhile, throughout all of this, filming everything. And we mean everything.
Okay, I'm stressed, I'm overwhelmed, I'm overworked.
Showing the struggle, the tears, the love, and the times of absolute chaos of unfiltered entrepreneurship.
MDS! 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 MDS!
We automated our entire production line, moving into our third and current Montreal production plant. The madness has not stopped once since Midday Squares launched, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Check them out. I swear they're not only yummy, but they're super healthy and full of protein. So next we have an incredible conversation. Again, I'm going to keep saying incredible because all of our conversations are that way because of the speakers that we bring internationally. The title of the conversation is Fashion is Seeing a World of Possibilities Through Glasses. And it's with Kaito Maya, who's the founder of Chili Beans, being led by Chloe Mellas, the entertainment reporter from CNN. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, my name is Chloe Malas. I am the entertainment reporter for CNN in New York, and I am so excited to be here today to moderate this panel with the world famous Kaito. Kaito, I am so happy to meet you, but I feel like you don't need an introduction, but I'll let you tell everyone anyway who you are and this empire you've created.
Chloe, it's a pleasure to be here with you and everybody. Just to introducing myself, I am the founder of Chili Beans. We are the largest sunglass company in Latin America. We have 1,000 stores all over the world, and it's a pleasure to be here talking to you and sharing some spicy stories that happened in the past and the present, maybe in the future.
Can you talk about how Chili Beans started?
I study in Berkeley College of Music in Boston. My graduation is music, and I started to practice the music. But I live in a place that in a beach in California that people used to use some sunglasses for fashion stuff, and I bought in a place 200 pieces, took them to Brazil and started to sell to all my friends. And then I saw opportunity. I opened some stores all over the country, and people started to invite me to open franchising and everything. So that's how we started the company. And one of the things that it was, I think it's a difference, is because when I learned my first lesson, the importance of brand. So we don't sell sunglasses, we sell chili beans. That's the difference between the other companies. I think it's the way how we win the game.
Why is it called chili beans? Can you tell me the meaning behind the name?
I am addicted in peppers and spicy. I have I have more than 1,000 peppers all over the world that I buy. And I would like to have a name that will be friendly all over the world. That's the concept, you know. And I created chili beans. In the beginning, people thought that I sell Mexican food, and this confusion, it was kind of healthy to start a company, you know. But I love pepper, and I love to have a friendly name that people can pronounce all over the world.
I also, when I talk to people that are successful who have built these incredible businesses, it isn't all roses along the way, right? You see like the tip of the iceberg on Instagram or on social media, but really there's a lot of struggle and heartache to get there. Can you talk to me about some of the more difficult times along the way in your professional journey and how you overcame those in your business?
Chloe, nothing is going to compare to the situation that we had in the pandemic. Can you imagine 1,000 stores closed in 48 hours? And we don't know when it's going to open again. And I thought that I'm going to lose everything that I built in the last 25 years. But the good thing that we are living the pandemic better than I before. So which is great. But one thing I'd like to share to you during this journey, this crazy journey, is one thing that we did like 15, 13 years ago, that we find a way to tell stories behind the sunglasses. So every pair of sunglasses that we launch, there's a story behind. There's a concept behind. And this is what it makes different in terms of future, in terms of what is different in terms of chili beans. So I think these two stuff, like pandemic, it was a mess. It was crazy. But again, we learn a lot, and now we are better than before. But the storytelling in our product is how we are different from the market.
At what point did you decide that you wanted to sell more than sunglasses, and how did you make that decision?
Again, focus, it's everything. We are a mono brand of sunglasses. You have to find a way to grow and be different from the market. Like I told you, like when we found the way and learn how to tell stories. For example, we are the license from Warner and from Harry Potter in Brazil. So we launch collections of Harry Potter, and each piece, there's stories from the movies that we share with the customers in the product. This is something that for me, it was the big change and with what it makes me different from the market.
So if I am somebody that wants to launch a product, or I have an idea, what do you think is the first step in having a successful brand?
Chloe, just to share with you, the American market, they have a huge problem, the retail, because they addicted the world in sale. If you go to single stores in the US, the speech is always like, if you buy the second piece, I give you 50%. Today we are on sale. And this is a very, it's very dangerous because your margin is going down. Once you have other speech in your store, you're gonna make difference. So if I tell you like a person who's gonna start a business, find a way to share the story that you have in your product. Tell to the customer. Don't talk about discounts. Don't talk about sale. This is a very dangerous way.
I know that you are on Shark Tank, and congratulations on that. What do you find is, sets brands apart for you when you have these people coming to you looking for you to invest and give them an opportunity on Shark Tank? What is it that stands out to you? And are there any companies that you want to mention right now of ones that you've invested in and explain why?
I'm going to tell you two things that pops me up when I saw a person in the Shark Tank. First of all, it's like the eyes shining about their business. When you see that crazy eyes that he believes better than everybody, this is something. Whoa, this guy, it's crazy like me, and I like that. The second thing, when he knows how important it's work and invest in brand. Brand is what is make different from the whole thing. Once you have a brand, you're gonna make the difference. I'm gonna give you an example. In some parts of the country, when people go to Google to find sunglasses, they don't put sunglasses, they put chili beans, the word. This is brand. This is the investing that we're doing in the last 25 years in terms of brand. And once the guy who goes in Shark Tank and he knows how important it is to have a brand, this is another thing that's make difference for me in terms of investment on the guy.
So I know a lot of people, they go to college, they go to university, and they think it's important to get, a business degree. And but then you look at people like Mark Zuckerberg, who starts Facebook and he drops out of college. How important is it, you think, to study or, get a degree in business if you want to launch a business, or should you really just follow your heart and jump right into it? Do you have that answer for us?
You have the answer already. You did. Chloe, nothing against college, just to be clear here. But the life, when you go to the game, when you're playing the game, life, it makes difference. For me, everything, 110% that I learned, life teach me, because we saw some people going to the college, spending like 4, 5, 6 years. When they go to the real life, to the market, they don't know, And again, there's nothing against college. There's nothing against that. But soon as the interpreter can go to the market, will be healthy for him in his career.
I'm sure, though, that people might not realize that you probably eat, sleep, breathe chili beans, right? Can you talk about how much time you are spending on the brand and constantly trying to drive the mission forward? Because I can imagine that at this point, there is competition.
It is competition. To be honest with you, there's competition, there's no competition, because the format of the company of chili beans in Brazil, for example, I don't have competition. Ray-Ban sometimes, but the way I do retail, we don't have another company that is comparing. So we created a business with a very strong personality, and the teams and everything, the sales associated that work with us is something that makes difference. Talking about I don't know if it was your question, but I think it's good to tell. Yes, I breathe, I dream with chili beans, but I am 53 years old, and I found a way to balance my life. And this is very important for everybody. I had some problems with working too much in the past. And for example, every single day I do meditation, I go to the gym, and then I go work. And this is what I think, like, everyone has to find your balance between your personal life and your business life. I found that, and now the life it's more healthy, it's more happy which is make the real difference for me.
That's incredible. I know, you know, how important it is to find your zen and to find your center, especially when you are an entrepreneur or trying to build a business. That's so important. I want to switch gears for a minute, and I want to ask you a question that sort of goes back to Shark Tank. So if you are somebody that is an entrepreneur and you have an idea for a business, is it better to try to self-fund by taking a loan out from a bank or friends and family? Or should you try to take money out your own and do it by yourself? Or is it a good idea to get other people to invest? You know, I've spoken to entrepreneurs before that tell me that they wish that they had taken on investors earlier, that they could have grown the business faster, while other people say, I don't want to raise money. I want to own 100% of the business, but 100% of zero is zero, right? So I'm curious your opinions on how to raise money. Should you raise money or should you take out loans from a bank?
When I am sitting in the chair of Shark Tank, sometimes I feel so bad because the entrepreneur, he don't need money in that time. He needs to build his history. Sometimes when you get money from an investor too early, you can kill your business. By the way, I built this company by my own. I never had an investor. And once you have like step by step, this is healthy for a business. One thing that drives me crazy, and the entrepreneurs, that they think that they depends of an investor to that your business can grow. I don't believe in that. It's not 100% adoption. Sometimes the business really needs some money, some funds to grow. That's a fact. But most of the time, you can grow step by step your business. And maybe if you put investor before, you can kill the soul of your company. And this is not healthy. And I have some business there that I'm feeling like, don't take it money, don't take money, go away and build your way. You know, this is something that it's kind of complicated. And right now there's a speech all over the world, like you need to have an angel, you need to have some money in your business. If you don't have money right now, you're not gonna grow. This is not true. Depends of the situation of each business.
And also, what about social media? How important is it to, you know, build your brand on social media? I know we're all on it these days, but is it important to be investing in, you know, advertisements when it comes to social media? Is that really important to build your Instagram, to build your Facebook and that following, or can you build a business without it?
I don't think so. Like social media is today, it's a tool that they can use, which is going to make difference. Through the social medias, you're going to find a way, you're going to tell your story about your product, your company. This is something very special. Like you don't need to spend money, and you can find a way through the social medias to tell the story behind your product, your company. Again, I think it's very important, the social media. We use a lot, and we saw some small companies who became big because they found a way to do a storytelling through the social medias. I believe it's a great way to grow.
Well, listen, it's been incredible talking to you today. We have one final question for everyone watching. What is the best piece of advice that you could give everyone out there today? Or what is the best piece of advice that you yourself, Kaito, have ever received?
I'm gonna tell you three things, which is the main things of my life. First of all, it's people. Without people, you are nothing. You have to learn how to deal with, to respect, and to grow with people. Second one, brand. Brand is your biggest value in your life. Invest in your brand. The third one, find a way to tell the story of your product. Doesn't matter if it is by air, by social media, doesn't matter, but create stories and tell the stories that you have behind your product to your customer. This is the three things that I believe in my life. Doesn't matter if I am small, medium, large, but I still using those three pillars.
Well, it was incredible learning, talking, listening to you today. Caíto, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our viewers today in the audience, in the virtual audience, and listening to us. And I hope you all learned something. I certainly did. Thank you all so much.
Chloe, it was a pleasure to talk to you. We keep in touch, and let's see what's going to happen in the world after the third war.
Go chili beans.
Hi, we're back, and we're going to just watch another video now to see a few more of the brands in our ethical brand directory, which again can be found on our website. Check it out. These events could not be done without partnership. So here's a little video of our partner, Brand Live. Thank you so much for working with us in this event today. Check them out.
How do we create an event experience that feels a lot less like everything else you see in the world and a lot more like the greatest artists taking their canvas and making it theirs? Consider the best fashion show. Maybe it's the Met Gala in New York or a Chanel show at Fashion Week in Paris. It's the totality of the experience when you walk into the room. Dripping with energy, oozing with life, a groundbreaking product that allows you to create your masterpiece, to tinker with it, to think on it, to make it special, to make it stand out, and to have it support the video content that you're creating. And a place where the people who are creating can be proud of the things they're making.
Super excited about this next conversation. It's one that I've been looking forward to all day. It's titled Fashion is Supporting Local Business Through Entrepreneurship, which is with Moishe Mana, founder and CEO of Mana Common, being led by Jennifer Ortakis-Dawkins, senior reporter at Insider.
So wonderful to be here with you, Moishe. Thank you so much for being here for this conversation. I'm really excited. As was just mentioned, I'm Jennifer Ortakis-Dawkins, a senior reporter at Insider, and this is Moishe Mana. Moishe, would you like to introduce the audience a little bit to who you are and the companies that you've started?
Well, yeah, this is a good question. I'm known as entrepreneur. I came to America in the early 80s, and I started as a dishwasher, as a pot washer. I ended up with logistic, and from there, I built a name for myself.
That's amazing. Yeah, and so one of the major companies that you started was Milk Studios, right? So how did you go from a storage company to this big fashion and creative conglomerate?
Well, it's all, I call it evolution, not revolution. It's part of journey of life. And because of my curiosity, I am always looking to learn more through my creation and do more and impact more. So, and it's really, I can call the Milk Studio but before Milk Studio, I ended up already not only revolutionized the moving industry early on in the 80s and changing the moving industry and the storage industry and the document management and implemented technologies and everything that we've been doing. But I moved on a long time ago from logistics to other businesses my experience with Milk Studios, it's really came by incident, really. And it's again coming back with the entrepreneurial spirit that I have. I didn't lose it, and I keep, trying and doing and creating. It was started, I had a building that I bought for storage purposes in the meat packing. And then I was out and about in a bar, and I meet this guy called Rasi. And I know him as a real estate broker, struggling as a real estate broker. And then he came up with this concept called Milk Studios. I really had no idea what it is, how it is. And then as I got to talk to him and get to know what he's talking, and I say, okay, we're going to start it. And from there, the rest is history. This business not only impacted New York City, impacted, I think, many lives all over the world, and changed the meat packing forever, changed the whole West Side, impacted the whole West Side, and impacted so many fashion designers throughout our journey at the time with Milk Studios, how we created different programs to support and help different fashion designers through our creation.
That's amazing. And so we're going to get a little bit into your real estate companies and how you've built those. But first, I want to ask you what role fashion has played in developing in your mission to develop spaces. Why fashion in particular?
You see, fashion is culture. Okay, when I look at a neighborhood, when I look at a city, when I look at everything that I do, the culture element is very important. I don't look at the building as a building, because at the end of the day, building is bricks. What is it? And really, I look at the content of the building, at the content of and the task that this building plays in the total neighborhood and the city that we do. So fashion is just like arts, for me, it's just like arts. And I did build the Mana Contemporary in Jersey City outside of the tunnel, the biggest art center in America, 2 million square foot, where artists create and sell. And now we're putting fashion into the whole, the whole ecosystem. So fashion, it's culture. And very important to put emphasis on culture. I call it always culture with business. And this is where fashion have issues, and hopefully we can discuss the issues of fashion. But definitely, fashion can change, impact neighborhood, can impact the city, and we do need fashion. And we need really to help this fashion designer to build and create.
Yeah, and so tell us some of the things that Mana Fashion is currently working on and some of the initiatives that you guys are doing.
Okay, so just that I explain really what is Mana Common and what Mana Fashion playing in the whole total picture. Early on, after the meat packing experience, and I saw really what happened in meat packing, and we had great stores and great community working there. And then the big companies came, the big label came in and took over the street, and I ended up really like places that I used to go there, not to see them anymore, and left the neighborhood. And over the years, I totally understood that we do need to build sustainable communities, because every time there's a cool neighborhood built within a city, then there's come the hedge fund developers and cannibalize the neighborhood and make it look like a shopping mall, one of these centers where with all labels and everything else, and lose the spirit of the neighborhood. So what I figured that I need to buy big chunk of properties where I can impact the city and I can build sustainable communities. And how do you build sustainable communities that you don't fall to the same trap that the others? Because always we increase value of properties with what we do. So what we do basically, we invest in everything that's happening within the neighborhood. We capitalize, I call it the GDP of the neighborhood. Because the neighborhood, the tenant, I call it, should be members because they pay rent every month. But also they are producers. So they have fashion, they have technology, they have restaurant, they have bars. Might as well capitalize on everything that happened. And the fashion needs infrastructure. You can't build fashion without infrastructure. And the technology, the same thing. At the same token, also the community are producers, are consumers. So why not connect them with an application for consumption and give them the power to purchase? So this is the only way where you can grow communities and not disperse them. And I say usually harnessing human energy, human consumption, human production is much easier than just harnessing rent, because the so-called developer, this is the past industrial revolution philosophy where the development does development and the fashion designer does fashion and the technology does technology and the restaurant does restaurant. So how do you really create a much more holistic platform? And that's basically what we've been working, and fashion is important component of the whole of building and creating a sustainable neighborhood.
Right. And so what do you see as the future of fashion? What are some things that you're passionate about and even some maybe problems that you want to solve?
Well, I do not know if I can solve the problems, but I can always, I can really help to do the change, because fashion needs to do some changes. I do not know how the change is going to become. Like if you look at the history of fashion, when did it start? When the first time Adam and Eve discovered they're naked. This is where the first time, don't ever the, oh my God, we need to put something on us. This is when we gain consciousness. But over the years, it became exactly the opposite of consciousness. Fashion became one of the most polluting industry in the world. Let's not forget, the cotton field was harvested by slavery. Today, in the beginning of the century, we had all these buildings and the people were working in a horrible situation in the middle of the city here in New York City and being enslaved and owned by the also industrialists. And today we took the pattern from here, we put it in China, we put it in Vietnam, put it everywhere else, in the name of fashion. And now the question is really, where do we go from here, and how we really going to change the pattern that we've been on it in order to create this fashion? It's very competitive. It's fashion designer. I don't want to say it. This is they don't get. I say it. They don't come. We cannot pay them enough for what they do, because fashion designers, they are good as what they do for the season, and from there they are forgotten. And they work so hard. They constantly need to invent themselves. They constantly need to create a new piece of fashion. Then somebody else goes and copies it, and everything they did, there's no value. Art at least appreciate over the years, But fashion is really, fashion designer falling to the same trap constantly, and they need to struggle. And as soon as they become successful, then they get bought by if they're lucky enough, by the hedge funds. And then the cycle continues, and the fashion has problems, but we do need to re-envision fashion, and now we are going into sustainable fashion, sustainable material that really would not pollute the world. This is a very important direction that we need to take, and we need to encourage it in so many ways. When you look at the fashion designers, really, I think with what we're doing and the way what I perceive, many of the stores become empty because they become very expensive for people to operate. So eventually they get to be, prices will go down of storefronts, and hopefully and you get the people that really can use the store in a different way, in some neighborhoods. So I think we used to have the fashion maker, tailor-made to suit, come back into our neighborhoods, and because it was a very important component of our lifestyle in the neighborhood when we have a fashion maker. To do fashion rental that we see now, they don't need, because I look at my clothes this morning, so many of them, when did I wear them the last time? So we need to do like fashion rental and fashion exchanges. This is selling fashion, old fashion product to others, and just give away, clean up the wardrobe from time to time, and not to wait until you die and somebody else will do it for you. So this is a different direction that need to be taken. But again, with what we are doing, with our creation in Miami, and now soon also we're going to do in Jersey City, we're building the ecosystem and the services that fashion designing need in order to succeed. And one of the most important product is really access to material, and you call it a material library or material lab, which that this is so important to have the access to this to the material needed. And in general, I have here in Jersey City 1 million square foot that was used for storage. I've been fantasizing about making it a fashion hub for a product, material, and accessories for worldwide companies. In Jersey City, it's 1 million square feet. It's outside of the tunnel. It's not so in, it's just right outside of the tunnel. And in Miami, obviously, we're going to need to build it, because Miami today doesn't have fashion. It's not a fashion city. But yet, when you look at Miami, and this is part of the philosophy, Miami is sitting 2 hours between Latin America and 2 hours from North America. 700 million people in Latin America, they're all destined to wear clothes, and they have fashion designers as well there. They're great fashion designers, but they don't have the marketing and the support that they need. And then what I'm really working on, it's 400 million people in North America. It's the only way with what we do is really connecting Latin America to North America economically. So 1.1 billion people economy, this is the future of America. If America want to compete in the marketplace and create a better, safer America, it's really by working economically these two continents. And historically, it used to be connected physically. But Latin America and North America see it as one economy. And I say it in very simple, and this is, you call it a political message or whatever you can call it. Closing your door doesn't make your home safe, and throwing your garbage to the windows doesn't make your home clean. So it's just a matter of time when our politicians will really understand, and they change their rhetoric when they talk about other countries and about our neighbors. The only way is really to collaborate and work with our neighbors, and in general, collaborate with the entire world, and to create this one world system that eventually, slowly but surely, we're going in. Unfortunately, we're going 2 steps up, 1 step back. So, but this is the direction that we've been working and impacting the world. And it's not only creating the infrastructure for fashion and arts, technology, and we got the Mana Tech, and we got also the Mana Agra, because some 10 years ago, and I just don't talk, I do, like, I projected that we're going to have huge food problems, and because of the global warming, heat waves, and floods and growth of population. So we ended up investing in agriculture in Latin America. It's the only land reserve left on the planet that did not go through industrial revolution. And we are doing some headways through farm management, educational farms, packing houses, export, import, and purchasing programs for aggregate for farmers. And we're doing really some good, big impact. We started with Colombia and we started with some other countries. But it's all about impact and talking about who I am. Really, at the end of the day, I say I've yet to define it, because I get defined by my action in this lifetime. So I have not yet defined who I am. That's why the question was, who I am. So I am defined really by my action and my production and the impact that I do in the world. And today, my investment is totally directed towards social impact. And social impact, don't misunderstand me. We're not a social welfare organization. You can do social impact with profit, and you can do it with more profit if you want. So this is where we're standing today.
Yeah, my final question for you before we wrap up is, you've previously mentioned that you didn't want your spaces to feel exclusive. Why is it so important to you to have inclusive communities and spaces in the world?
Okay, don't underestimate and put down the whole idea on inclusivity. Inclusivity is very important sometimes, okay? But inclusive is very important because most of the world is really, it's one gigantic, different classes, and we start really separating between people, and because based on income, and you start really creating these feudal systems and stuff like this. So this is not a healthy society, not a healthy city. So we do need inclusivity in our ecosystem because we have room for everybody. And also we need some exclusivity, but make sure that the exclusivity is part of inclusive and not, this is important. So this is where the philosophy is inclusive, accessible, affordable. And yes, definitely I'm open for inclusive, I'm inclusive also myself sometimes, but we do need the inclusivity and to reach out to everybody and connect with everybody and feel each one equal as who they are. I just was in Colombia and I was talking about agriculture, and the reporter was referring to the farmers as, when you mentioned them as peasants, I was very offended by the word. And I said to him, this is the wrong way. Not everybody was fortunate to be born to wealthy families or in wealthy states, and people got their own destiny. And through what my action, even when we work in the farm, when first time I went to Colombia to visit one of my farms, and soon as I walked in and started, I was having a cup of coffee, everybody left. I said, why they left? What's wrong? Oh no, they don't sit with the boss. It's different. I said, no, call everybody, bring them in here. I want to meet with them. So this is the inclusivity, so, and that's what I learned. That's what I learned most by meeting and tapping into the need of the people. So when people ask me, where you get your ideas? Especially one of the big developers asked me, where you get all your ideas? Why do you know it's true? I said, you know what? Get off your 100th floor glass building, go to the street, go to the bar, talk to the people and see what they want, what they like. You don't need to invent it.
That's a great place to stop. Thank you so much for your time. This is a wonderful conversation, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you both so much. And thank you all so much for tuning in. This was such an incredible conversation with a visionary that obviously knows that it's all about listening to the people to give them what they want. And he's built such an empire doing that. So thank you both for being here today. And so now we're going to watch one more video with a few more brands from the brand directory. Ethical clothes, don't wear clothes, don't wear change. I'm okay. This is live, guys. I just got excited, but here we go. Watch the video. Don't wear clothes, wear change. That's what it was. On the lives, we all know how this goes. Sometimes you get overly excited and you're live, so there's nothing you can do but improvise. So that was an incredible video. I'm sure you're looking at all the brands. Get on the website, check them out. They are really doing amazing things. So without further ado, we're going to go to the next conversation called Fashion is Creative and Innovative Menswear. And this conversation is being led by Lucy McGuire, trends editor at Vogue Business. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, I am thrilled to be on today's panel discussion today where we will be addressing all things menswear. I'm Lucy McGuire, trends editor at Vogue Business, and I'm thrilled to be joined here today by Spencer Phipps, founder of luxury menswear brand Phipps. Spencer, if you'd like to just tell us a few words about your brand and your journey so far in menswear.
Yeah, so I'm originally from San Francisco and have been until very literally like weeks ago, been based in Paris and finally came back to California, which is really exciting. And I have my brand, which is, it's like 4.5 years old at this point. And I like to call it a sort of responsibility focused lifestyle brand. We have been called like a punk Patagonia or sort of an outdoor lifestyle brand that is a little bit more design driven. And we try and find innovative solutions for responsible business practices, basically.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm sure we can dig into all of that a lot more later. But I'm also thrilled to be joined today by Armando Cabral, the founder and creative director of his namesake label. Armando, would you like to tell us a little bit more about your label and your journey thus far in menswear?
Absolutely. My name is Armando Cabral. I am from Lisbon, Portugal, but I've been living in New York for the past 17 years. And I am a founder, creative director of Armando Cabral footwear and lifestyle brand. Basically, Armando Cabral was born in 2008, out of a necessity of just a gap in the bridge between high street brands and the luxury that I felt at the time was a huge gap, considering that my background as a model. I've always had the opportunity to work with the the main powerhouses and kind of develop a taste. And I always find myself in such a difficult place to find a really well-crafted shoes, but with a contemporary price point. And so, as a trained academic business guy, I thought that was a great opportunity there. And so Armando Cabral was born.
And so that was 14 years ago, Armando. How have you seen that growth opportunity in menswear change, and how have you seen the market evolve during that time?
Tremendous change. I think comparing to that time and today, there's obviously there's more brands, there's more opportunities in the market, if you will. But going back a little bit back to when I started, I think one of the only founders-led brand at the time that was really independent was a common project that was coming up that I thought, obviously, I personally believe that common project really kind of started a lot of revolution of footwear, sneakers, and within the luxury space, which at the time didn't exist. And so, I think that I kind of came in around the same time, and I think that allowed us to really tell our story. And my story was a little bit, was a different point of view. For me as a model, I didn't want to just make a pair of shoes or sneakers that will identify what the brand consists of, but I wanted to create a wardrobe essentials for men, that basically will cover men that travels, men's that, leisure, men's that go to office, and, and so on. And so we created this, lifestyle brand, basically at the time, just with footwear to focus on, the essentials for men. And obviously fast forward, we had a tremendous opportunity to grow within the wholesale market, tapping into different regions. And so, 14 years ago, and now we're basically branching out into creating accessories, for example, and opening our own retail store. We just opened our retail store here in New York for the first time in Rockefeller Center, and and expanding. But I think that the change that I see now is that everybody have a way to express themselves, and so the market opened up, and therefore you see a lot of brands that basically have their own unique point of view, which back in the day was either the established houses that basically just feel like they need to add a different category, additional categories into their portfolio, and which I think limited the market. And obviously now we have variety, and I think that to me is the difference. Obviously there are pluses and minuses, but it's a good opportunity if you have a story to tell.
Absolutely. And it's interesting what you say about the increase in the number of brands, because I think that actually giving customers more choice allows them to be more free. I think that them having more brands around, particularly emerging designers, such as Phipps, that are coming onto the scene and showing a different way to consume men's fashion and a different way for men to dress, is definitely helping the whole market grow. That's certainly what comes through in my research for sure. And now, Spencer, coming to you, as we've said, you launched Phipps 4.5 years ago, you mentioned. Why did you feel that there was a growth opportunity in that moment for the brand? Like, what's unique about Phipps in the market?
Well, for me, it came about through a sort of a questioning of the system, because I had found that at the time, especially, I think that it's changed a little bit, but not as much as we would like, unfortunately, but that there was a big gap in responsibly made, sustainability focused, design driven clothing. You had sustainable brands, but they were very basic and utilitarian, like not even particularly nice clothes. You had a lot of like weird yoga brands, or like, eco fashion had this linen farmer's market sort of sensibility to it. And I wanted to challenge myself to try and make it a little bit sexier, for lack of a better word. And that just led me down this rabbit hole of research, and has kind of snowballed into what the brand is today.
And I've seen that you've described your brand as blending new masculine archetypes. What does this mean to you?
For me, I mean, that's come about as, like I mentioned in the beginning, was sort of this outdoor lifestyle brand, which is a very hyper masculine space. At the same time, the conversation around masculinity, around gender conversations as a whole has evolved. We're not the same kind of 1950s, I'm a man, like this is what we do. It's, you can be a girl, you can be a boy, you can be queer, you can wear a dress in a masculine way. And it's an interesting conversation to bring into that space. More than even masculine archetypes, I like to look at just outsider culture in the space of sort of outdoor culture. What is it queer? What is it, masculine, feminine? What is the sort of racial conversation you can bring into that space as well? I think there's a lot of, unfortunately, missed opportunities in that world, which is so weird.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the conversation around gender in fashion is consistently evolving, and I speak to so many emerging brands and designers that are really fighting to question these gender stereotypes we have, but such a big system, and there's a lot of retailers that still kind of have to operate in that binary way. But I think that we're seeing a lot of development here. And Amanda, for you, obviously, your brand has been around for 14 years and a lot has changed in the sort of gender identity landscape around that time and how we talk about gender. Have you evolved the brand in response to this, maybe in marketing or in your merchandising, for example?
Good question. But I would say no. No, particularly because, again, when I started the brand, it was just focused on what I know. And, menswear is what I really know. And I think that even though in the past we had created, men's shoes for women, basically just for Japan market, some of our Japanese customers asked us, we did work really well, but at the time it was too young. We didn't have the capabilities to continue with that. And then, we kind of erased that and focusing on what we know. I believe particularly my style of management and business strategy is that do one thing very well before you can, move into other stuff. And I think eventually as a brand, as a company, we want to give response to a very diverse market that, exists and is part of our society. I'm well aware of that, but I believe that at the same time, it's like you have to focus on what you know very well, and then and eventually you can give responses to other stuff. There is plans within the business to evolve eventually, and more offerings. And I would say personally, in terms of our design, if you look at it, they're very timeless, and then our loafers particularly, it could be gender diverse. I think any man or woman can wear our shoes, but it's nothing that we're advertising in a sense that we feel like as of right now, we're still a men's focus brand. Once we branch out into all of those categories of like, women, or even creating something that is gender diverse for everyone, it's something that we will announce. But I think for now, my personal focus is to really, do what we think that we do very well. And then, if it's to, any customer, then, I think we're happy with that for now.
Wonderful. And in terms of scaling the brand over the 14 years that you've been going, what strategies have you employed to really boost the growth of the business?
One of them, I think, is just, expanding our footprint. I think, obviously, just going back before pandemic, our strategy was always to really follow the common, practice of menswear market, which is like doing all these important trade fairs, PT, have a showroom in Paris, have a showroom in London, and, so on, which you did. And obviously, that allowed us to grow and, really reach out to all the different continents that we, have a presence in. Then pandemic hit. We literally almost didn't have a business because, primarily now everything except for the accessories at the moment, we produce everything in Italy. And obviously we all remember Italy was hit really hard. And, and we felt like it was important, especially for accessory brand. I am a very old school in my, approach to everything. I like to feel in touch of everything. And, and we decided that, coming back, a way to basically, expand our footprint is really to open a retail store here in New York. We closed our store in Portugal, and so we felt that it was important. And I think in order for us to expand, it really is to be able to have people that come into our universe, feel in touch, understand the whole concept around the brand. And obviously it's what we hoping that we're going to continuously, do in order to expand our footprint and really grow the brand strategically. Obviously, the e-commerce allow us to understand where our customers are coming from internationally, here and here. And so, we considering to reopen our store in Portugal before end of this year, and look into other locations that we can serve our customers and even enter a new market. So that's the plan.
Wonderful. And Spencer, coming to you, I mean, the brand has been going 4 years, but you've already reached over 30 international stockists. How have you scaled the business over such a short time, and particularly with a pandemic right in the middle of its growth?
It's a bit like Armando had said, it was sort of scaling slowly and doing what you can do well versus starting to sprint and do all, what I mean? We're not offering shoes and bags and this and that, what I mean? It's like we stick with our kind of workwear, daily functional clothing, building up, just taking it easy a little bit. We did sort of shrink it down when the pandemic hit.
Right.
We started growing in this crazy way, and then, all of a sudden we had to like maybe get rid of our tailoring categories and put that on hold for a little while, and sort of start back at the smaller scale and build back up. We were probably double where we had started before the pandemic in terms of total product offering. And we went back to probably a little bit more than where we were in the beginning of 60 SKUs in total. And we're starting to build that back up now, and like launching a little bit more women's focused stuff, and growing, but in a much more controlled way, and being really efficient with the supply chain of just, looking at the suppliers that we have good relationships with, and, just really honing in on that versus trying to rearrange the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of
I'm sorry if Lucy, if I can add to what Spencer just said, I think that was one of the biggest problem of fashion. You know, no one was ready to slow down. No one was, you know, keen to really focus and continue to do. One of my biggest upset in fashion before pandemic was this accelerated delivery time that, you know, you in the middle of summer, you can't buy a t-shirt. It's already all these, you know, sweaters and coats that everybody, which I think wasn't good. Personally, I don't think that's really good for creativity, you know. And I thought when pandemic hit, all of us had this understanding that it's important for us to really slow down and really, you know, create something meaningful. Obviously, we also have to talk about the climate change and understand the importance of us slowing down and creating something that will last, that will allow us to kind of like create a cycle. And when I hear, you know, brands talking about the idea of slowing down and just focusing on things, those are the conversations that we need to have in fashion, which I don't think people talk about it. Somehow it looks like we all going back to that again, of the deliveries and stuff, which is like, personally, we not, you know, considering any of that stuff. And also there is an opportunity to now brands to really create their own schedules when they present their collections, when they sell it, and vice versa. And I think that's really important for creativity. And as a fashion industry as a whole, we all responsible for what we put out.
Yeah, absolutely. And does that become a challenge then when trying to sort of slow down to subscribe to maybe like the men's buy-in window and subscribe to the traditional fashion systems in order to keep the business going and scale the business? Or do you find it easier to work to your own schedule?
Was that for me?
Both. Yeah, either.
Go ahead. I'll let you go.
You go first. Yeah.
What I've done is like when we started the brand, we were very much in the traditional system. We were part of Paris Fashion Week on the calendar. You know, you do the little show, you have the showroom, a couple of days after, you do the appointments. Now what I've done with the restructuring of this business, I'm at an opportunity where I can separate that. You know, the important thing is for your retailers, for your wholesale clients, they need, and even this is evolving slightly, but they need a bit of a calendar. You know, if they're going to have a corner in their shop or a rail for you, they want that rail full, or at least they know when the things are coming. So this I'm kind of sticking to is the traditional retail calendar, or we're setting our own tone for the deliveries, but it's, you know, every 6 months you'll get a new season. We have the other little vintage drops and things like that in between to fill the gaps. But the press side of it, I think, can evolve to be really whenever you need things to happen. So, you know, for me, I'm looking at more smaller like output things. So it's more, you get more projects, you know, doing smaller events and smaller content creation shoots here and there, or, you know, short films, or, you know, just building up that side of things in a way that can feel more continuous versus having one big event every 6 months and then radio silence in between.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. And Armando, what about you?
Yeah, I'm in line with everything. I think it's true. There's need for some sort of calendar in relations with your you know, wholesale accounts, which I think is important. And also, you know, you have to consider the seasonal things. Obviously, there's winter, there's summer, and so on. But I think all of that, obviously, when you work internally with your calendars, you know, it allows you to kind of prepare and pre-organize for the releases that will meet all of your obligations with the retailers, and not necessarily really rush into, you know, we have, you know, pre-fall, we have, you know, fall, and we have winter. I think for me, it's fashion really have to pay attention into that. There's too many brands in the market, and I think we all have a space in the market, but you know, this sort of like revenue driven business, which a business is really for revenue. But I think it's important also for us to start really considering how to really structure a business in a way that you know, it will answer all of the climate change and, you know, even our ways that we live and stuff like that, that I think is important. As a founders, that's basically, or entrepreneurs, if you will, that to me is one of the biggest responsibility. Anyone can start a business tomorrow, anyone can start a brand, but I think as an entrepreneur, you have the responsibility to really give answers to things that not only affect the people around you, but the society as a whole. And I think these are conversations that fashion brands usually don't really consider. But I think it's always important for us to talk about those things. And, of course, more revenue, more products, great. But I think it's always important to balance the two. And for us, I think what we're really trying to do is, of course, we have a wholesale account. We're really trying to focus on our, e-commerce and our retail footprint at the moment. But it's also important for markets where we don't have a physical presence here to really work with our partners, but, create a strategy that allow you to kind of really, covers, your mission statement as a brand and as a company. So our growth in that respect is, it's controlled and, feel like yet we still meet all of our, forecast and our projections doing business that way.
Absolutely. And speaking of forecasts and projections, and this doesn't need to be a numbers game, but I wanted to talk about the future of both of your businesses and what you're excited about looking ahead, both within your brands, but also within the menswear space. Spencer, let's come to you first.
I'm in this massive transitional period right now, just in general. I'm super excited because the potential is sort of infinite. In a way, it's there's almost like this second life to this brand because I'm now in the US and I'm sort of rearranging the team and the structure of the stuff. So I think there's a lot of like I said, sort of a lot of opportunity coming, and I think the market has changed significantly. Like we said, there's more brands, there's more people buying fashion, so it's becoming much more of a kind of niche, community-driven structure. I found, like when I was coming up in the industry, it was this pyramid thing where it's like there's haute couture and high fashion, so it trickles down, and you end up at H&M. And now these little pockets of little brands, and it sort of doesn't really matter how big or small you are or how cool or whatever, how much money you have behind you. Obviously that helps in terms of advertising, but it's really just about finding your community, whoever they may be. And if there's 6 of them and your business is like a weird, I make handmade sweaters and sell them on Etsy to these 6 people, that's a fashion business, It still counts. And I think it's really cool that all you need is an Instagram account or a TikTok and you're kind of good.
Yeah. I meet so many young designers who do just that. They operate whole brands from TikTok or even Depop or Instagram. It's fascinating.
Jeans and drawing on them with Sharpie and selling them to their friends.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of this new era of technology and stuff. I think he allowed so many people to be part of this industry that was very secluded for very few. And again, just to your point, this is why, at the time as a model, I just, all you would see is either you have the Vuittons of the world, the Dior's, or you buy the H&M's and Zara. And there was very few brands in between to fill that white gap that would allow people to I have my own personal taste. I would like to do this. And I'm sure there's people out there that would like exactly the same type of thing. And I think this is what today and versus yesterday's industry difference is really, now everybody can be part of it, whereas before it was more of a, it's either the Vuittons feel like, oh, there is gap here, let's create another brand and, let's just call it something else and create categories that we see like is missing. And I think it's a beautiful thing to see and everybody have their own expression. And that's really what fashion is, to be honest.
Absolutely. Well, I think that is a wonderful place to end this conversation. But thank you so much to both of you for joining me today. It's been fascinating to hear all about your businesses.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
thank you all so much for tuning into that conversation. Menswear, just doing it well with the two speakers. And thank you, Lucy, for that amazing moderation. So next we have something that we do and we've been doing since day one when we founded Fashinnovation back in September 2018, which is the pitch competition. This competition is super important to us because the startup techs that founders and tech companies that are coming out right now for fashion to adopt more sustainability and supply chain and so much more are incredible. So the pitch competition this year, this season, is being led by our head of business intelligence of Fashinnovation, Pedro Valley. Enjoy, and we'll talk soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Startup Pitch Competition, the next big thing. This is the 7 Worldwide Talks. Really happy to have you guys here. The Startup Pitch is the highlight of the event, and we have incredible people, incredible founders, amazing companies and solutions here. And let's start. So we have here first, All Things Considered, and Andrea, thank you so much to join us.
Thank you for having me. Really excited to crack into it. Kia ora and hello. I'm Andrea, co-founder of All Things Considered. 3 things to know about me. I'm Kiwi Dutch, living in Auckland, New Zealand. I'm committed to thrifted, and most importantly, I'm so excited to share with you my business child, All Things Considered. Dear consumer, you're fired up. We get it. You're told to do your bit, take action, ask brands, who made my clothes? But when you do, you're ignored, blocked, and censored. The cases we see about H&M, Shein, Zara are just the tip of the iceberg. You're tired of the greenwashing, plagiarism, the lies, and the empty promises. We are tired too. Consumers care and are researching the ethics and sustainability of companies and voicing their concerns to brands. They want a trusted space not only to learn more, but have their say and make a greater impact without being silenced. All Things Considered is a trusted place for considerate consumers to research, discover, and have a say about the sustainability and ethics efforts of their favourite brands. They do this by up and down voting retailers and associations on our platform, either to say, well done, or you can do better. We're not here to shame or call out brands. Instead, we want to facilitate a conversation between customers and brands about how the industry can do better. It's about cultivating collective action, something that is missing in the fashion industry right now. Consumer feedback and sentiment are important not only for brands to understand how they're being perceived publicly regarding their sustainability, but also to raise the bar on the fashion industry as a whole. In order to vote on All Things Considered, users need to create an account to ensure all votes are genuine. We don't weigh in with our opinion or rate brands because we don't want to dominate the discussion. By shifting away from a black and white rating system, we invite better collaboration between brands and considerate consumers. No brand pays to be on our platform, which allows us to remain objective and impartial about writing their profiles. If a brand wants to change its listing, they need to do so on its website and publicly acknowledge its commitment to change. We've purposefully steered clear of using affiliate links or discount codes on our site. We simply want consumers to arrive at our platform with curiosity and leave feeling educated. There's absolutely no obligation nor encouragement to buy. We're shaking up the industry and going beyond the brand to include industry certifications, initiatives, innovations, and tools, each of which has its own profile in All Things Considered. You can easily learn how each association fosters sustainability in the fashion industry, check out which brands they're aligned with, and of course, have your say about them. While many directories already exist to assess sustainability at a product level or with ratings on how ethical and sustainable brands are, we've gone one above this and are taking an industry-wide lens, one that showcases the impact of not just brands, but pre-loved outlets, marketplaces, certifications, and more. And all with a layer of consumer sentiment. 500 billion is spent annually on market and research, producing mostly lag insights and information. Our voting sentiment will soon expand to include reasons for voting, allowing consumers to give feedback in a structured way that is real-time and actionable for brands. Much like Trivago is the aggregator for the likes of hotels.com and booking.com, All Things Considered is the aggregator of fashion sustainability information. There's an opportunity wider than just fashion, such as beauty and fast-moving consumer goods, that we're looking to explore further. We really are considering it all. Not only do we zoom out and enable industry-wide feedback, we paint a picture of how big and interconnected these industries really are. Our company lineage provides transparency to whether brands are part of a wider umbrella and how industry certifications and initiatives are connected. We have big vision with goals to act as the ancestry.com for the fashion supply chain. So how do we make money? All Things Considered will always be free for consumers. Eventually, brands will pay via subscription to unlock valuable data, insights, and sentiment from our considered community. It's early days, but we've already added 550 profiles on All Things Considered. We're tracking key metrics and improving them every day. The feedback so far has been incredible. Consumers really resonate with our mission of providing a place to be heard without being censored or ignored. All Things Considered.
You need to wrap up in 10 seconds.
Yep, cool, thank you. We're a female-focused venture, but not exclusively, because that's where the heart of our user base is. My co-founder John and I share 45 years experience and exits in business, retail, startup. So come join our community and connect with us to help us expand our global network. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andrea. Thank you. So everyone, this was Andrea from All Things Considered. Now we are going to jump to CeCe, the company CeCe. The founder is Cheyenne. Cheyenne, you here? Can you hear us?
Yes, sorry, it took a minute for it to reload.
All good, all good. The stage is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Cheyenne Cully. I am a member of the Muskogee Creek tribe of the state of Oklahoma, and today I would like to introduce our refined online shopping application, KISS. But before I jump into how KISS operates, let's state the problem which led to KISS's development. The most recurring problem shoppers deal with daily is buying an item, which was advertised as in their size, but it still won't fit. Let's face it, the standard size labels are failing to keep up with the increase of online shopping and the needs from consumers. Return rates are rising each year. Brands are using more resources and their profits are impacted. Overall, in retailing, there was a 6% jump from 2020 to 2021, with 20.8% being online purchases alone. In today's time, that generally is about 50% of these returns that could be clothing items. Shoppers distrust brands since vanity sizing is still thriving, and this is causing hesitation when buying, ultimately following frustration when returning the products. And at this point, the buyer isn't confident to shop anymore. Lastly, there are companies that would rather take the cheaper route and trash items than consider recycling, adding to our waste. Continuing with this selling method will keep the dissatisfied cycle going for shoppers and brands, even leading further damaging our environment. So how can we improve apparel shopping? We can break the cycle. Our initiative is encouraging shoppers and clothing brands to use all resources the industry is ignoring. What are they ignoring, you may ask? The body of the consumer. KISS will provide a modified search engine and online marketplace method to enable smoother browsing for all sizes. KISS uses full body measurements to shop for a comfort fit, and this adds a little bit of an extra level of personalization in the browsing experience, meaning only items with your size range will appear in your browser. Inputting this information helps the app match your body measurements with the brand's clothing measurements. In our inventory. And since both parties are able to access their measurements without affecting the brand's business, the app is low-cost transition, where KISS can be combined with the standard size labeling and ensure frequent browsing. Let's further break down the advantages that we have with KISS. For the brands, the trends, you can get an insight in which outfit is selling faster within our inventory. In the transitioning process, you won't be the last shop that isn't moving with the world. It's a low cost. As I said before, KISS can combine with the standard label size. There isn't any changes in the production or any further action needed. And finally, the audience and business will expand. When a customer finds a new shop that they add to their favorites, that adds a new customer to the business, therefore adding business expansion. Looking at the advantages of the shopper, it means a simpler and cleaner shopping experience. Again, as I said before, any recommendations or clothing within your browsing experience is going to be clothes that are within your size measurement. And this is what the personal touch comes in. Time efficiency. The customer has already waited for the item to be delivered, and if it doesn't fit, it needs to be returned, and that's adding more resources and, of course, the time that they've already spent and additional. And no customer wants to have that. The next benefit that they have is the limiting carbon footprint. Without a return, there isn't a delivery truck needed or additional resources for repackaging. NPR has estimated that about quarter of returns, businesses are trashing a quarter of their returns. And that is adding more waste to our environment. So we were wanting to think green, and so why not shop green without break at the bank? Looking at our revenue source and future development, we are still in development, but we are hoping to start testing within November. Right now, we are promoting to small businesses as there is a wide range, and of course, they are catering to different body sizes. And 2023, we would like to go ahead and launch our app in January. This is when our two main resources of revenue start coming in. It's our subscriptions. Brands will have a subscription with us to input their items in our inventory and use us as a third-party advertising. We also data selling, and we understand that companies can get their own demographics easily, but we can do it in a simpler and efficient way to access the information, as well as tell them how they are doing within the week or month of the category, a certain category they chose to upload their items in. We begin phase 2 planning here. In 2025, phase 2 commences, and we plan to expand to a broader audience, partnering with organizations of larger scale. Here we will introduce 2 additional stream of revenues, and it is advertising for accessories and any other.
Cheyenne, you have 10 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. We also have slot advertising, which means you can pay to have your item more viewed. We begin phase 3, and from there we introduce our next technology add-on, which we are still in discussion. At this point, there are 4 streams of revenue. I would like to thank you for this time, and we are looking forward for KISS to cater to your body size. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and this was CeCe, everyone. Really, really good. Now, the next one joining the Startup Pitch competition is Moody with Pierluca.
Hi. Thanks for the opportunity. It was a good introduction also for my business. So my name is Pierluca. I'm the CEO and founder at Madi. We are an artificial intelligence software developer company. We developed a software to detect the human body size through 2 photos, so a frontal and a side photo. We allow users to buy the correct size of the desired clothing items by taking 2 simple photos. Our service, in fact, provides a superior shopping experience. It reduces returns and optimizes costs for businesses. So very important is to collect data that companies can use for production to create better fits, sales, and marketing. A little introduction to the market. In 2021, the value of returned items has exceeded $1 trillion. So if we think that only the 8% in average of the revenue of a fashion company depends on the e-commerce, this is an important fact to consider. Some years ago, to ensure an even more replaceable service for purchases in physical stores, platforms started offering free returns. The free return has given rise to serial returners. That is a figure that deliberately buy more products that they intend to keep, more versions of the same product, so different sizes, colors, etc., and they increase returns. On the top right of the page, I want to show the quality of returns. In fact, 50% of returns are due to the error in the choice of the size. Madi works asking the customer to enter way 808, then take a frontal and side photo, and in 3 to 5 seconds, depending on the network, we elaborate the photos and suggest the right size to buy to the customer. So we spent 4 years developing our algorithm. Our artificial intelligence software detects person to the dimensions, the frontal and the side. And once the dimensions have been processed and crossed with 808 to obtain up to 10 body circumferences. So there is no need to keep a predefined distance from a smartphone. Using Madi is really simple, and it can be used with the support of an external person or alone. Our APIs allows businesses to quickly and seamlessly integrate our technology on their e-commerce. In fact, in 5 to 7 days, we can be online. The brand has just to insert a find your feed button, and then their customer will know their size for every item on the e-commerce. Each time the user accesses the brand's e-commerce, will find the suggested size without the need to measure himself again. So once you measure with Madi, you will always find the right size. So some competitor here, Fit Analytics through Fit, they use statistic. For some fashion companies, statistic is not good because there are not a lot of cases for a neat item of clothing. 3D Look works similar to Madi, but they have a speed of execution of 30 to 40 seconds, and they are not so accurate. The revenues are expected through license agreements on a monthly fee basis, avoiding incurring upfront costs for fashion companies. But Modify's goal is to collect data in order to structure and organize the development of the software in other industries. The team is young, not really young. Some people had already experience on other startups. So we have artificial intelligence software knowledge and computer science knowledge. So the strategy is to implement the service of the first e-commerce and create a case study. On 2022, in these months, we will start working with 5 e-commerce platforms. Then in 2023, we hope to reach other 10 commerce platforms. And how to scale the business. We are working with fashion companies to reduce CO2 emissions and to make a bigger sample to train our algorithm. Then we will try work in the healthcare, nutritionist, and fitness industry. So our objective is represented in this phrase. Madi will be part of our daily life. In fact, what the companies who developed an hardware thinking to do, Madi will do with the help of an instrument that every day is on our hands. So a smartphone
Luca,
or a tablet.
You have 10 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, I hand it.
Really, really good. Thanks so much, Luca.
Thank you.
Next on the startup pitch competition, we'll have Open Wardrobe with Julia. You there, Julia?
I'm here. Hello, everybody. Let me share my screen. All right. Hello, everybody. Again, my name is Julia Dietmar. I am the co-founder and CEO of Open Wardrobe. The idea of Open Wardrobe was born in 2018 when probably a lot of you remember when a story broke out about Burberry quite literally burning almost $40 million worth of unsold merchandise. As we know, destroying unsold products is not that uncommon. And although no one knows exactly how much of unsold stock is destroyed every year by fashion brands, we do know that we overproduce by $210 billion and never sell 30% of what we make. Not only it's bad for the environment and the planet, it is also directly affecting brands' bottom line. Back in 2018, I was working with dozens of apparel brands, helping them to use AI to personalize their e-commerce experiences. So I started asking questions. Why do brands overproduce? And the answers I got showed that it all boils down to data. Brands do not have accurate data on where the consumer is going. It's as simple as that. They need this data to make better decisions, but it's hard to get to it, and it's only getting worse because of strict privacy demands. At Open Wardrobe, we are building a platform that will allow fashion brands to get access to consumers worldwide for in-depth market research, peek into their actual closets, and get actionable data at scale to answer the myriad of questions needed for optimizing production decisions, as well as licensed data for their own analysis. And consumers, while preserving their privacy and having control over their own data, are able to open up their wardrobes and actually participate in making the apparel industry more sustainable and less wasteful. So how does it all actually work? We have built and already beta launched a mobile app for consumers where they can fully manage their wardrobe, digitize it, plan outfits, log wears, form micro communities of style buddies, learn from experts, and much more. We have a powerful AI that makes digitizing wardrobes and planning outfits near frictionless. This data is then normalized, processed, and aggregated so that it can be used by brands pretty easily. Our business model is pretty simple. The primary source of revenue will come from subscriptions to our data as a service platform. And our available market is 260,000 brands of all sizes in the US and Europe. We estimate the serviceable market to be at around $10 billion. Of course, our first hypothesis was that we needed to prove was would consumers actually share and digitize their wardrobes. Our public beta has been in market for about 7 months. Since then, users have uploaded almost 500,000 items and saved over 60,000 outfits. Although we're not marketing the app widely, we are using niche YouTubers, which provides us a very captive audience and a community that helps us shape the product for our consumers and prove that it's very useful. We have recently started pilots with 3 apparel brands solving 3 different use cases. And through these pilots, we are shaping up product market fit for brands. We have competition, of course, on both B2B and B2C side. This is just the subset of companies that are out there, all doing amazing work. But what we haven't seen on the market yet is this dual approach with focus on bringing consumers and brands together for a single purpose of sharing data to reduce overproduction. Our team is very well positioned to make this company a success. We're all veterans in software and digital commerce. My co-founder and CTO, who also happens to be my spouse, is an expert in data and AI. We were colleagues before we became a couple, and we met many years ago. And the story goes that he fell in love with my code before he even met me. I was an engineer at the time. And the rest of the team are all rock stars in their own right. We have an amazing team of advisors with extensive experience in retail and fashion. And as for me, I've been doing retail and fashion tech almost exclusively for the last 12 years, most recently as a chief product officer at Sequoia funded company called View.ai. I'm done.
Yeah, okay.
So this is just the beginning for us. We're just starting. Our vision is very big. If you're interested in partnering or investing, we'd be delighted to have you join us on our journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you. Next on the startup pitch competition, we have Style Search with Orfeo.
Okay, perfect. Well, greetings from Amsterdam. My name is Orfeo Bena. and I'm the founder of Style Search. Well, what should you know first? 87% of users of social media channels are getting inspired by influencers before they make a purchase. That is huge. Well, we have 3 target audiences and we have validated their issues, their problems. If you look at it from a consumer perspective, then it's really hard to find the exact same product or similar options as what they saw influencers wear on social media. For example, yes, indeed, the influencers, they do tag brands in their posts, but when you are a consumer, you need to go to the website of the brand, you need to type in a search query, and then it often happens that you cannot find the exact same product for multiple reasons. Like, for example, you haven't typed in the right search query, or you did, but then the product is not available or not on stock anymore. And sometimes the product is available, but not in your size. And yes, then you would like to find something similar. If you look at it from an influencer perspective, then it's their dream to make a living out of the content that they create. However, in reality, that's not the case, at least not often. Besides that, it's also really time consuming for them to answer all the questions that they get from their followers. And the bigger they get, the more questions they get as well. And those are questions like, hey, do you have a link where I can buy that product or that you are wearing in your photo? And if you look at it from the brand's perspective, then influencer marketing is really important, but also really expensive. You need to run campaigns continuously in order to stay top of mind. And then you also have the challenge of a high or a good ROI. The solution? Style Search, the platform to find and shop the garments you have seen influencers wear on social media. We have developed an AI which is able to find the exact same product, but also similar products as what an influencer is wearing. We already have more than 300 influencers connected to our platform while we launched our concept last year. We were also voted as a top 10 fashion disruptor, and we were selected by Google for a very exclusive starter program. But how does it work? Well, all our influencers have their own shop on Style Search, and in their shops, you can find all their looks. And those looks are also spread on several social media channels. If you click on one of their looks, you will see that our AI will show you the exact same product as what an influencer is wearing, but it will also provide you with similar options. And that can be from different shops as well. If someone gets inspired and buys something based on the influencer look, then of course, we will get a commission and we share that commission with the influencer. Brands, well, brands have their own brand look page on Style Search, and it's filled with high engaging influencer content. Same as the looks as what you see on the influencer shops. But in this case, when you click on the brand look, you will only see the same and similar options from that one specific brand, which is perfect for every brand, of course. Besides that, they are also able to upload their own campaign looks. What have we achieved till now? Well, we already have more than 300 influencers connected to our platform. We have an average conversion rate of 4.11%, which is insane because the average market conversion rate is 1.4%. We also work together with big international partner brands like Mango, ASOS, but also the Bijenkorf, which is the biggest luxury fashion house in the Netherlands. We have doubled our revenue for our partner brands in the last quarter, and the growth of connecting influencers to our platform was 50% in the last quarter alone. If you look at the competition, then you have LTK, which is really successful, but we differ from them as well. Why? We are able to literally automate the linking of products to influencer looks, and therefore we are able to show the same and similar options on any influencer look, and those products are always on stock. We also are able to automate the sourcing of high engaging content, and we are able to monetize that content as well for our partner brands by adding those looks to their brand look pages. But how does the future look like? If you look at the biggest markets in Europe, plus the US, then you can see that the e-commerce market is worth 140 billion euros. But the new generations...
You have 10 seconds to wrap up. 10 seconds.
I will wrap up. All right, I will wrap up. New generations are using social media in order to find what they are looking for. And like we said before, 87% of the people are getting inspired by influencers. We have 40 million influencers worldwide and counting, but it's our mission to fully and automatically integrate influencer marketing with e-commerce. All high engaging content will be tracked and monetized with our platform, and we expect to become the #1 platform in monetizing influencer content. Like Instagram and TikTok, every self-respecting brand should have their own page on Style Search. Thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Rafael. Thanks so much. Next on the startup pitch competition, last but not least, we have 010 with Anton.
Hello, my name is Anton. I'm the co-founder of 010. So in late 2019, when my partner and I were starting 010, we had two main ideas. So first of all, fashion is going digital. And the second idea is that digital fashion is going to need a marketplace on the internet to sell their digital garments. But what will differentiate us compared to other NFT and digital fashion places? Well, the answer was augmented reality, because what good is there from a digital fashion garment if you can't try it on? And though avatar fashion is some years in the future, the immediate opportunity was to use augmented reality to allow users to try on the digital garment and then post that to their social media. So give these fashion NFTs immediate utility. And we decided to use augmented reality because it was already being successfully used in all kinds of spheres: furniture, cars, shoes, and well, most importantly, shoes. We went on to build just that, providing tech solutions for brands entering the digital world. This is some screenshots of our app, our consumer-facing app. So we have the key features are digital fashion marketplace, AR try-on in real time using the phone's camera, photo try-on, which allows people to upload a photo and then clothes appear on their photo, so swiping up and down. This one excites me the most because it simulates the experience you have when customizing your character in a computer game. So a whole kind of new shopping experience. And Metaverse Wardrobe, where you save your digital garments for later to be used in virtual worlds. Based on our technologies and these features, well, long story short, the consumer app wasn't showing the user growth that we needed, and it was difficult to work with brands because they didn't have the teams in place needed to release these digital collections. So we pivoted to B2B, and we were getting a lot of incoming requests. Like, we still get at least 10 per day from brands interested in our technology. So we pivoted to a B2B solution. First one is our SDK, which integrates into web and iOS and provides e-com platforms or brands with our features. Here I should note that similar technologies, for example, sneaker try-on has shown to double conversion rates, 300% more time spent on page. So if it works for sneakers, it works for clothes. The second one is 010 solutions for offline retail. This is our technology on a larger scale, so on a large screen. You could think of it as a pop-up all-in-one, no need for staff. People walk up to the screen, try on digital clothes, and then order them to their house, or they can be brought up from storage. And the last one is our open platform. Once we realized that working with big brands is difficult, we opened our consumer application to small brands and individual creators. And in 2 weeks, we had 600 signups and 200 ready to release digital items created by our community. Here's some more videos of how our technology works. That's a Gucci coat. This is one of our creators' works. That's a coat from Louis Vuitton. So you can see it looks exactly like real clothing and all done on the telephone. And of course, when you have more computing power, you could make it look even better. This is the prototype of the AR mirror we have in our office currently. Over the past year, we've collaborated with several brands, releasing collections inside our app and NFTs. And second week of September, we are opening a phygital pop-up in New York. I encourage everybody to stop by if they're in town. It will be the first offline space selling digital clothing using our technology. Our technology is 3 components: body tracking, segmentation, and cloth simulation. We also developed a 3D model converter, which allows to import 3D clothing into augmented reality a lot faster than before. The competitor landscape looks like this. Two things I would mention here is that Wana, they're the guys that did sneaker try-on. They were sold to Farfetch for 30 million recently. And technology-wise, the only other company that does something similar to ours is Snapchat. They have full body masks. I just encourage everybody to download our app, download Snapchat, and compare. I think you'll see that we are much better because we specialize in specifically AR for digital clothing, and for Snapchat, it's not a focus.
Anton, you have 10 seconds to wrap up.
Some of our achievements. We are ready for the future. We believe that AR retail is going to be a staple in every retail cycle. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks so much, Anton. This was 010. And everyone, so all the founders already did the pitch. And now I'm going to pass the mic and the stage to the judges. Say hi, judges, do a quick intro, and each judge will ask each of the competitors, each of the competitors one question. So each judge have one question for each competitor, okay? Judges, please do intros. Jacqueline first, then Julie, then Stefano.
Okay, awesome. Jacqueline Blackburn here in New York City, early stage investor at Scout Ventures. We are seed stage investors investing in frontier tech.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Julie?
Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Evans. I come from the fashion industry. I was in fashion buying, working for big companies like Zara and Bershka from the Inditex group. And I pivoted into fashion tech 5 years ago.
Julie, Stefano?
Hello, everyone. Stefano from Dubai, but global trotter between Milan, New York, and many other cities. Been working in fashion tech since 20 years. I'm the former global head of innovation for Accenture. I'm the former founder of a startup bootcamp global fashion tech acceleration program, and currently having fun as an innovation advisor across investor, luxury brands, and so on.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Stefan. So we'll follow the same order of the pitch. So judges, one question for each competitor. We'll start with all things considered with Andrea. Julie, Jacqueline, do you have a specific question for Andrea?
Yeah, I'll go. So that's a really new idea, and I thought it was really interesting. What was not clear for me was the timeline to scale. What is the plan?
Yeah, so we are really wanting to accelerate quickly. We are raising a pre-seed round to help us do that. And the intention is to go global. We already have some global brands on there, but seeing as we're New Zealand based, we sort of have started with the Australasian market. But because many brands that are global are stocked in New Zealand, naturally we have a number of them that feature already. We are looking to engage with influencers. We've done a small kind of test of that in the New Zealand market with a really engaged sustainable fashion audience. So we're looking to sort of duplicate that around the world in order to get to our consumers. We also want to activate with brands. So we've done our first activation with a brand here in New Zealand. They did a really great campaign with us and did a shout out about all things considered to their database in a mailer, socials and things like that, which was really good. So it's kind of a two-part flywheel to activate both consumers and brands as well, because we think brands that are on a sustainable journey, it's beneficial for them to share about the platform so that their consumers and following can give them an upvote, hopefully not a downvote. So both kind of engaging through companies and consumers as well. The other part of that, of course, is the associations. So these organizations that exist in the fashion industry. We have 180 listed on All Things Considered already. We're currently adding one for every 2 brands we add. So we still have a lot more to go. And I was quite surprised at how vast the space was, the association-based certifications initiative. So we're trying to activate in all of those areas.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Julie.
Jacqueline?
I didn't have any specific questions. I thought it was an awesome presentation and yeah, very well done. Thank you.
Cheers, appreciate it.
Hi, Andrea. My question more regarding the kind of data you can collect. When we talk about sentiment, we can have 2 main dimensions. It is quality, so means it's positive, negative, and the perception how we can collect, and the demand and the quantity, so how the reach, resonance, relevance. I'm more curious to know how you can gather this kind of data and keeping the privacy concern from them statistically relevant, gathering for different social and website, and then be able to gather also genders and other kind of data that you can then share with your client.
Yeah, so with the sign-up process, we do ask for things like gender, and we ask for a year of birth, just so we can actually segment people into their generation, millennial, Gen Z, because we kind of want to understand who is the most fired up generationally. People might suspect that it's Gen Z, but we're finding that it's a mix. Yeah, for us, it's about gathering information that's useful for brands from a demographic perspective. But as we expand the platform, as I mentioned, we're going to be adding reasons for voting. So this is a really structured way that we want to do this, because we're sort of figuring out still how deep we go in terms of the community element, whether we do, commentary forum style, or if we keep it sort of structured and say, give your upvote and quickly tell us why, and maybe add some commentary. But that in itself is the kind of thing that's actually tangible and more real time for brands to actually access. The thing for us as well is that, we know that everything shifts so quickly in the fashion industry, and there's always, updates and news articles coming out. And that's another element that we want to add to it is sort of a news feed of sorts, so that we become a place where you can kind of access any information about that brand. So if a brand's being talked about to do with their sustainability, we want to be able to feature that on their profiles, as well as other information such as the size of brand, which we find is quite tricky when brands are looking for how to shop sustainably. It's actually quite difficult at the moment to compare a big brand with a smaller one. So brand segmentation by size, which is also going to be how we ultimately base our subscription, is something that's going to be really crucial for comparison.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you, Stefano. Awesome. Now, the next round of Q&A will be for CeCe with Cheyenne.
Thank you for your presentation. Really interesting. So, of course, there's a lot of competitors out there in the field, and we've seen that. And you didn't mention it too much. So I wanted to ask you, how do you differentiate with competitors?
I see it. So in the original presentation that I said it was a modified or refined. So it's not really an original idea. I understand there's competitors out there, but I feel that KISS has completed that method. Originally, as of today, some competitors only ask for weight and height and certain kind of measurements, but not the entire body kept in factor. Of course, all body types are different. They also use the technique of saying that they're going to recommend a size and either send you to the website or provide a link or so on. And it still feels like it's a cycle going around in a circle for the consumer not being able to find the comfort fit. KISS decides to, as I said, cater to the body. So we are taking consideration of, bicep, thighs, outer seam, inner seam. It's generally how we had clothes back in the day until we did industrialism. And it's cheaper, I understand, but it's not effective for online shopping, unfortunately, due to the pandemic and other reasons. But I don't understand why we can't modernize it. For now, we would be using a tape measure, but it's also an introduction to possibly make a future technology out of it.
How does the technology work in terms of like, if I were to use the app at KISS, like, do I do a 360-degree turn and is it able to capture the measurements, or how does that actually work? And then do you have any patents or intellectual property of that technology?
So the thing with KISS is we are kind of using the original way of measuring the body. Okay. I believe that there are some technology that can do that or are still pursuing to get something that is accurate, but there is still the inaccuracy behind technology. All technology has it. And as I said before, it's kind of a great platform to start as the basic, just to see if this styled method of shopping and matching the measurements for the body and the clothes will actually work. And once it does, we can pursue something more advanced, in the technology world where we can decide to develop like our competitors, but it's hard to say to put all your baskets in one egg right now. And so why not try to start from the beginning and just gradually grow?
Thank you so much for your presentation. More than a question, I may allow to have like a suggestion. There are currently 167 companies trying to solve the sizing problem out there in the fashion tech. And many of them are currently trying to take different angles. I've been really multiple different approach. But the point is, I like very much your motivation, and you're also the reason why behind you trying to tackle down this kind of challenge. You can go deeper on what are your strengths on to differentiate, not really on the technology that will take a little bit more to evolve to this stage, rather on the community and on the reason why you like to support people in find the right size. Maybe about inclusion, maybe to support, to make their life easier. But I mean, trying to elaborate more on where you feel that you are stronger compared to others, that are the reason why you're doing this. That's very nice, So my suggestion is don't necessarily focus on this case on trying to solve the problem, but more about how you can actually accompany the rest of your community, build your community, and trying to bring also more cultural aspects with your client that make it more differentiating compared to what is only pure technology that are currently already out there.
Thank you for that.
Thanks so much, Stefano. Next, for the rounds of Q&As, we're going with Modi, with Pierluca. Julie, you want to kick off again?
Yeah.
I like this order: Julie, Jacqueline, Stefano.
So thank you for the presentation. So I thought it was super clear on the tech, really advanced. You have a strong team. What I wanted to ask you guys is like, what is your experience in fashion? Like, do you have team members who have experience in fashion? Why did you go into that path?
So we don't have experience on fashion. We started knowing the industry while we were developing the algorithm. We started with the fashion industry because the idea of developing an algorithm to detect the body size is born because of a lack on the industry, in our opinion. And it is also a good way to make our sample for training the algorithm bigger, because we have an error. Every technology has a bigger error at the beginning. So, for example, if you want to be really precise to work with the healthcare industry, you need a bigger sample, while to work with fashion companies, you need less precision, because from a size to the other, there are 4 centimeters. If you have an error of 1 centimeter is enough. So we started with this industry for this problem.
So I know you mentioned some of the other sectors you might be interested in from an integration standpoint. Would love to hear kind of elaborate more on some of the other industries you'd like to apply this technology to.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yep, just wanted to see in terms of as you're thinking about scaling your product outside of the fashion industry, what other sectors this might be relevant to in scaling.
Okay, there is a big problem for companies to prevent diseases on their employees, for the society in general, to prevent diseases. Knowing the body sizes of a person can prevent diseases, cardiovascular diseases or something similar. There is a problem for nutritionists to prevent obesity. And also there is a big market on the fitness, because today people train all days, the time is changing, so fitness is every time more important, and a technology like ours can make people more fit because they appreciate the change of their body, or in some cases it can help people who are not in a good I don't know how to say, but they need to be better, so to prevent diseases, so it could help these people.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Stefano?
Hi, Pierluca. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
You did an excellent presentation, very structured, clear, exactly how a startup should be done in the presentation, focus on technology, people, team, how you're going to scale. You also answered brilliantly the Jacqueline question, because it was not an easy one to also find the sizing problem, how to apply to the same technology to other sectors. So this means you have very deep knowledge about what you're doing. Also the point that you touched before about the currency, you're totally right, because some of the brands, they don't care about the 99% of currency, because they just need like 82% will be even more than enough for them to actually address the point. So nothing to add, nothing to ask, was totally clear. Congrats. The only point I will may take in consideration on the pricing business approach that you may offer. I saw that, of course, being in Italian, you have a nice relationship with the multiple fashion brands. This is, of course, very positive. I may suggest to also stay in touch with the manufacturing. So a company like Gruppo Florence, that is the largest luxury manufacturer in the world, could be a nice angle to track it down by the opposite side of the value chain. Instead to ask to the final commerce, you ask to the one that produce, bringing them the data. This could be a nice way to track it down the same challenge by the opposite side. And then happy to eventually to connect with the CEO of this company in case we're gonna find another way to talk in next time. Congrats, bravo.
Okay, thank you very much.
With open wardrobe, Julie, if you want to kick off.
So I loved everything you explained, and coming actually from fashion buying and merchandising, I think you're addressing a huge problem that not everybody is talking about. So I love that you had a clear roadmap. Your team is super strong. You come from the fashion tech industry. So to be honest, I don't have any specific question, because for me, you addressed competition, you addressed the problem, you addressed the market. So yeah, so just wanted to say it's a problem that needs to be addressed. Yes.
Appreciate it. It's a big problem. It's a very difficult problem to solve. So we are biting a very big piece, but hopefully the team is the right one to solve this and make this big and successful. And by the way, I just wanted to mention excellent presentations from everybody, and I can see already many people I want to talk to for potential partnerships. So I'll be reaching out.
Yeah, piggybacking off of what Julie said, awesome presentation. I do have a question in terms of some of the results maybe that you're seeing preliminarily, like early on with some of the partnerships you have. I'm wondering what that looks like, and if you could elaborate on any of the findings that you've discovered and positive impact you've made in terms of like some of the data that you've collected and how it applies to some of the brands you work with.
Sure. So we purposefully picked 3 brands with very different use cases and how they want to use the data, because we wanted to find this perfect product market fit for the brand side of the business. It's a little bit too early to talk about the actual results and impact because we literally just started a few weeks ago, but I can speak to the use cases and how brands are using them. So one of the brands is actually licensing the data. They have their own pretty sizable data science team, bigger than my whole company, which makes it totally makes total sense for them to just massage the data and see how they can use it for their purposes. They're trying to use it in several different areas of their business, starting from even personalizing experience on their website and do kind of the lookalikes for their members, to making design and distribution decisions. The second brand is really just purely using our out-of-the-box dashboard for consumer and market trend insights. So they're looking to see how their products are, what is the wardrobe composition for their customers? What is their share of the closet? What other brands they could potentially partner with that are not in direct competition, but could go into joint marketing campaigns. So lots of that is going on. And the third brand is small. It's not a household brand. It's a emerging kind of artisanal, sustainable type brand. And they just want to know who's their girl, where she's going, right? So we're really just doing a brand spotlight on our app, and we are giving them insights into wardrobes of people who are interested in their products. So just to perfect their own assortment. So these are the 3 different use cases that we are tackling right now. And I am myself very curious to see what the impact is going to be for the bottom line.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, Julia. Very well done. Very clear. Also, your position. I fully agree with Julie. I'm curious, out of curiosity. I mean, how are you? I very like the data-driven approach. How you actually somehow you are connected with sustainability. And when I say sustainability, it means collecting this data to truly create an impact on the value chain. How you actually can connect the 2 things.
So if you think about other industries, right, we can make parallels. If you're an investor, you're familiar with PitchBook or Crunchbase, right? It's a self-reporting tool that creates data for the industry, right? Or if you can look into how even Netflix became big with their original content because they looked at the data to understand what people want. So our aim is to provide enough of the actionable data so that the brands understand more about consumers' preferences, not just preferences in terms of what they buy, but how they use the products, what their clean out cycles are, the emergent trends. And they basically just produce what consumers want instead of just kind of a spray and pray type of approach. And then looking at the consumers that are signing up for our service, most of them are very much into sustainability, thrifting, reselling. They want to make sure that they are responsible about how they use their items, increase utilization of what they already own. a lot of people want to know. That's why I think that All Things Considered is doing a great thing. They all want to know what brands are doing in terms of sustainable practices. But what I'm seeing from the data that is being inputted, as much as it pains me to say, at the end of the day, cute and cheap wins every day.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Just 10 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah, so just kind of to answer your question a little bit more directly, Stefano, is we're trying to provide the data to produce what consumer wants and not produce what they don't want to buy.
Thanks so much, Jordana. Thank you, Stefano. For the next round of Q&As, we're going with Style Search. Rafael.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Julie.
Yeah,
you can
I'll go. Hey, Orfeo. So actually, I really like what you presented, and I thought it makes total sense. It's a logical business, and I see how you can make money, how you're going to scale. What I'd be interested that you didn't talk about is your team and your experience.
All right. Well, thank you for the question, Julie, and also thank you for the compliment. My experience is mainly in I have a background in data and tech. I also had a previous startup which was also in tech. With that startup, we were also working in the fashion industry. Besides that, I've worked for a lot of companies in order to help them analyze data, gathering data, and also to execute on the data as well. If you look further in our team, then we have our co-founder, Naud. He has a background in sales and marketing. We are a small startup. We have 11 people in our team. We have a couple of developers in the Ukraine, then they are still alive and kicking. That's really, really awesome. But besides that, we also have two team members that are graduates from the Kornit University, which is focused on fashion as well. So, yeah. So we are really happy with the team members that we have.
Thank you, Julie. Jacqueline?
Yeah, I was just curious as to, because I was on your site as you were talking, just trying to understand the platform. What kinds of integrations and like how are you getting the attention of the consumers? Because I think, without knowing about the platform, it's really hard to know that it exists, right? So like, how are you reaching out to the people that would potentially be using this platform?
Yeah, very good question, Jacqueline. With our model, with working with influencers, it's in their benefit to promote their own shop that they have on Style Search. So normally when you see something, for example, on Instagram, and let's say you saw a nice jacket on the influencer, and you would like to know where you can buy the jacket, you can either search for yourself on the internet. Hopefully the influencer has tagged the brand, then you have some kind of a direction because then you know which shop to go to. But in a lot of cases, they are not able to find those garments. And what they then often do is a lot of people, they take the courage and send a direct message to the influencer asking for a link of the product. And when that happens, then it's up to the influencer to respond on that question, obviously. But if they do, then they literally send someone to a website of a brand, and then that person can buy something. And then often the influencer doesn't get the reward for the work that he or she has done. With Style Search, all their looks are on our platform. All the products are linked to the partner websites we work with. We always have the exact same products as what the influencers are wearing. And if one of those users are buying something, the influencer will get the reward. So therefore you see a lot happening on Instagram and on TikTok is that the influencers are promoting their own shop on Style Search, their own looks that they have on Style Search with their audience on a daily basis. And that's how people are finding out and learning more about Style Search. And sorry, one more thing actually, and that's also that you have a lot of influencers that are tagging brands as well. And with our brand look pages, it's even possible for the brands to let influencers promote their shop on Style Search as well. And yeah, the brand look pages, that's a very good B2B model for our brands in order to monetize the influencer content, because they are not only paying for the content, they also would like to be able to monetize that content as long as possible. And therefore, that's also possible. And with the help of influencers, they're also able to achieve that goal as well.
Thank you, Rafael. Thank you, Jacqueline, for the question. Stefan, you have 1 minute and 20 seconds for the question and
I know this company since many years, since I found them in Amsterdam 4 years ago. So I like very much the pivoting they've done. Much better going from the influencer side rather than go to the brands, because are easier to be engaged, and they can also increase the community by their own, exactly with the approach that you just explained. So no question, I like very much this pivoting, much more powerful, stronger, and can also help you to scale faster. Bravi.
Thank you, Stefano, and nice to see you again.
Thank you, Rafael. Thank you, Stefano. Now we'll jump for the last Q&As for 010 with Anton. Julie?
Hi, Anton. So you're really good presentator, I thought, and you're going on a hot topic right now in fashion because everybody's talking about that. I saw that you're going after many, like, I want to say verticals, like, or business scaling. One that, from my own experience, I just wanted to suggest was your offline experience to try on. I thought that was new, and especially like all the fashion brands are having a big problem with their offline presence with their retail stores, because footfall traffic has been falling, and that before the pandemic, it was even a problem. So it's like a very nice experience actually to offer. So that was just a parenthesis. What I wanted to ask you was to talk a bit more about like, how long you've been in the market, you know, for how long have you been doing that already, and kind of like this timeline idea.
So yeah, I didn't get to share the slide, but we started thinking about this late 2019. You could say we started the company early 2020. We were developing the technology for 2 years because we realized that brands, you know, there has to be a certain level of realism to the clothes. It can't look below par, if I may say. So spent 2 years developing the technology, testing it in our app, and this year, 2022, we feel that we're finally ready to run pilot projects, and that's the stage we are right now. So we are deep into conversations and are launching these pilot projects currently.
Who are some of the collaborators you're working with in terms of like partnerships?
So I mentioned in the presentation, we worked with, I'd say, medium-sized brands, Maisie Williams, Berrigan, and so we have interest from over 10 brands, different brands per day. If you mean what kind of pilot projects are in the works, I don't feel comfortable disclosing that here, but.
Thank you, Anton. Yeah,
Anton, very top of the notch technology. I like it approach. Really into the topic. I will go to visit your digital store in New York next week. So let me know at some where. Please write me the address. Also, together with the Meta Fashion Council Los Angeles, organizing a big event about metaverse for luxury, specifically for top key luxury brands. I will try to let you know and suggest them to invite you as a speaker, because I think you're a very nice solution. I will only deep dive with you, but rather what's your role, because when you play the full end-to-end, it's cool for a brand, but then become also potentially not that positive, because then you need to specialize in a specific vertical. Like I do digital twins, I do augmented reality, I do production of meta humans, or and so on and so forth. So it's cool for a small brand to be having a one-shop place. This is great. Now, when you go with big luxury brands, they want to have you specialize in one specific, very tiny things, also in metaverse. And this could be something that could be interesting to know what will be if you need to pick that best choice. But very happy to come to visit your store. Please share me your address and I will come to New York soon those days.
Will do. Sounds great.
So everyone, thank you so much. We're seeing jaw-dropping, mind-blowing solutions here today. Founders, incredible presentations. I believe this was definitely one of the most incredible startup pitch competition we ever had. So thanks so much again. And now the judges will decide and Jordana will announce the winner right now. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
We're back, and I hope you all enjoyed the pitch competition because these startup tech founders are really changing the world and the fashion industry. And I'm excited to announce the winner from the competition, which is 010. Co-founder Anton Timoshev did an amazing job, and we're super excited for them. And as I always say, though, there is really no winner. You're all winners, but this was just the one that the judges felt was most ready to scale internationally. And that's why we chose 010 as the winner. So they do have a pop-up store at Crosby Studio in New York City for any of you who are in New York. So I'm super excited about this next keynote speaker that we're going to have. And before we bring him on stage and I introduce him to all of you, we're going to play a quick video. Check it out.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ronen Samuel, and I'm the Kornit Digital CEOs. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so excited. In the next 15 minutes, we are going to talk about how do we revolutionize the fashion industry, the textile industry. What Kornit is bringing to this world is changing the fashion industry to be more relevant, more sustainable, and on demand. And let's look about, the trends in the market. The fashion industry is one of the oldest industry in the world, but when we look at it, it didn't change for ages. But now there's rapid change going on in the fashion industry, in the textile industry. Look, for example, on the e-commerce. 30% of all apparel is being sold through e-commerce today. And the forecast that by 2025, more than 50% will be sold through the e-commerce. And the e-commerce media is actually enable us to sell any product virtually with no limitation, which means we can unleash the creativity. When we look at the Generation Z, they would like to be unique. Look at what I'm wearing. I'm wearing a unique T-shirt, which was designed only for me. Each one of this generation would like to be unique. They would like to express themselves with no limitation. Social media is the new vehicle that defines what young generation and everyone around us is wearing. It's not anymore that fashion brands are coming and telling us what they would like us to wear. Actually, social media, our influencer telling us what to wear, and people would like to connect to their people that they are following after. This next trend that I'm going to touch, which is very, very important, is about sustainability. Sustainability is becoming more and more important. Actually, when we look at the fashion industry is the second most second most polluting industry in the world. And it's unbelievable. If you look at it, 20% of the water pollution is coming from this industry. And 10% of the global carbon emission is coming from industry. We need to change it. Now, this industry is actually broken. The supply chain of producing in China, in Bangladesh, and trying to bring the products to the US or to Europe is totally broken. And actually, when we look at the production or mass production in China, 30% of the production is excess production, which is very difficult to sell. Some of it is a waste. And we have to change it. We cannot have this industry, such a polluting industry. And the way to change it, can we do things differently? Can we actually produce what the consumer, what people want without any waste? Yes, we can do it. We can do things differently. And we can do it by using Kornit technology, which enable on-demand sustainable production. Not any more production into a forecast, trying to focus what the consumer would like to wear like 6 to 9 months from now, actually producing into an order. And I'm going to touch on it. Today, the production, most of the production is being done in the Far East, producing large quantities. And actually the brands and the designers and the marketplaces needs to forecast at least 6 months in advance what the consumer will wear. What Kornit is enabling is actually moving the production onshore, closer to the consumer and to the people, and producing to on demand, to an order versus producing to a focus. So really shortening the cycle of production into few days versus month. And by that, we're actually changing the equation of supplies and demand. We all used to have forecasting the supplies and then pushing in order to have the demand. And by that, we have huge excess of inventory. What Kornit is bringing to this market, to the fashion market and to the textile market, actually changing the equation. Actually, the demand is coming first, and then you produce to the demand and not the opposite. And by that, what we do is instead of trying to sell what was produced, we produce what is already being sold. And this is really, really important. And by that, you're actually unleashing the creativity, because if you are selling through an e-commerce, now you can have unlimited designs, unlimited products. You don't need to have any inventory, and actually you produce to the order that you receive from a consumer. And we actually not only producing it to the order that the consumer wants it, you produce it next to the consumer locally and shipping the product within 24 hours to the consumer place. So by moving into on-demand sustainable production, onshore, leveraging Kornit's technology, actually, for the brands, fashion brands, you don't need to have inventory, zero inventory, because you sell on the virtual world, on your e-commerce, and you produce to an orders that you receive, and you don't have inventory, you ship it immediately. Another benefit, you never run out of your bestseller. You always have your old bestseller. You don't need to keep inventory. Only when you get an order, then you produce it and sell it and ship it within 24 hours. In-season reactivity, you know things are changing every day. Black Lives Matters. You want to react fast. There is a sports event. You want to react fast. It's impossible reacting fast when you produce large quantities in China, in Bangladesh. But when you move production onshore, on demand, you can react fast to any in-season activity. Next one, you actually can do also customization. If I would like to wear a pink shirt or a red shirt, and if I would like a special design, you can now customize the products, unleashing the creativity for any product, and even personalize the products, enable the consumer, the people, to add the text or to add an image into the products that you are selling. Last thing, which is again super, super important, is about sustainability. This world is very polluted, not only because of the excess production, but the way things are being produced and wasting tons of water and creating emission. We need to change it. Using Kornit technology, there is no water waste, zero water waste, and very minimal emission being created in this process. So it's super, super important. I would like to touch on one thing that Kornit is doing. And Kornit actually started about 2 years ago to create a new media of Kornit Fashion Week across the world. We took it into LA, into New York, into Milan, into London, into Israel, Tel Aviv. And we actually work with many, many leading designers all around the world. We gave them only 3 weeks to create entire collections of their products, and they immediately show it on the runway of Kornit Fashion Week. We gave them only 3 weeks, and each one of them had a collection of at least 20 items to show. When you're talking to them, to those designers, they will tell you, what was amazing is that for the first time, they can unleash the creativity. Each model with different design, different fabric, with no limitation. There's no limitation into quantities. You can produce one-off or you can produce 100,000. It doesn't matter. You can do fast sampling, and everything is fully sustainable. Also, what Kornit brought to the Fashion Week is also the inclusiveness and the diversity not only in the design, but the diversity of people. You can see on the Kornit runway, all ages, all sizes, all colors, and we are very proud of changing this world of fashion to make it more relevant, unleashing the creativity, make it on demand and sustainable. I would like to thank you very much for listening for this presentation, and I will be with you in a minute for Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was incredible and so insightful. I'm actually wearing a dress, which is in partnership with Yes and Kornit. So really, really excited about this presentation and what they're doing for the industry. So with that being said, now we're going to call Jade Scipione, who's a journalist, and she's going to be doing a Q&A with Ronen. So stay tuned.
Good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Jade Scipione, and I'm here to talk with Ronen. So I'm excited. You know, I think that the biggest stat that got me was 30% of the inventory is never used. That's an incredible number.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, by trying to focus what a consumer would like to wear, the fashion brands always produce large quantities beyond what the consumer needs. And this creates really tons of waste of materials, of water. And this forces the brands later on to discount the products and create tons of waste to the earth.
Yeah, so the big question is, how many retailers are using this technology right now?
Well, we have many, many fashion brands, leading fashion brands, retailers that using Kornit technology on demand all around the world. I will give you some interesting names. Fashion brands like ASOS, Boohoo, in the sports arena, from Adidas to some other big players that using our technology. In the US, we have also some interesting mid-sized retailers like Life is Good and Zoomies and Tilly's that are using our technology all over the world. And there are many, many more that are using it.
So the big question is for entrepreneurs listening and brands and retailers is, how much does it cost? Is it expensive?
Well, it's not about the cost. It's about bringing the capability to unleashing the creativities. What we are enabling retailers and brands like Essos and like Tilly's and Life is Good is actually coming with new products every day. If it's a T-shirt, if it's a dress, but also for the home. If it's a bed covering, and you don't want to produce in large quantities, you really want to enable any person to have his unique product that they will be proud of, that they can connect to the brand and feel that they are unique. And this is what the Generation Z really wants to have.
Yeah. So for these machines, does it create jobs? Is it like something it has to be manned when retailers use this?
Yeah, so those machines, the big machines, is based on digital technology, on inkjet technology, which use very special pigment ink, which can actually print on any type of garment without any pre-treatment, without any post-treatment. Like today, all the analog machine using a lot of water and steaming and washing during the process. This is super clean process. And the nice thing about digital is that you are not anymore limited to quantities. You can produce one item, or you can produce 100,000 items. It doesn't matter. You're paying per item. And of course, it creates jobs because you need to operate the system, but it's much more efficient and cleaner than the current environment in the analog world.
Yeah. So the biggest thing with the fashion world is that we produce a lot of clothes overseas. This is all taking it to nearshoring. Talk to me about really how that's bringing, jobs back here to where the retailers are, headquartered.
Yeah, so the rationale of moving onshore, it's actually coming from a few directions. One is that the supply chain of today is just broken. You cannot trust anymore production in the Far East and making sure that it's coming on time to the US. We also what happened during the COVID, and even after the COVID, it's very, very difficult to get the product on time, and it's very costly as well.
Yeah.
So this is one reason, but the real reason is that the brands, the fashion brands and the retailers understand that for them to be relevant, they need to react fast to market trend. And to react fast, they need to produce closer to the consumer. And mainly when you connect it to the e-commerce, which is the main vehicle today to sell to the consumer, the e-commerce enable you to put endless variety of products, and then the consumer can choose any type of product, which is virtually, it does not exist. And then you produce it immediately after the consumer ordering it. And this is the revolution. No inventory, and really unleashing the creativity of endless variety of products and fitting the right product to the consumer.
Yeah. So where do you see the fashion world headed? Because we saw during COVID, I mean, your company's stock shot up and now it's starting to settle back down. Mm-hmm. Where do you think the consumers are headed with fashion? Are they going back online? Are they the stores? Or what do you think the future holds?
So we saw, the return to the retail after the COVID. But actually, when we look at the retail is taking a new shape. There is a new experience in the retail shop. Consumer would like to learn more about the brands. They would like to get the same experience that they're going also online. So they would like to have a variety of products. So many retailers today, when you are going to the shop, you will find out all kinds of kiosks and digital devices that you can actually choose products that are not exist on the shelf because the shelf is very limited. Once you're ordering it, it will be shipped to your home. Also, we see some new business model of the retails that instead of having, in the back of the shop, a big inventory of clothes that they're trying to push, actually they're ordering only the clothes on the shelf, very minimal amount. And when the consumer is buying it, they're ordering for the next day, the relevant clothes that was bought the day before.
Yeah. So how do you work with retailers and entrepreneurs who are listening? Like, how does your company, each machine is designed specifically for them?
Well, we have a range of portfolio of systems. We call it direct to garment. Direct to garment is printing on garment directly on T-shirt, on jeans, on hoodies. We have a portfolio of systems that prints on fabrics, rolls of fabrics. It could be white fabrics, it could be even dark fabrics that you can print directly on it without pre-treatment, without post-treatment, cut and sew it, cut automatically and sew it to a product. And the product could be for the fashion industry for clothing, like a dress, one dress if you like, but also for the home decor, like a curtain or a bed sheets or whatever you want for the home. Home styling becoming very, very important. It's a growing industry, and Kornit enabling, bringing to the home styling also the uniqueness that the consumer would like to have.
Yeah. So as a company CEO, how are you attracting retailers? What's your pitch to them? What makes them, want to use this service?
So for us, we need to understand what are the pain of the brands, the fashion brands and the retailers. And when you're talking when listening to the fashion brands, you always hear, the problem is that they're stuck with inventory. And we see it today, and which really impact their financial badly. They want to get rid of inventory. They would like to be in situations that everything that they produce being sold and not discounted or thrown away. So this is one thing that we have the solution for them. The other thing that they're all talking about is sustainability. You can see all those fashion brands coming with impact report and promising to the consumer that in 2030 they will be greener and cleaner. Yeah. Using Kornit technology, there is no water waste. You actually produce exactly what you want. So this will change the industry. And again, we answer the need for the brands and the consumer. And another thing that are very, very important is unleashing the creativity. What we enable for the designers, for the creator community, and for the brands, we actually enable them to create anything they like. For the first time, they can create product for each one of us, which we have, each one of us has a different taste. And if we look back 10 years ago, when you go to the retail, you have gray, white, black. Yeah. You couldn't choose any other colors. It was really rare. Now you can choose anything because it's virtually, and only when you produce it, you can receive the product you really like.
Yeah. And you mentioned the consumers, because I know when I shop, I make sure I research a little bit to see if this company is green. I think it matters a lot to people who are buying. So thank you so much. Very interesting stuff. I'd like to see how your company grows in the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you, Ronen.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much for that super insightful information conversation. I knew it would be nothing short of inspiring, especially when it comes to adopting sustainability in such an innovative and really important way. So thank you both for being here. And without further ado, we're going to play first a little preview of an incredible documentary titled Fashion Graveyard by Ian Barry. Check it out.
I'm Ian Barry, and I'm an artist, and now, accidental documentary maker. Over the last 15 years, I've recycled only denim jeans to make my work. I became fascinated with this place here in Chile because it drew parallels with my studio in London. And while in there, making the portraits of 3 of the most famous Chilean musicians, I saw the shocking scenes of the clothes mountains, of all the different garments piled up in the Atacama Desert. I had to visit and see myself what millions had seen on their screens. To be there, to smell it, to just see how many clothes there were there. It had such an impact on me that I actually returned twice. And much better prepared. As one of the very few people to visit the site from outside South America, I felt compelled to share the story. And it's one that's so much more complicated than first presented, even making me question the title of my film. And who to blame?
I've been asking various questions, from both the negative side and the positive side, because there is a lot of positives. There's a lot of people taking the ways to recycle. I've also found that the story wasn't quite the same as what a lot of the press was describing.
Or let's say people's conclusions from it. I even got to interview the custodians of the tip, who lived on the site too. And Angela of Desierto Vestido, who's helped so much. She only lives 5 minutes from the site, and was able to get there and see this only a week after I left. But the Atacama Desert is a beautiful place and ecosystem, and not some place to hide our waste. And Iquique, the driest city in the world, filled with people I care about. So this is not a story blaming Chile, a country I fell in love with. I'll also share some of the brighter stories of what happens to our clothes there, and what people are trying to do to avoid them going to the landfill, of what can be done with our unwanted clothes, as well as internationally. I work with an amazing creative community in Iquique.
Using the sustainable techniques like lasering and building ozone.
And present an installation to the city. I travelled back to my hometown in England. We're proud of our textile heritage and was at the heart of the Industrial Revolution. But has this led to what we see today?
If we keep living the way that we are and the population growing, the world just can't sustain us as humans anymore.
The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that somebody else will save it.
Hi, everyone. We're back, and I hope that you enjoyed that. That's just a little preview of so much more. And I am so honored to be moderating this conversation, which is titled Fashion is Transforming Jeans into a Storytelling Piece of Art with Ian Barry. So stay tuned. Here we are. Hi, Ian. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you? Thanks for having me here and to debut the trailer.
Yeah. No, I'm super excited to have you. Actually, it's so funny because we were actually on a panel together digitally. I don't even know how long ago that was.
I think it was the early days of COVID.
Yeah.
I think so, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah. And I remember learning about your art, and I'm just excited for you to tell the audience about what it is that you do with the art and the denim and how all of that coincides together.
Yeah, well, about 15 years ago, I saw a pile of jeans and saw the different shades, different textures, and I was going into advertising at the time. So it wasn't even intending to be an artist, but I started cutting them up, making portraits, and people started seeing them, and I realized people had a connection with jeans, and I had a connection with jeans. So I just kept on going and honing a technique for 2 or 3 years, and then not slept. And the rest of the time, just always busy flying around the world, different exhibitions and museum shows, and yeah.
That's amazing. It seems like you were kind of thrown into it, but then you've done such incredible work with so many huge names and celebrities and artists and museums. So tell us a little bit about the process of how you were able to start getting those types of, connections. Were people finding you? Were you reaching out to them? Because I'm sure a lot of artists would love to know.
They wouldn't like to know, I don't think, because I've actually never reached out to anybody. I've never approached a gallery, a celebrity or whatever to actually do a portrait or a museum, a magazine. It's all come to me. But the advice on that is actually to actually go out and look, because sometimes I've reacted to things which have come to me rather than do what I want to do. And it distracts you, and I'm still waiting to do things I wanted to do like 5, 6, 7 years ago. And I'm now trying to do the things I want to do rather than keep reacting to what other people want me to do.
I love that. I feel like when you do what you love and it comes from a place, people feel it, and then they also want to be a part of your project or your mission or whatever it is that you're doing. So that's awesome. I also remember in the panel that we were on a panel about sustainability. And I remember in that specific panel, you were like, I don't really know if I'm meant to be here, but I'll talk about what I know. But you are using used denim. So right away, you're using something again to create art. So talk to us a little bit about sustainability and what your thoughts are when it comes to your art first.
Yeah, I know there was a headline of something recently where it says that Ian Berry doesn't believe in sustainability, and it's like, I didn't quite say that. But I do think that I've avoided the word because, I did 15 years ago, it wasn't the hot topic of what it is now, and I didn't even connect the dots of thinking, I was going to go back to university to study climate change because Al Gore had just done Inconvenient Truth. So I was really into that, but I don't think I warranted, because the concepts of my work is not about sustainability of the planet. So I didn't want to retrospect kind of put that on as a kind of sales pitch because I felt like a fraud. But I'll admit that the word, as we all know, is sometimes used not correctly. So I found it a little bit of a dirty word. And I'm very connected with the denim industry. I know a lot of the people there, and I know the truth and the lies.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. And it makes sense. I feel like sustainability is a very overly used word. So to stray away from it and do it in other ways, which you are doing, which we just all watched a little preview segment of Fashion Graveyard. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about that project and how it came to realization.
It's actually interesting because you call it Fashion Graveyard. It's Fast Fashion Graveyard. However, and I'm saying that because the title is a little bit incorrect. Because I found myself down in Chile, and 3 or 4 weeks before I went, it went viral. It was on the BBC, it was on Deutsche Welle and different news channels. And I said to the people, because I was there 3 weeks, I had an event on the first day and an event on the last day, so I had quite a big gap. And they said like, oh, we'll send you away somewhere, and you could go to Patagonia, to all these amazing, beautiful places in Chile. And I said, well, I've just seen this place, I'd really like to go there. And they're like, oh, it's a bit dangerous there. Oh, it's not that nice. And I was like, no, I really want to go. So it happened quite naturally, but I realized I was one of the first people from outside South America and Chile to actually visit the site. And, it was presented, I think, when people first saw it. I'm not saying the journalists did this, but I think people definitely in the comments were thinking it was the brands doing it themselves, like dumping it. And it wasn't the fast fashion brands that were in there. So like, you're right, but it is the fashion graveyard. Obviously, fast fashion has caused a lot of the problems, but it wasn't, and it wasn't the brands. It was all like individual. There wasn't like 10 pairs of jeans or 30 of this or 50 of that. It was all individual, and the labels were actually mainly charity shops, like Goodwill and TJ. It's TK Maxx in England, but it's TK Maxx here. Yeah, TJ. There are a lot of labels for them, so it shows that it goes down the systems and ends up in the desert. And apportioning blame is really, really hard. People blame a lot of people, but it's not as black and white as that, which the documentary looks into.
Amazing. And when is the full documentary set to come out?
It was going to be today, but I postponed it because I kept finding out more things. And like today, I actually got an email saying that the government of Chile will actually do an interview for it. So obviously that is important because you want to get the story from different angles. Because the story that's out there, I feel like, is a little false and a bit simplistic. It's very complicated, the fashion industry and the different chains, and it looks at why. So.
And how do you? This is something that also I feel like was something that you were kind of there, and you were like, I want to see it, and then this idea came about. Yeah. So how do you feel in terms of, because a lot of what you're saying, that there is some false things out there about the real problem behind it and things like that. How do you feel the industry will take those news once they see like the real reasons behind, being that for so long we're reading in the papers what we've been reading?
I think the actual industry kind of people that we know and maybe even meet over the next 2 days, I think will actually be relieved because it's not them, but it's the over production and over consumption. But it's also been presented that like, oh, we dump our clothes in Chile because we don't want it anymore. That's what they deserve. It's an amazing, beautiful country, amazing, very smart people, and who are actually very proud to wear secondhand clothes. But the problem came from a solution, that there wasn't enough clothes in Chile that shipping clothes. It's a Freeport, the area. So it made it affordable for people to wear good quality clothes. But in the past, it made good quality clothes. The problem is now there is a lot of badly made clothes. So the business model for a lot of these people there, who are not Chilean, I've got to add, are shipping in clothes, which they've worked out if they sell between 1% and 5%, they make a profit. But what do you do with the rest of the 95%? And, you know, it ends up in the desert. And, you know, it's been setting on fire quite a lot because of the temperatures. You know, it's terrible to see it. And I didn't say it in the trailer there, but I was a little bit like, well, if you think of all the clothes in the world, that's not a lot. I mean, it's loads there, but it's not. It wasn't that much. But then I found out that in the Alta Hospicio area where it is, there's 52 different sites like that.
Wow.
So, so there's loads. I mean, you see the pictures of Ghana years ago, and that is really, really large. So it's the same issues, but the desert is a desert and it gets spread out. So that was quite shocking.
Wow. And after doing a project like this, I mean, which is massive, and it takes so much out of you and be able to talk to all these people, and looking at what you were doing before with the art and the denim and going back to the word sustainability, how do you feel about it all today? With like, because you, I mean, it kind of, I'm sure, opened your world in so many ways when it comes to these topics and what the industry is facing daily.
I mean, because I got pulled into the denim industry, like I follow a lot, so I know what's going on. I just act naive a lot of the time and act like I don't know anything, but you know, I follow it and I've really like got into it. But I never thought I was doing enough to warrant that. But when I was there in Chile and actually saw the effects of it, and it's quite overwhelming, and realizing that I was one of the first people from outside Chile to actually go there, I thought it was important to share that story. But I mean, I didn't intend it. It's completely by accident. The first footage was by my iPhone. I just like literally picked it up and started like filming. So it wasn't intended. So it's all happened by accident. But like I think all good things are, and it just happened in a very pure way. I think, like rather than intending to do anything, it just means I haven't been in the studio making artwork for a little while.
No, that's amazing. And what do you have coming up in terms of like, let's say when it is ready to documentary, because I feel like it's something people will want to see all over the world. So do you have like plans when it comes to how you're going to showcase it, where you're going to showcase it?
It's strange because as I said, I'm not a documentary maker. People have actually been reaching out. I've actually just had a film festival reach out this morning asking to show it. And I'm like, how does this even work? Because my intention was just to show in museum shows along with installations of my work. So it was never intended, but I mean, eventually I'll put it on YouTube so people can see around the world, and different clips on Instagram. But I'm trying to work out how to launch it because different places have wanted to do things. It'd be cool to have a premiere somewhere.
100%. And we have tens of thousands of people watching around the world. So that question specific, and I know that a lot of people in our community also work in that space. I think it would be amazing to really bring it to the masses in that way.
Yeah, because I really want to bring the people in Iquique and Atacama where it is, because they've been helping quite a lot and been doing a lot of things there. Because it is, I mean, I'm not talking about the positive stories from there, because it's all been presented as so negative, but there's people there rescuing the clothes now, turning it into insulation and Ecocitex into new fiber and wool to actually make new yarn. And it's like so amazing, and they follow the story and really know what's going on. And in Iquique, the nearest city to where it is, there's a lot of people there who so proud to wear secondhand clothes, and that's what we all should be like, I think.
100%.
Because we all talk about it, but like not many people actually follow through and do it. And you know, there's people there who are trying to clean it up, and they've been, you know, obviously it was quite embarrassing for them to see, but like I haven't really found much to apportion in blame to Chile. I mean, it's a country I love completely. So you know, that I didn't want people to watch what's been going on and just think, oh, Chile's a terrible place, look at this, because it's not.
You see, and that's so interesting. So you did something that most people should do. You're such an example. For me, you're a huge inspiration, but you see things in the news and you're automatically like, this is what it is because this is what they're saying. But not many people actually take their time to go to actually see it for themselves. And I think if we did that with so many other things aside from what you did with this documentary, we would come so much closer to not only the truth, but then be able to take action that really solves those issues.
Well, it is. It's like because of, I think, things like Twitter and everyone debates on headlines without any nuance in like what's what. So I mean, you know, people saw Atacama, was rightly shocked, but then they're saying, "Oh, the brands are terrible. They're just dumping all of it." And it wasn't that. It's much more complicated than that. Even I made mistakes. Like I was blaming, forgive me, your country, well, the USA, England, the EU, and a lot of it came from America. But it's actually like multinational. The importers are mainly from Southeast Asia, and they're bringing it in, and it seems to be around that area. There's a lot of people blaming other people, but it seems to be around that area where the blame is, because I also was, as I said before, like we ship out clothes to Chile. It's like I've always been uncomfortable with that, thinking, well, that's what they deserve. It's like, why? But it filled a gap, and so many people are very proud. They call it Americanas. Like secondhand clothes is called Americanas. I mean, it says everything. But it wasn't. Yeah, we have overproduction in America, but it's not directly America's fault. Does that make sense? And if it's lazy just to say that, because it's not going to fix any issues. Maybe I don't have the answers to fix the issues, but there's a few answers in the thing, but it's more small scale. We need large scale things and the ability to make quality clothes that last.
No, I love that. And I love that you're using the collaboration to get, you know, people involved in Chile, to be able to speak to them, do these interviews, to really just come closer to what we can all do together. Because like you said, it's not just one person's fault, but it's kind of like a joint effort. That's super cool. So with all of your talents, because obviously you have tons between artists and now documentarists. And
well, you've not seen it yet.
I've seen previous. So what do you think is like, do you have something like that's coming up soon that you have in mind, like another idea, or what's next for Ian Barry?
Well, I'm in a period, because COVID was opposite for me, because I had, I think, 8 different museum shows in different countries during COVID. So I was traveling, I was dealing with all the quarantines, all this. So I've actually been turning down opportunities now because I need some time to actually work in the studio. But I am working on a project where I'm doing the portraits of, I'm not going to say because it's not happened yet. I think you know what I'm doing, and tomorrow. Doing the portraits of certain people to build a collection around that. So I'm going to take some time out to do that and not have as many exhibitions. But I might be back in America for Art Basel this year. So maybe see you down there.
Yes, 100%.
But I'm going to focus on the documentary and try and have it in museums around like installations and show a story and really build that, because I did too much of a documentary and not the art side of it yet. So I need to find some work which is based from it.
No, that's amazing. I'm super excited for you, and I think it's all really great, and I can't wait to share with all of our community once the documentary is ready, and to be able to also give you these platforms, because again, your work is just so inspiring and really, really great.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Do you have any other last minute words or last thing that you want to kind of get out to the audience? We have people literally everywhere: Saudi Arabia, Colombia, Brazil, London, Italy, France, and the list goes on. So what do you want to leave them with in terms of everything that you've seen, in terms of everything that you've experienced with the documentary, in terms of your own work with the denim? What's one message that you want to leave for everyone?
I think I'll just echo what you said about like go and find out for yourself rather than just read the headlines. But I'll change the question. Maybe like if anybody's out there and has seen this and has got solutions what to do with clothing, and because I'm still doing the documentary, maybe we can reach out. I still have some spaces for people to be in it. And it can be international, because did you see the denim guitar in there? Like that was from Sweden, my friend Lil, who makes denim wood, which is absolutely incredible. So it's just to try and show positive stories to help inspire other people to think, well, what can we do with all this? Because you know, it's a problem that's not going away anytime soon. Even if we stopped making it now, we're still going to have this problem.
And that's a great point. So everyone watching, where would they reach you if they want to learn more, if they want to participate, collaborate?
So I'm always never very good on this, but on Instagram, I'm ianberry.art. And I think all the other ones, I'm ianberry.art. And then the website's ianberry.art, and emails on there and things. So So yeah,
Amazing.
reach out.
No, amazing. Thank you so much for being here today. It was such an honor. Again, I feel super blessed that you have given us the trust with how much work you put into this to be able to really talk about it and kind of officially soft launch it before the big launch.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to show to a lot of the correct people as well.
Yeah.
But it is also like you asked me like to what advice, and sometimes I find that the fashion industry is talking to itself. There's a lot of panels and things, and the end we need to try and find a way to get the end consumers interested, because even when I talked about this documentary, I remember walking with some people and I told them, oh, that's terrible. Walking in a high street in England, I said, oh, let's go in store, a fast fashion brand. And it's just like, have you listened to anything? So it's how do we get people to start? And I mean, I say in the real documentary, like we have to make it uncool to be always wearing new clothes all the time. And we're all guilty, but we've got to find a way to make it better quality clothing and longer lasting and
100%.
Wear it a bit more.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ian. This was so much fun, and I cannot wait to continue the conversation because I know we will.
Thank you.
Of course. So now we are going to go to the next conversation, which is one that is just something that I've been looking forward to since I got the word that she blessed us with her presence to be here today. So the title is Fashion is Fighting for What's Right, Black Lives Matter, with Tometi, co-founder of Black Lives Matter, being led by Morgan Evans, commerce editor of Vanity Fair.
Hi, everyone. I am Morgan Evans. I am the commerce editor at Vanity Fair, and I'm so excited today to be able to chat with my new good friend, Tometi, the co-founder of Black Lives Matter. So, hi.
Hi, so great to be with you today.
So great to be with you today, too. I guess we're just gonna kick it right off. So let's just start from the very beginning. I mean, you've done so many amazing things, but let's talk about your personal career journey as a lauded writer, activist, and of course a fashion lover. So talk to me a little bit about how you decided to go down the career path that you've so successfully paved for yourself.
Well, thank you. And Gus, I just got to say for you as well, you were a boss in your own right. And it's just so good to be here with everybody and in this conversation, and so grateful for the invitation to be included in such a discussion. So I got to say that. If I was going to be really, really honest with you, I didn't really have some kind of grand plan. My career is really more of a calling, something I've been compelled to do over the years. And it really started off with me being a young Black girl coming of age in Phoenix, Arizona. My parents are immigrants from Nigeria, and I was raised among so many other, like, really diverse kids. Let me just say it like that. A lot of kids of immigrants, and a lot of the Black kids on my high school campus or middle school campus and all of that. And so I really grew up with a beautiful mix of kids, but then also we were in a larger context that was, suburbia, Phoenix, Arizona, largely white. So what I found is that I gravitated towards a lot of the kids of color. I found a lot of confidence and comfort and just a lot of celebration that was happening within that space. And only until I became a little bit older did I realize that it wasn't we weren't viewed as cool as I thought we were, right? We experienced a lot of discrimination as the years went on.
Right.
I remember, family members or close friends being deported. I remember friends who had parents imprisoned. I remember friends who were struggling with poverty, a number of things that are just, really sad and really challenging, but were truly no fault of their own. Right. So a lot of injustices being perpetrated.
Right.
And what I found was that while I thought we were beautiful and to be celebrated, there was a little bit of a, backlash that was compounding over the years. And so the work that I found myself involved with over the years was really something that just came naturally to me.
Right.
Not because I desired to be like this, warrior of sorts, but I was more compelled because I'm like, I love my people, I love my friends, I love my community. Why is all of this injustice being inflicted on us?
Exactly.
And so I really kind of fell into it. My first job being at a domestic violence shelter, and then soon after that, I started working with immigrants in the immigrant rights movement. So leading the first national immigrant rights organization for people of African descent. So immigrants from the Caribbean, Africa, and then also really coming to the immigrant rights struggle from a larger racial justice perspective and really seeing us as part of a larger movement for justice in the US, but also really around the world. So so I've been involved with justice movements and this kind of work for equity for a long time. But it was more of a calling than a fleshed out career, if you will.
And I like how you say that it was more of a calling than a fleshed out career, because I feel like that's something that people need to hear, because we do a lot of planning, you know, and sometimes things just happen the way that they should happen. And I love that. And so you founded Black Lives Matter in 2013 with your co-founders following the acquittal of George Zimmerman after the murder of Trayvon Martin. Flash forward to 2020, we see Black Lives Matter magnified on a larger scale with the murder of George Floyd. And it's placed in an international lens now. And now today, it's one of the largest social movements in the world. Take me back to 2020 for you personally. What was that year like for you? And how did you and your co-founders decide, okay, we're going to take action against not only what's happening with George Floyd, but with Breonna Taylor, with Ahmaud Arbery, and with just what is happening in America at that time, still happening, and what we're, dealing with today?
Gosh, so 2020, was just such a monumental year on so many levels for so many people. And, given the context of this global pandemic with COVID-19 wreaking havoc on all of our communities, not only from a, the health perspective, which is, paramount, but also from an economic perspective. And then we see what's happening with the criminalization of Black people and our skin being treated as though it was a weapon. And it was so clear in 2020 that racial justice or just anti-Black racism was impacting our communities on every level. So if it's the health, if it's the economics, if it's, just us walking and living and working and all, it was just clear as day that even in the midst of a global pandemic where everyone's supposed to be quote unquote at home or taking a break or taking a beat, we're still being targeted. We're still being treated as though we're wrong for existing. And it's lethal. It's not without consequence. It's quite literally lethal for us. And, first, I think the first few months we were realizing, and I personally was doing a lot of talks and media interviews, CNN, NPR, whatever, you name it. I was doing a lot of interviews specifically about the racialization of COVID and how a lot of Black people were first impacted by COVID-19, right? So that was kind of first the conversation. Then quickly what we realized is we can't even be wearing our masks without being targeted for wearing our mask. And so we were experiencing that. And then we got to see, no, not only that, Black people are still being targeted by the police, and if it's law enforcement, social security, or vigilantes, we're still seeing that happen to our communities. And I think what was so profound was that we are all kind of taking a beat, really taking stock of our society, taking stock of what is happening and how it's operating, and in the midst of that, we're seeing the tremendous violence being inflicted on Black people and the vulnerability that we have. And we saw an incredible outpouring of support, of real solidarity, people finally showing up in a real way. Like you rightfully noted, we started this in 2013. So it's like, we're not new to this. And not only 2013.
This is not the new news.
This is not new news. Mind mind you, and I've been doing some form of racial justice work for a decade before that. So like, it's like we've been in this for a long time. Yeah. Civil rights movement, other previous movements have been around talking about the same thing. So it's not new. However, having the world kind of on pause and having having that social media, having the news, having the ability to really review what is happening. Right. I think people of all hues, of all creeds, races, and so on, finally were like, whoa, like this is really egregious. Right. And whereas I might have been at work or I might have been busy with my kids and too preoccupied to get involved, now they're saying, I can't sit idly by. I gotta take to the streets. I gotta make sure that my voice is heard. Yes. And I gotta let people know that I too believe that Black lives matter. Yes. So I think that was what we saw. And it was so profound, so moving, and it was global. It was literally global. We were all over the world. All over the world. The largest movement in history. Yeah. That's what the New York Times said. And then even last year, the movement, I should say, really the movement beyond just people or organization, the movement was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. Yes. So I think it's really important to note that we were rooted in peace and justice and humanity. Yes. And despite all of the things that might be said. Right. Yeah. I mean, and noting that global scale. So not only did Black Lives Matter become this international movement that everybody, wherever you are, became involved with, it also became a familiar phrase, not even on social media, but just the phrase of BLM. You see it in the streets, people's signs. In New York, we've got it on rooftops, people's apartments, painted on the street in front of the White House. And then it later transcended into social media and also into the world of fashion. We're seeing it not only just on t-shirts, but on high-end runways and brands. And it also kind of gave people more of an inspiration to look into, okay, a lot of these Black-owned brands, a lot of these Black-owned companies and POC companies that have been around for ages, but now people are more aware. People are showing their support. People want to buy Black businesses. People want to buy from Black brands. And so tell me a little bit about, what do you think about this cultural shift in the last few years within the fashion and kind of media industries, and how people have kind of adapted to this awareness of, hey, look at all these amazing POC brands, companies, all these Black creatives that are now being showcased, and everybody really working to strive for more diversity and inclusivity in their workplaces. Yeah. Gosh, I have to tell you, this has been probably one of the most important and profound ways that I feel that the world has really responded to the movement. Yeah. And it's necessary, right? It's been necessary, it's overdue in so many ways. But for me, because it's such a visible and visual sets of industries, right? Fashion, beauty, all that, it's so visible that I think it's really profound for folks to see it reflected and to hear the conversations reflected in this kind of way. And so, gosh, when I think about it and I, flashback, just a couple years ago, I was really moved to see that people like Aurora James, for example, who founded the 15% pledge. Yes. I was so moved to see the initiatives like this. So not only, there's many other types of initiatives, people who are working within their corporations, folks who are creating other kinds of coalitions and so on. But what I found really heartening is that people have finally understood that the movement for justice, right? The movement for racial justice is not one that's only relegated to the criminal justice sphere or the judicial system or educational system, but it's really about all of the institutions in our society. Right. And that includes fashion, it includes, all these other sectors. And to me, that is so important that we finally have understood that, right? You don't get to a place where unarmed Black people are killed in broad daylight without having a pervasive racism issue in your society. Right. It's just,
which we've had for hundreds of years.
For hundreds of years, for generations. And so it's like we didn't get there overnight. And so what we need is wholesale transformation of our society. And that means every sector has to be involved.
Right.
Every sector is complicit.
Yes.
Either we're moving for justice, right? Or we're moving against it. And so this is a time where I think people can no longer say, I'm going to be quote unquote neutral. There's no such thing in these times and ever really, but there's no such thing as being neutral in times of great injustice. You are either with justice and progress and humanity or you're not.
Yeah.
And what's been beautiful to see is that there are finally people who are taking things into their own matters into their own hands. They aren't looking to people like me, for example. Some of them might want me to consult, and I do that, and I do advising, and I do a lot of that kind of stuff in different sectors. But they're saying, hey, we are experts in our own industry, and we're either people of color or we're women, we're whatever. They're bringing their identity and their expertise and saying, what can I do to move my sector? What am I able to? What can I do to move my industry? And that to me has been so beautiful and profound. And I think we really see that so visibly in the fashion space.
Yeah. And what would you say are some aspects of the fashion industry that you're loving right now? Do you have any brands in particular that you think are getting it right? And then what are some areas that we still obviously need to work on?
Well, I do love me some fashion, so I can't
We
deny
love
that.
some fashion.
I mean, I'm wearing one of my favorite Nigerian designers right now, Lisa Folowayo, who I really love. A friend of mine helped me get this dress recently, so I love it so much. Nigerian designer, and there are so many cool things that I think are happening from, yes, the celebration of Black designers, which I think is far overdue. The more equitable compensation, I think there's still a long way to go because, let's be honest, we're starting from a deficit. So paying fairly now does not undo all the years of lack of payment or lack of investment and so on. So I think there's still a long way to go, but I'm seeing some of these efforts and these initiatives to celebrate and highlight leaders of color, designers of color and so on. And so I think that's a beautiful thing. I also, like I mentioned, you said, are there designers that you love? Gosh, I love so many.
I know.
What do you
I'm wearing
go?
Christopher John Rogers, so we love him.
I was admiring this earlier. These colors are so cute.
And we had some Telfar bags and some off-white bags in the green room. So we love we're always with the Black designers.
Yeah.
We have to always support them whenever we can.
Yes.
They are the best.
Always gotta. I love it. I love it. Where I do think that the industry can do better, though, is I oftentimes reflect on the fact that the industry is not only about what we're seeing visibly, but the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. What's happening to the people who are producing the garments? What's happening to the planet as the garments are being produced? And so I think we have to start taking this into account even more so. We have to mainstream sustainability in a real way.
Yes.
It's not just about, I think the inclusivity conversation is very vibrant right now, but I'm like, let's continue to drive that home and take it a level deeper.
Yeah.
It's not just that we want to see, certain designers or people celebrated, but how are these things coming into being and how are people being impacted in different parts of the world, because the supply chain is quite large and Mother Nature is being impacted. Got to be honest, the clothing industry is the second largest polluter of the world. And so those types of things are the questions that are still on my heart and on my mind as somebody who really is a champion for human rights. But that to me is also like, because of human rights at work that I care about and humanity that I care about, it leads me to caring about the planet because we're seeing the implications.
Yeah. And I think it is fair to say in recent years, we have had a big move and push for sustainability, and a lot of brands and a lot of companies really, really working to get to that. Yes. So hopefully that's something that we can see move forward in the next few years, in addition to the growth of as many POC beautiful brands that we love and continue to support. And I mean, I think that, that is one of the best things that has come out of this BLM movement from last year, I think, or in the
most recent years, for sure.
And I think that's the thing. It's like we've been able to inspire people in whatever kind of aspect of humanity they care about to say, hey, step up. If it's in the sustainability space, if it's in other spaces, like step up, and speak up, and it matters.
Step up and speak up. I like that.
Yeah.
We should that should be the next motto.
I love it.
Step up and speak up. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to chat with you today. And everybody get ready for the next panel. And thank you guys all for tuning in and watching today.
Thank you both so much. First, I knew this would be nothing short of inspiring, and I'm just again super honored to have you here. Share this with us and the world that's watching you right now. And you were incredible in leading the conversation. Both of you together was just magic. And I really mean that. And I love what you said. It's not just about what we see, but what's going on behind the scenes. And that's with everything. Transparency is the way forward if we're really going to be a better world in general. So thank you both so much again. With that being said, we're going to watch a quick video before we come to the next conversation by St. Thomas University. Check them out. Thanks so much. And we're back. So the next conversation is titled Fashion is Creating an Innovative and Disruptive and New Media with David Fisher, founder of Fashinnovation, being led by our very own Julia Vilasa, our head of content, editor-in-chief. Check it out.
Hi, everyone. How are you? First of all, thank you very much for being here at Worldwide Talks with us. My name is Julia. I'm head of content here at Fashinnovation. And I have here with me today this amazing guy, David Fisher, the founder of Fashinnovation. Hi, David. How are you?
Hey, Julia. Doing really well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for asking. Thank you very much for also accepting our invitation. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And let's go ahead and jump to the questions. My first question is for us to get to know a little bit more about your background and how everything started. So when did you have the idea of creating Fashinnovation and how did you start it?
So Fashinnovation started in 2005. So it's quite a while ago. Pre-Instagram, pre-Facebook, pre-YouTube. I always like to say Fashinnovation is 3 months older than YouTube, but substantially less successful. But still, so it's been a while, and I think it was a few things at the time. I mean, for one, I was quite interested in blogging because that kind of became a bit of a phenomenon back then. Yeah. So blogging, I was interested in the technology and how it worked, and so eventually I kind of stumbled across Blogspot and signed up for a blog. And in order to test it out, I of course had to write about the things that I cared about. And so so I started writing about sneakers and fashion and design and so on and so forth. And to be honest with you, it wasn't intended to actually become anything. It wasn't really intended to become a business. It was also because it was unthinkable in 2005 that it could. So it was really just me playing around with this blog that I had created, and then really being surprised about hundreds of people shortly after coming to it and reading it every day. And so those were kind of the really early days, essentially. And then it evolved from this blog into more of a digital magazine, and then over the last 17 years, we've essentially built 2 business models on the back of this publishing voice. And the first one is a client services business where we consult and support brands in becoming culturally credible. That's how we like to frame it. So we're very focused on a space that we call new luxury. So how a young audience understands and perceives luxury, and a consumer that we call the cultural pioneer. So this kind of young, ahead of the curve, early adopter in many ways. And so we support brands in creating stories, products, collaborations, content to reach that consumer. That's what we've been doing now for 15 plus years or so, I would say. And then the second piece, which is much younger, is essentially us turning ourselves into a direct-to-consumer brand. So both having a curated multi-brand shopping platform on our channel, but also creating a lot of products and collaborations ourselves under the name Fashinnovation. And that's been a lot of fun too, because after you've been kind of watching and judging everybody else, it's very cool to doing it now yourself. And at the same time, I think what makes it exciting is that we, different from, let's say, a normal agency, we really walk the walk. Like we create our own content, we create our own products, we have to activate it, we have to sell it, we have to, we kind of live through the full cycle day to day as well. And that really allows us in a very nice way to then also apply our learnings to the work that we do with our partners. So yeah, so that's in real short, what Fashinnovation, where it comes from and what it's become.
Yeah, that's amazing. We're going to touch base on the collabs again, but before we jump into the second question, I just wanted to know, how did you come up with the name Fashinnovation?
So the real story is that so while I was starting the blog at the time, I read a book from Nick Hornby, the writer, and the German translation of that book was called Fashinnovation. So, which was quite funny, and it was all about this this journalist who kind of traveled to New York City and started kind of doing his thing in the New York fashion scene, and I just really like the irony of the name, and so that's kind of how I started using it. And it was interesting because in the beginning, when you would Google Fashinnovation, the book would always come up first, and then eventually that changed. But in the beginning, that was still very much the case. And I've regretted the name a million times because people have a hard time pronouncing it. But you know how it is with names. It is what it is. So
yeah, I mean, and it's the freedom of pronunciation, I always say.
Totally.
Right? Also, I mean, Fashinnovation is super trendy, focused on streetwear, inspiring the next generations. And it's good that you're always close to young people, but how do you establish this communication with the new leaders? How to ensure that they will come back to the platform and keep reading your content and engaging with it?
Well, I mean, I think, part of the ethos of Fashinnovation has always been to support the next generation of talent, and mainly because the core promise that we make to our audience is to keep them ahead of the curve, and in order to keep them ahead of the curve, simply put, we have to stay ahead of the curve, right? So it's true. There's just no other way, and so a big portion of our editorial focus is always to kind of early on spot young up and coming talent, support that young talent. And one of the examples that I always love giving to kind of prove that point is in 2017, Virgil Abloh was named creative director of Louis Vuitton. And so at the time, there was so much chatter around me, like where this guy is coming from. Like, I've never heard of this guy. Like, how come this guy is getting, such a big job? And so we took a look in our archive when we had written about him for the first time. And so the first time Virgil was mentioned on highestnobody.com was in 2007. And so,
wow.
So and I thought that was a good anecdote to kind of show how early we're actually starting to, write about certain talent. And I mean, 10 years of writing about the things that this guy was doing, and still the kind of general public perceived it as somebody that was kind of coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really interesting. But yeah, so it's it's a very integral part of our process. Also today, not only in editorial anymore, but how can we support up and coming talent with our commerce channel, through wholesale buys, and how can we be early there? How can we support it, with different content formats, with different events that we're hosting, and ultimately, it's of course also about making sure that your team always has next generation talent within, because I mean, the truth is, I just turned 40 a few days ago, so I'm actually technically not part of the core audience, so you could argue, what the hell do I know? So you need to make sure that you always bring in new young talent into your editorial team, your buying team, your design team, because they of course naturally connect with that type of talent. And it's not a very mathematical formula, but it's how we're doing it. And and so far, I mean, for 17 years it has worked. So I think you can still call us ahead of the curve. It's a nice way of kind of testing is, when you ask your parents or somebody else to look at the channel, and when they give you weird looks like, what the hell is this? Then you can be pretty sure that you're still in a good place.
That's so true. Yeah. Now that you've mentioned, the different businesses that Highsnobiety has, one that caught my attention is Highsnobiety Plus. So tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, Highsnobiety Plus started probably a good 10 years ago, and it was a time when basically 2010, 11, 12 was kind of when that first big wave of branded content came around. And so that meant for us, first of all, that advertising was moving from more traditional banner formats into content. Why? Because the whole world suddenly started living on social media, and a banner, of course, doesn't get translated to social media, but if you're happening within somebody's content, then that, of course, also moves on to other channels. And then once we started doing branded content, we, of course, really quickly realized that the language and aesthetics of the content that brands were providing to us wasn't really in tune with our own. And, with branded content, you, of course, want to make sure that it lives as seamless as possible on your channels. And so with that, we started Highsnobiety Plus, which became essentially our in-house agency, having a creative team, a production team. Over the years, we added the talent team and an experiential team to it. So truly full service. And then the last few years, we also added strategy services and consumer insights to the services, which essentially became a bit of its own new product, which we call cultural consulting. So up until a few years ago, most of our work would live in the kind of creative content space. So we would produce big campaigns for our clients and involve talent in those campaigns, maybe attach an event to those campaigns, multi-channel across social and our own and operated channels. But then the last few years, we really started to work with brands much more long-term, and really, start working on their brand strategy, collaboration strategy, and that became super exciting for us, because suddenly you had a real seat at the table, and it wasn't anymore just short-term success and short-term promotion of certain products, but we could really co-define with them what that product would even look like, what the collaborator would be, how you would bring it to life, and so that became really exciting. And so essentially on the B2B side of our business, you could say we have these two tracks. One is still very much content, storytelling, advertising related, and then the other one is strategy, consumer insights, and consulting related. And yeah, so it's a lot of fun to work a lot more hand in hand with the brands, and yeah, and to just have a bit more of a long-term view on things as well. And yeah, and so that's basically what Hi Somebody Plus does today, right? It's a creative agency and a consulting arm of the business. But we also work very closely, even on that side of the business, with our own editorial channels and also with our commerce channels. You know, I think that kind of you know, flywheel character between the two sides of the business, I think makes it quite unique.
Yeah, that's incredible for sure. Now circling back a little bit on the collabs, how did you establish, you know, this approach to Puma, Adidas, and these other amazing brands that you've already collaborated with? And, you know, how was the actual creation process of the products and of, you know, the whole collaboration?
Yeah, I mean, we started, so in principle, we started actually very, very early. We had our first product collaboration as a brand in 2005-06, so very, very early on. But we only really scaled it these last few years and turned it into a business. Before, it was almost more of a marketing play for us, where we would occasionally do something. In 2015, around our 10th anniversary, we then you know, did something a little bigger and worked with Adidas on sneakers and with Carhartt on a capsule collection. And so we did quite a few things. And now the last 2-3 years, it's essentially really become a business. And with that, also a team fully dedicated to that part of the business. And so we have, and that team essentially works on the Hi Somebody collection, which is non-collaborative and has, you know, probably drops every 4 to 8 weeks. And then that team also works on collaborations. And I mean, collaborations is, you know, it's never that easy, because obviously you always work with somebody else. You work with somebody that also has an opinion and a point of view.
100%.
So the first kind of barometer that we use to kind of judge whether we should enter a collaboration is, first of all, can we create something new that hasn't been there before? Secondly, does it make sense to do it? You know, quite a simple one. And, you know, and if those two are a clear yes, then, you know, we kind of move into the next stage. And then, you know, all kinds of things come together. You know, it's about, you know, what's relevant in the market right now, what topics can we play off of, what's the story, you know. So, you know, being a brand that is very much known for its storytelling, we recognize that collaborations that have a story attached to them work phenomenally well. The minute you're lacking that story, it really kind of falls flat. So, you know, for example, we did this summer, our last project was with this really small Porsche car customization company called Roof, R-U-F, and they make 35 cars a year. So it's small, you know, like very, very small. And we did an entire collection with them, inspired by their cars, inspired by their story. And the part of the story that we loved so much was the fact that their 19-year-old daughter is actually the one that will take over the business. So you have this 19-year-old girl that is standing under the Porsche and fixing the car. And at the same time, she's this, you know, gorgeous woman that also does the marketing and does this and does that, you know. So we thought that was such a unique story. And that's the story that we wanted to tell, and that's why we teamed up with them on a series of products. And you know, the fun was that it was a small customization business in the middle of nowhere in Germany, and we basically made that a global story and sold product to the entire world. You know, from jackets and pants to knitwear to T-shirts, down to even the Tag Heuer watch that we included in the collaboration. And it was fascinating that we were able to make such a niche topics, such a global phenomenon in the end. And that's really what we love the most, kind of finding these very specific partners, highlight very specific people and stories. And in that case, then products just become another channel, so the story is told on Instagram, yes. The story is told on TikTok, the story is told on highsomebody.com, and the story is also told through apparel in the end of the day. And because, it's then that moment when if you buy it and your friend asks you about it, then you get to tell the story. You're like, oh yeah, it's the super cool small business, and then, and I think that's always what we kind of strive for. It's, we look for partners that have that kind of, if you know, element to them. And at the same time, it's also this kind of dinner chatter that comes out at the end of it. We're like, oh yeah, it's the super fun thing that I came across. It's a bit of a learning curve, even that's sort of built in. So that, I would say that's kind of what makes our collaborations very unique in the end of the day. And that, of course, and that's why it's so relevant for our partners also, it allows you to go into different territories, right? We're no car experts here at Hi Somebody, but it was a very credible way for us to also talk to fans of car culture and Porsche culture and so on and so forth. So, if you play it right, a collaboration allows you to extend your reach, allows you to extend your customer base and your fan base. So in that sense, that was a quite positive case here.
That's awesome, because I feel like it's so genuine the way you explore storytelling, and it's so powerful at the same time. So I just love it. It's like blowing my mind. So we still have time for 2 questions. And the first one that I would like to ask for us to end things here is, things have changed a lot, in the past, let's say 15 to 20 years since you began Hi Somebody. Now the industry is talking more about inclusivity, sustainability. So what do you think is missing in the industry still for us to actually achieve a more sustainable, eco-conscious, and diverse industry? And what Hi Somebody has been doing, to make sure that we touch bases on these values?
Yeah, it's a big topic and a big question. I mean, it's of course, I mean, as relevant for us as it is for anybody, or maybe you could even argue more so, because, for example, in our case, inclusivity is of course a very important pillar of everything that we do. Hi Somebody writes about or the culture that we live in, is very much founded within Black culture and queer culture. So these things play such an important role with everything that we do, and I guess that also means that we kind of have to go the extra mile, to kind of make sure that it matters front and center. And I mean, we do it in many different ways. I mean, for one, of course, it's a must that it's reflected within everything that we do. So it's reflected within our editorial that that inclusivity is important to us. It's reflected within our e-commerce and our buying. That's important to us. It's you eventually learn that it can only be meaningful if it really is a part of every decision that you take. From the hiring that you do, the buying that you do for your shop, the representation of the brands on your channels. So it really matters at every stage. And I think for me, the big learning was that also often that the small things really matter, So I think that's very much key. Then internally, we of course have ERGs regarding these topics, so that we also internally work towards more inclusivity and making sure that we watch out for it. And for sustainability, it's very much the same thing. It's again also. It's always easier said than done, of course, but again, it lives on our channels, as an ongoing topic. It's something that we constantly try to improve on in regards to our commerce, because you're talking, of course, about packages being shipped out, clothing being wrapped in certain ways. So, also there, even though it's a still young business for us, from making sure that the packaging of our clothing, the hang tags of our clothing is sustainable, the shipping methods that we offer are the most sustainable ones that we can offer. And don't get me wrong, we're far away from being perfect, but those are just, you know, many little steps that we're taking. Travel policies, you know, hey, do you have to fly or can you take the train? Do you, et cetera, you know, all of these things are basically constantly being reviewed. And look, I mean, I guess the good thing is that, you know, we're at a point in time where these are all things that a young generation expects of you. You know, it's not a nice to have, it's a very clear expectation. We get straight up asked about inclusivity and sustainability in our job interviews. So, you know, people ask us like, what are you doing about it? And the truth is, if you don't have a good answer, you're not getting the best talent. Yeah. You know, and if you don't have a good answer, then people don't shop with you. And if you don't have the right answer, you know, you're just like, you know, I think the beauty is that it's gotten to a point where you really have no choice but to care and to really, you know, bring it into every part of your business and to really get behind it. And so, and that's why, you know, the significance of it all is, of course, also rising at a fast pace within bigger companies. I think you know, we're a small business, so I dare say it's a little easier for us to make big changes. You know, for us to change our bags of our T-shirts is one thing. For, I don't know, Ralph Lauren or Tommy Hilfiger or Gucci to make that change is a much more significant decision and a bigger undertaking. But I think it's very clear that the fashion industry has learned that things need to change. And now we just, you know, can only hope that things change fast enough, in a sense.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So our last question, and it's a very dear question of mine, because when I'm doing these panels, I always like to leave a message for our audience. At Worldwide Talks, we have entrepreneurs, fashion designers, fashion students, journalists who want, you know, to enter the industry, but also do it in a good way, in a very disruptive way, like you've been doing in the past years. So what can you say to these people?
Well, I mean, look, I think if high somebody is the proof of one thing, it's that you don't, because, so for example, I studied economics, right? And a lifelong passion for fashion and lifestyle, but I didn't dare go to school for it, you know, because I thought it was maybe too niche and too small and I wouldn't find a job and whatnot. But the truth is I found my way in and kind of, you know, walked my path. And so, you know, I can only tell everybody, like, no matter how, do it in a way that is authentic to you. Do it in a way that suits you and your own unique skills, and never give up. You know, because it was unthinkable that a fashion blog could become a business. It was unthinkable that it could employ hundreds of people. It was unthinkable that it could be designing, you know, products and collections that look the way they look, and you know, and I just never took no for an answer, you know, and so for me, it was always, it was about continuously transforming the brand and the business and not taking anything for granted, not the way, you know, you always get, this is how fashion is, like bullshit. You know, it is what you make of it. And so, so it, you know, it sounds a bit cliche, but, you know, be yourself and don't give up. And then I think you will find your way in.
Yeah, what an amazing message to leave to the audience. Incredible indeed. So, David, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And we talk soon for sure.
Great. Thanks for having me.
And we're back. So that was our very own Julia Vilasa doing her thing with David Fisher and High Snobiety. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Now we're going to watch a video with a few more brands in our brand directory. Go check them out. Ethical Brand Directory, Fashinnovation at NYC. And here we go. So now we're going to go to our next conversation. Fashion is the business side of retail and wholesale, being led by April Sobral, founder of Retail U. Enjoy.
Hi, my name's April Sobral, and I am going to be hosting an amazing panel discussion today. A little bit about me. I am the founder of Retail U, which is an online leadership development platform that helps field leaders within the retail industry develop their leadership skills. And I'm also a leadership coach. And today I'm going to be able to chat and have an amazing discussion with these two fabulous ladies and get all of their knowledge and share it with all of you. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Lauren to introduce yourself.
Thanks, April. Really excited to be here and in conversation with you and Laura. My name is Lauren Cooks-Levitan. I am the Chief Financial Officer of FAIR. FAIR is an online wholesale marketplace. We serve over 500,000 retailers in North America and Europe and 70,000 brands from over 150 countries. We help them connect with one another and grow their businesses. And apparel brands are a very large part of that and continuing to grow. So excited to be in conversation with you all.
And Laura, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Well, hi, April and Lauren. I'm excited to be here with both of you and with all of the members of the audience watching this. I'm Laura Ganoza. I'm a partner with the law firm of Foley & Lardner. We are a full-service law firm in 24 offices. I am resident in the Miami office, and I am the co-chair of the firm's fashion, apparel, and beauty group. We call ourselves Foley Fab. And we just service the entire industry from emerging brands to brands that are scaling up all the way to those that are global, multinational. And I'm excited to be in this conversation with these amazing women. And I hope that we do impart a lot of valuable information to all of you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, ladies. So I'm going to dive right in and just start asking you some questions. So, one of the things that I'd really love to understand more about is what are some of the pressing issues that you're currently facing in your industry? And Laura, I'm going to pass it over to you first.
Great. Yeah. So what I've been seeing from my clients in the industry is, there have been a lot of shakeups from the pandemic. I think retail was having people were having a reckoning with retail before the pandemic, but I think that it was really accelerated as a result of the pandemic. So I've seen some clients that really had to adjust and pivot from their current way of doing business to change into other areas. For example, if there were wholesale clients, there were wholesale companies that would only sell wholesale, and then all of a sudden there were bankruptcies of some of the major retailers that are now gone. So now they had to go into an e-commerce space. So I think one of the pressing issues is still, companies still trying to adjust to a changing marketplace. Another big thing I see in my practice is the innovation coming from technology. Something just even from NFTs becoming like everybody knows what those are now, and they're a big deal in the fashion space. And I think one of the reasons they are is because consumers want more than just a retail space. It used to be if you just had a beautiful space with beautiful items to sell, that was enough. And it's not like that anymore. I think consumers want engagement. If they're going to be, shopping in any capacity. And I think things like NFTs allow companies to have that engagement. So, and also the last kind of thing I'm seeing is just supply chain issues. I still think that those are still affecting the fashion industry, and people in the industry have to figure that out because it's going to trickle all the way to when it goes to the retailers as well. Because the worst part of it, the worst thing would be for a consumer to go to a retail space and then there's nothing there. And so I think those are the main issues that I've been seeing lately.
Interesting. And particularly coming up for peak season for holiday, I would think that everybody's really concerned about supply chain. I'm hearing that too. How about you, Lauren? What are you facing in your industry?
Everything that Laura said, we would absolutely agree with. I'd add a few. We see on the brand side in particular, companies looking for ways to grow their business. They're concerned about macro headwinds potentially that they'll encounter. And so they're looking for ways to find new customers. And so we hear them asking for, how do I reach a larger audience? And that's one of the things that we really focus on at FAIR. Historically, they've had to spend a lot of time on the road, going to trade shows, spending a lot of money, and maybe not knowing what would be new business on the other side of that. And so that's something that we really are trying to help them be in a position to gain new business without having to put the money up front. I'd say on the retail side, retailers are, responding to the inflationary pressures and what their consumers are asking for, possibly looking for greater value in products. And so we're trying to help them find ways to stock their stores with unique products without having to spend a lot of money running around to procure those goods, but also, being able to get access to just thousands of possible options that allow them to meet the needs of their consumers. I think another one would be access to capital. I think both on the brand side and the retail side probably in particular, they're looking for ways to get, working capital to fund their business. And that remains a significant obstacle, especially for small business owners, and even more so oftentimes for women and people of color who've historically been underbanked. So I think those are some of the big trends and big themes that we hear and that we're frankly trying to help our business partners respond to.
Thank you so much for that. I heard a lot of solutions actually come out of what you were sharing of, those obstacles. Is there any other solutions that you can offer to this audience if they're dealing with those same kind of obstacles? Maybe Laura?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Laura.
No, I'll let you go, Lauren.
Sure. Well, I think there's definitely some significant ones. On the inflation side, the main thing we do is part of our core value proposition is we offer net 60 payment terms and free returns and guaranteed payments to our brands. And those are really big sources of support for our customers in any environment, but I think they're more resonant and more important in an inflationary environment. We also do different periods of time where there's fair funded discounts. At our most recent online trade show, our customers saved almost $12 million through brand discounts and promotion matching that we funded. I'd say on the supply chain, we're giving retailers ways to stock their stores without having to spend a lot of money on trade shows. So I'd say that is a really, really important solution. Just having a liquid marketplace with over 70,000 brands to shop from, I think that is a really important solution. And then I'd say the last thing I mentioned is on the discoverability side, for a brand who wants to reach more retailers in a very simple way, having access to 500,000 retailers across 20 countries, that is a very significant opportunity. And it gives retailers the chance to shop with filters like small batch or women owned or handmade products, and to be able to lean into the values that they are trying to demonstrate to their end customers. I said one more, but there is actually one really important one that I didn't focus on, and that's financing. We talked about how, both retailers and brands are really looking for access to capital, but I'd say that the financing piece is important. It can be very difficult for retailers to have the capital that they need to purchase inventory, particularly on a seasonal basis, like we're going into the holiday season where you're trying to build inventory. That can be challenging. We solve this problem by providing net 60 payment terms, like I said, and we're also the first marketplace to offer free returns on opening brand orders to de-risk that new discovery, to make sure that something is going to resonate and remove that risk and let retailers buy with confidence. We launched a product called Open with Fair a year ago to help new retailers get the necessary capital, because if existing retailers have a struggle with working capital, new retailers are particularly compromised. And so what Open with Fair does is it allows new retailers access to capital up to $20,000 to stock their stores for opening day. And over the last year, since we launched that program, we've extended over $60 million to over 6,000 new retailers. And so I think those are some of the solutions that we're trying to provide in this very challenging set of macro conditions.
Great solutions. And I was just sharing earlier, I've been working with small clients, small businesses, retailers that couldn't get to trade shows. So I think what you're doing is incredible for those businesses to keep their shelves full. And I love the values proposition of filtering so that you can really align with what your store wants to be. How about you, Lauren?
Well,
any solutions you can offer?
Well, it's interesting what Lauren said, and I think we think the same way, at Foley, that there is not just one solution. It's not a one size fits all for everyone. And so we do recognize that, especially for emerging brands, emerging retailers, their budgets are limited, and now they're stretched even thinner. So what we really try to do is work with our clients to come up with budgets that they can do. Maybe they can just do these very important things that need to be done in this quarter, but then they know that next quarter they need to do, maybe they have the data compliance has to be done, the privacy compliance has to be done before you start an e-commerce website. You'll do that first, foremost, before anything else, but then maybe something else, maybe you'll file your trademark application, maybe the next 6 months or something, you have a budget for that. So we try to work with clients in that way so that they know what's coming and they can figure it out, and budget for it accordingly. Because there's nothing worse in any industry, there's nothing worse than a surprise, right? You have enough of them every day with what you do. The last thing you want is, your legal bill to be a surprise to come, that's the last thing that we want. It's not good for us. It's not good for our clients. So we try to avoid that.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. So, when it comes to the business of wholesale and retail, what are the major differences between the two? Because you're both dealing with both sides, or are they more similar than different? Laura.
I think they're very different. I think they're very different, but I also think it's like everything. It depends also on the players in the market, right? So obviously with wholesale, let's say you're the manufacturer, you're selling to a retail outlet, like, let's say it's Neiman Marcus, and then they sell it to, the consumer. Or if it's a direct-to-consumer e-commerce, you have your own website and you can sell directly through there. So that's the difference, in that there's this, this middleman in there. But I think there could be really significant differences in terms of the power dynamic and the negotiating ability of the parties, right? So if it's a major retailer, they are going to have much more leverage in terms of negotiating the terms of whatever deal you end up striking with them to get your merchandise into a retail chain, right? But on the flip side, if it's a new retailer, online retailer, and they want to get known for carrying certain brands, then even a smaller brand that has a lot of cachet or followers or a lot of loyal consumers, they may have the upper hand in negotiating those skills. So I'm negotiating those deals. So it really depends on who the players are. But what I have seen in the pandemic, though, I have seen a lot of companies that were really just focused into their wholesale business that had to completely shift. And I don't think they've gone back the other way. So I think that a lot of, at least the clients that I've seen, they've gone into a lot more reliance on the direct-to-consumer e-commerce form of business rather than simply relying on wholesalers, because they saw like the catastrophe that could happen, which is what happened with the pandemic for a lot of them. So that's what I've been seeing in my practice.
Interesting. Laura, anything you can add to that? Laura?
I agree with Laura that this is an opportunity to be a more diversified business. So we think that wholesale complements a strong direct-to-consumer business, and that independent retailers are in many ways the original influencers, having your products in the stores of the best independent retailers around the country gets you exposure to consumers who may end up also being your D2C customers. So we're seeing more brands than ever investing in their wholesale strategy. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that D2C marketing has become increasingly expensive and less reliable. So selling through independent retailers who, like I said, are the trusted trend curators in their communities, it can help brands access consumers in a more cost-effective manner. And so we see it as a very complementary part of a brand's business.
Amazing. Such great advice. I'm learning so much from both of you. You know, as a retail operator, my whole 30-year retail journey, now turned entrepreneur, I've really surrounded myself with mentors and, you know, a great network. Like, I think your network is your net worth, like who you know who can support you, especially as women in business. And so do you have organizations or mentors that you look up to and you learn from? And how important is this to you?
I can jump in. I think it's super important to be surrounded by people who, to mentor someone means that you care about them. You know, so to have a mentor means that you have someone there that, you know, you can rely on to go to. And I've been very fortunate in my career to have these mentors along the way, from, you know, some of my partners at my law firm here to, you know, fashion organizations that I've partnered with over the years. For like Fashion Group International is an organization I've been very, very involved with. And some of the leaders that I've met through that organization have been integral in my ability to grow my practice and just get more knowledgeable in this space. I also recently joined an organization called Chief, which is all women. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's all women leaders, and it's excellent. It's an opportunity like this to have this. We as women in this space, sometimes we're the only one in the room, right? So you're lucky if there's, you know, 3 women on one Zoom call like this. This is extraordinary. This is not my normal day. So having that kind of experience is wonderful. And Fashinnovation, I have to say, what Jordana and Marcel have done with this organization is terrific. Having these conversations is also super important. And this organization has been wonderful. So those are the ones that I look to, you know, when I need that extra mentorship and sponsorship.
That's super helpful. I just got one that I'm going to write down and go and Google after this. So thank you for that. And then how about you, Laura?
I love this question. Thank you for asking it, April. I've always been incredibly passionate about empowering women in the workplace and female entrepreneurship, and it's part of the reason I actually joined FAIR. Women receive less access to capital, and women-owned businesses, we know, were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. And like I said, it's part of the reason why I joined FAIR and why I love this job. Over half of our employees, actually about half of our employees, are female, but more than 65% of our customers are female. And so our mere existence supports them. And I get a lot of my energy and ideas and from the feedback that we get from our customers, including our female customers. In terms of organizations that I look to, one is I actually serve on the board of a company called Elf Beauty, and I'm part of an organization called Stanford Women on Boards. It's been a really great resource. And then a couple of my alumni organizations, same thing. It's what I found is it's great to have mentors and resources and a network that's both older than you and younger than you. And to be able to have perspective from different generations to share with one another has been something that's been very positive to me. And I would encourage others to do the same.
I love that. I think that, you know, I think about myself having like my personal advisory board, you know, as an entrepreneur now. I know when I was in a team, it was a bit different because those different peers that I worked with, but I have different people I can just call up on the phone and be like, I'm having this challenge, like walk me through it. And I love what you said, Lauren, about like the different generations, so that you get these different perspectives, right, as well. So that you can learn from what the consumer wants as well. Like, how do they shop? What are they thinking about? They're all looking at reviews. Me, I don't look at reviews. I just go in and I have a great experience and I shop, right? So it's like, I think it's great to have those different layers and different perspectives. So thank you for sharing that. What do you predict are going to be the major trending customers' buying habits in the future, and why?
I'm happy to jump in. I think there's two major ones that I would call out. The first being shopping with your values. I think we've seen this start with younger generations, but it has certainly grown in importance and relevance. And the modern consumer, they want to know that where they're spending their money is aligned with their values. And that dictates where they shop and the brands they shop from. I think that, covers fair trade companies and locally made goods, eco-friendly businesses, women-owned businesses, Black-owned businesses, and customers, I think, will continue to seek out those experiences in a very deliberate way, and brands that are transparent and allow them to make their decisions aligned with their values. I think that those will be the winners, both the brands and the retailers that can do that. This is supported by data that we actually have on our platform. I mentioned earlier that retailers can shop with filters. Some of the most popular filters that retailers use are eco-friendly, handmade, women-owned. Those value filters are incredibly popular, and I think it speaks to the fact that the retailers, they are shopping in that way, but it's because their end consumers are as well. And then I'd say the other big mega trend is shopping local. The pandemic, I think, reminded consumers of what it was like to possibly lose the local vibrancy and uniqueness of your community, and that the digitization of the last few decades and the kind of mallification in large stores, that shopping could be convenient, but also personal and exciting and curated. And that's what independent local retail brings. And so we definitely saw a lot of support for the shop local movement over the last few years, particularly around the pandemic, but it's continuing. And so we believe that consumers are going to continue to gravitate toward independent retailers as their preferred shopping experience as part of this ongoing mega trend.
Love that. Thank you so much. And I could talk to you both all day, but we're on a time frame. So I'm just going to ask this one last question before we wrap up. Knowing what you know now, right? Like, you've been in the industry a long time, you've got a lot of experience. What would you offer as a piece of advice for somebody thinking about going into this industry, or to strengthen somebody that's already in it? Like, one piece of golden advice, words of wisdom.
I think my piece of advice is, it's two pieces. It's go with your gut and don't be afraid to pivot. And so sometimes, I think sometimes if there's a little voice in your head giving you doubt about doing something, it's probably right. And you should really pay attention to it. And sometimes I think as women, and I know I speak for myself as a woman of color, sometimes you don't trust that voice as much as you should. And I think that if you trust that voice, it will always tell you the right thing to do. So listen to that voice. And then, for brands that are already in it and are looking, are looking to see what's next, don't be afraid to pivot if you have to. I've seen some brands, like I mentioned, that were, like 85% reliant on just, wholesale business, completely change over and doing great now in something else. But it was a complete new experience. It was scary to do it. Sacrifices had to be made. But if you're afraid and you don't make a decision, that's worse than making the wrong decision. So don't be afraid to pivot and trust your gut are my two bits of advice as we leave here.
Oh, thank you.
That's great advice, Laura. I would say mine is aligned to that, very similar. And it's all around staying as close to your customer and listening to them and taking their feedback and having that be the North Star of how you're running your business. Fair, one of our core values is to serve our community, which means that we recognize that our customers always take priority. And it's not only because it's in our company DNA, but it's because it's what's better for business. They tell us what we need to do to be better for them. They tell us what products we need to build and what features we need to improve. And so staying really close to your customer and nurturing those relationships, getting their feedback, asking them for what you can do better. I think that's the best advice that I can give anyone in a consumer-facing business.
Oh, thank you so much to both of you, Laura and Lauren, for an amazing discussion. I've learned a ton about this business, and I've got some golden pieces of advice to take with me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, April.
Thank you, April. Good to be with you both.
Hey, everyone. It's incredible when you see women taking lead, right? And being leaders within their own spaces. And that was an incredible panel. Now we're going to go to the next panel titled Is Fashion is an Exceptional Customer Experience with Stephanie Ray Bateman, strategic partner at Gorgeous, with Christine Hall, reporter at TechCrunch. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Christine Hall. I'm a reporter with TechCrunch, and I cover the world of e-commerce through venture capital announcements. And I'm excited to talk with Stephanie Bateman from Gorgeous, and I'm going to throw it over to her to let her introduce herself.
Hi, I'm really looking forward to this talk. I'm Stephanie. I'm from Gorgeous. I'm a strategic partner manager on the East Coast, so I work with all of our lovely partners in the e-commerce ecosystem.
Great. Yeah, thanks for joining, Stephanie. Wanted to start off with, because we are 2 years out from the pandemic, and there's been a lot of news in the e-commerce area, especially since a lot of purchases have gone online. So tell us a little bit about what has happened with Gorgeous over the past couple of years in terms of like what you've been doing.
Absolutely. And I think it would be helpful to start by introducing Gorgeous as well. So Gorgeous, we're an e-commerce help desk, meaning we take any way that a customer wants to reach out to a merchant, any channel. It can be phone, live chat, email, social media comments and DMs, texting, anything, and we bring that all in one place and make it really easy and efficient to answer. We automate a lot of it. We have a machine learning that I can talk more about later, but really just making it super easy and efficient for customer service teams so they can actually become a revenue source for companies. But in the last couple of years, especially with Amazon being such a major player and Prime, and also having just such a quick response time, I think people have this kind of need for instant gratification, and they lack a little patience. And I believe Amazon's response time to customers is less than 10 minutes. And so we really strive to help our merchants get as close to that time as possible, because people want to know the answer right now. If they can't figure it out or can't find it, they'll go somewhere else. They'll go to a competitor. And so we really want to make sure that brands are have the tools to answer quickly and efficiently and not lose out on those opportunities.
Absolutely. Yeah. With brands and kind of what they're doing, what are some of the misconceptions that they are coming to you about what their customers actually want, and then how are you teaching them about what the customers are actually wanting with their expectations?
Yeah, that definitely is common. I think some brands certainly think that they have all the information, but the most important people who are really going to tell you about your brand are your customers. And so what we like to do is use the feedback from customers and encourage our merchants to make improvements to their business or launch new products using that. Because if people are constantly reaching out for the same issue, maybe there's some kind of problem. Someone told me recently that they had I believe it was a salsa brand, and so many people, almost every single customer service complaint was that the jars would arrive broken. And that's, that is not ideal, because then you have an unhappy customer, but that kind of highlighted to them oh, wow, if so many people are complaining, maybe we have a packaging issue or an issue with logistics. So really using the information that you're getting from customers reaching out to you to improve. And there's also positive ways to do that too. A great example of one of our customers, Olipop, I'm not sure if you're familiar, they gathered customer feedback on a new flavor that they wanted to launch. And there was so much interest in this orange creamsicle flavor, that they then did an SMS campaign around it when they launched the product and sold $30,000 of it in the first 30 minutes. So there's definitely, you know, exciting and positive ways to use the feedback that you get, but also to address any business concerns.
Now, does Gorgeous help with that as well? Like in terms of helping them figure out campaigns and marketing and things like that they can use with the feedback?
So we integrate with a lot of the major players in the e-commerce industry, and the platforms that we work with are Shopify, BigCommerce, and Magento. But we work with a lot of the, you know, the other apps in the ecosystem like Klaviyo. So one thing about Gorgeous that's great is that you can get you know, a real 360 view of your customer. And then you can use that information to retarget. So while we're not the marketing platform, we integrate and play really nicely so that all of this great feedback you're getting from customers can be used to improve and resegment and educate them.
Okay, great. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about the technology that Gorgeous has.
Yes, so I'm always impressed by it. I am not a very technical person, but I can figure it out. So it's essentially a ticketing system. And so anytime a customer reaches out, it will come into Gorgeous. We are our own platform. And like I said, we integrate with three of the major e-commerce platforms, Shopify, Magento, BigCommerce. We actually just improved our BigCommerce integration so that you can see all of the order information and use that as macros. So there's no more copying and pasting for customer service teams. So the way that it works is if anyone reaches out, it will create a ticket. You'll be able to see that order information, any historical order information, and any other apps that you have integrated. You know, if they have a reviews platform or loyalty, you can see that information as well. So the customer service rep can really know this customer and know everything about them when they're answering and have all the information at hand so that they're not asking questions that they already know the answer to. And then we have some really exciting features. We have machine learning that actually can detect the sentiment of social media comments so that if it's positive or negative, and this is really helpful for marketing teams because a lot of, you know, if you get tons of comments on your Instagram, you might miss out on a comment that says something like, I love this top. What, you know, this is my usual size. Does it run true to size? And you don't want to lose out on that pre-sales opportunity. So with Gorgeous, it can move that into a positive sentiment, knowing that someone has the intent to buy, they're excited so that your team can answer quickly and then they'll convert to a purchase. And same with negative. It will know if a comment is negative or threatening or offensive in any way and tag it as such, because you certainly don't want, especially for high fashion brands where, you know, the reputation is really important. You don't want that comment sitting on social media unanswered, then having other people have concerns about your brand or the experience. So, you know, really being able to address any concerns very quickly. So yeah, that's just one of the many exciting features.
Yeah, that's really interesting about the, you know, kind of collecting everything and having it there for the customer service rep, because I think that one of the things that, you know, happened maybe pre-pandemic was that you'd call up somebody and they wouldn't have that information, or you would call multiple times and then you're talking to a different person each time and they don't have that history of you calling. And so you're, like you said, you're getting the same question back to you every single time. So it's nice to have something where they already know you and they're like, oh yeah, we see that you called about this. How did that go? And can ask some maybe better questions for more engagement, or to help the customer actually feel good about their purchase and you know, purchase more.
Definitely. And I personally will feel that, you know, if you call a customer service or email them and they have to ask you a billion questions, you could sort of feel like, well, how do they not have this information? Or so making it a very personalized experience, I think really gives people, you want them to leave thinking so highly of your brand. If they came for a positive reason, or especially if they had a complaint, you want them to walk away feeling really satisfied. And I think, you know, a great way to do that is personalization. And we're big on that, making sure that, you know, automating and creating efficiencies where possible so that those personal pieces of information and the customer concerns that really need a personal touch can be addressed quickly. So that they're not like, well, they're asking me all these questions for information they should have. Maybe I should go to a different company. We certainly don't want that to happen.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to touch on one of the things that you mentioned about kind of the self-service. Do you follow or, you know, figure out how many times a person, or like different places where a person might look on a website before they actually start a chat or, you know, make a call? And, you know, how does that affect the overall kind of feedback that they actually get? Because I think there's a lot where people try something and then they're at their most angriest, and that's when they go to social media and start, you know, with all of the comments.
Absolutely. Yeah. I feel like those are the outliers, right? Like it's somebody they've tried something and they're frustrated. And so we actually have a great self-service option. And because we know that 2 out of 3 people will try to self-serve before they reach out. And so we offer a lot of great, you know, self-service options for brands as far as, you know, FAQs in the chat or a help center with like any, you know, articles that can be customized for the most frequently asked questions, because that also will then free up customer service team members to be, you know, dealing with high touch things and actually becoming that source of revenue, because people can hopefully find the information quickly and easily. And 2 out of 3 times, that's where they'll go first. I know for me, I want something quick and easy. And it goes back to that instant gratification. They want the answer. And if it's available on the website and they can find it easily, we want to make sure they know where to look.
Yeah. Do you find that your customers, like the brands, do they have are able to like collect a lot of the like frequently asked questions and put them, you know, like list them out on the website? Or do you find more of them have like a kind of a search function where you can, you know, search for a question that might not be as frequent, but by using a company like Gorgeous, they can have that information just kind of on the back end, just in case someone asks?
Yeah, so we even include in our, you know, like as part of the platform, we have a rule library and we have some suggestions for, you know, we can put some quick replies or quick questions in our chat. And we have suggestions for those because we know generally what the majority of people are asking. I think 40% of all tickets are asking, where is my order? So we have a great automation for that. But yes, we offer the ability to not only have those those frequently asked questions for most brands, but also to personalize them so that you can create an article in your help center that someone can easily search and find, and they're not searching all over. I know I personally, like I've had experiences where if I can't find the shipping information and I don't feel like it's so deep buried in the website, and, you know, I was going to a wedding and I needed this dress in time, but I could not find the information about delivery. And so I wasn't sure that it was going to get there in time. And so I actually went and bought the exact same dress from a competitor of theirs because the information was so hard to find. So that's why we definitely want to enable merchants to have as much of their frequently asked questions in a place that it's also not taking up space, like right on their homepage. You know, we want to make the FAQ easy to find.
Yeah. And, you know, since we kind of have a fashion focus, is there anything that, you know, fashion brands that's actually unique to fashion brands versus, like, you know, questions and things that they get asked that are not the same as other brands?
Yeah, definitely. I think something even as simple as, you know, if you frequently have a lot of questions about sizing and customers are returning because the sizing is just not what they expected or not, you know, the same as what they would expect at other brands, you know, that could be a messaging issue. So we definitely always want to make sure we have our size guides right and have that information easy and available, because that's definitely a concern. You know, you don't want to get a lot of returns if it's something that's easy to fix. So that, like, sizing is such a common question and concern for fashion brands. And also you know, if for high fashion, for luxury items, you want to have that confidence of, I've placed this order, I've spent quite a lot of money. You know, am I going to be able to speak to a person quickly if I have a question or concern about it's arriving on time, or that, you know, things happen, things can, you know, if it gets lost in the mail, anything like that, you want to be able to have that confidence, especially when you're making a big purchase for something that you've like saved up for, or you're really looking forward to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think too, when the average consumer makes a purchase, they don't know a lot of things going ahead, like you mentioned the sizing, we check the sizing chart and kind of maybe go and get a measuring tape if we have one, and kind of do a little bit of measurements just to see if it, I don't know if everybody does that, but I had a situation where I had ordered like some t-shirts and I had used their sizing guide, and it turned out to be like 3 or 4 sizes too big, and so I had to I couldn't exchange them. I had to actually like physically return every single one of the shirts, and they didn't come at the same time. They came at like 3 different times, and so 3 different times I was sending back shirts and then trying to figure out, well, okay, which if this size is too big, now which size should I check? And so, but we're also actually, I had to send it back and then actually pay for a new shirt and then wait for my other shirt to arrive wherever it was and then get the payment back. So it's kind of there's like a lot of different kinds of steps, and so it's very interesting to see kind of how that could be better and in what ways technology can make that better.
Yeah, and I guess a question for you: did you purchase from that brand again after that experience?
I ended up, what was interesting is the shirts, the sizing that I chose the second time actually turned out to be okay, but no, I did not. I have not ordered from them since then.
Right. Yeah. And that's exactly what we want to avoid, right? We want everyone to have such a good experience that they're becoming ambassadors for your brand, and they're like evangelists and speaking highly, because not only do they love your product, but the experience was so easy and seamless, and they got what they expected, or if they didn't get what they expected, it was easy to rectify, and they knew how to reach out and how to solve the problem.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of like, you mentioned of some of your new features, like an expanded integration with like BigCommerce, but what other new features does Gorgias have coming down the pipeline that you can talk about?
Yes, so we have a 2-way SMS, which is really exciting. I don't know about you, but I think we all find that texting is so easy. And so that's really exciting because it's not to be confused. I know that marketing texts have become very popular, and so we have some of our partners that send marketing texts. The Gorgias platform will know if they reply to that text with a customer service question and can create a ticket. But just having that ability to be super fast and in a conversation is really helpful. We have our FAQ search in our chat. The BigCommerce integration is really exciting. It was built by a third party before, and now it's native, and so it's live. Like everything's live. All the order information will update immediately. There's no longer a wait. It will have the same feature parity that we have with Shopify, meaning that customer service teams don't have to keep going back. We want to avoid them going back and forth through platforms. Like we don't want them to have to go back to BigCommerce to refund an order or have to go to Instagram to respond to a comment. So soon in the next quarter, you'll actually be able to issue refunds, change shipping and order information directly from Gorgias if they're using BigCommerce. You can do that with Shopify currently, but just making it a little easier. So nobody wants to flip through tabs. It just takes longer. It's kind of a headache. So that we're really excited about that.
Yeah, kind of speaking along those same lines with kind of the feedback and sort of the data that all of the companies get as a result of using your product. What are some of like the really cool ways that they can use it to, improve their businesses?
For sure. As I mentioned before with the Olipop example, like new product launches, like I said, it can highlight any business issues you're having that maybe aren't even necessarily like customer service related, but packaging, logistics. Another really cool thing that we can do, we do chat, it's called chat campaigns. And so, if there's certain parameters, if someone's lingering on a product page for a certain amount of time and they're not doing anything, the chat can pop up and a live person will say, hey, what can I help you with? Which is great for fashion brands. And in those moments where you're thinking, I don't know what size I am. I'm not sure if what the material is, maybe it's hard to say. Being able to kind of answer those questions before you lose out on the opportunity so that you can actually convert them to a sale. Being able to, I know I've like gone to purchase something, and if I'm not entirely sure, I just leave. And so really kind of helping the customers get the information that they need, that they're missing in order to convert to a purchase.
Well, that sounds awesome. Great. Well, thanks, Stephanie, so much for the conversation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. It's been wonderful speaking with you.
Yeah, you as well.
And we're back. So now we have a very interesting conversation that I know will prick a lot of your ears up. You're going to get a lot of inspiration and knowledge out of this one. The title is Fashion is Stylishing the Gaming World, being led by Hannah Conway, Senior Strategist Partnerships of Area 17.
Hi, I'm Hannah Conway. I'm a senior strategist at Area 17 on the partnerships team. We are a brand and digital product agency based in Paris and New York. And for almost 20 years, we've been crafting and lasting digital infrastructure for some leading brands in the fashion and e-commerce space, from Nike to Balenciaga to Celine, to name just a few. And I'm super excited to be here today. I'll pass it to Joost.
I'm Joost Alverdink. I'm Chief Product Officer for Pixelpool. Pixelpool is a company that has been working in the 3D space for fashion already for 20 years. And currently we're developing a online 3D cloud platform called Detail that hopes to use 3D technology to make fashion brands more sustainable and more efficient.
And I'm Gary Plunkett. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Pixelpool. I have over 20 years experience in traditional fashion world, and in the role of Commercial Officer, I'm bridging the gap with traditional fashion and digital with the top 100 fashion brands.
Hi, my name is Jongseok Jae Lee. You can just call me Jay. It's too complicated. Fun fact, I used to be a K-pop producer 10 years back, turned entrepreneur. I've been in tech industry for about a little more than a decade, wearing multiple hats, working on various products such as mobile game, social media, entertainment. Since 2020, I've been heading the Zepeto US team, and Zepeto, we can talk about it later.
Great. Well, I think this is a topic that everyone is super excited to learn more about. You know, we're seeing more and more fashion brands embracing the virtual world as a channel to connect with users. You know, Vogue Business reported that 80% of Tommy Hilfiger's 2022 collection was designed in 3D. We're seeing high-profile partnerships between Balenciaga and Fortnite, and then Nike and Roblox, just to name a few. But I think my first question is, why should fashion brands care about this space?
We've been working with 3D technology in fashion brands for a while now, and it has been hard in the beginning, like a couple of years ago, to convince fashion brands to adopt 3D technologies. But nowadays, fashion brands are really embracing this technology, and they're seeing the benefits of it. And I think from our particular perspective, being more in a business-to-business space, I think sustainability is a really big topic, of course, trying to reduce the amount of physical samples you're using in your design process. But I think furthermore, what we're trying to achieve really is to reduce their time to market. And thereby achieving a higher degree of sustainability by producing what the market actually needs. So 3D technology really allows you to iterate much faster. We were talking about it before, like to be able to try things out, to fail faster, and thereby producing a product that fits the market way better. And thereby, I would say, achieving a more durable, higher sense of sustainability. So that would be my take on it.
I think to add to that, it's also a matter of just how the world is changing in terms of how people are interacting. There are people that's deciding whether they take a job based on their ability to work from home more or not. So in getting into digital fashion, it allows you to kind of continue to have this very collaborative effort from a digital perspective, where various people can be working from any place they want in the world, but coming into a platform and being able to review products, and then also utilizing it to sell it, even to buyers who are unable to maybe travel to your physical location. It allows business to kind of continue going. So that's, I think, another reason why they should get involved into it.
Sure, and I think, we can ask a fundamental question, what fashion means, and then it's about expressing yourself through wearables. And when we consider teenagers, like a younger demographic spending majority of their time online, then we have to rethink about what does it mean to be, to be in part of their kind of fashion. How can we enable them to, express themselves through wearables? So I think, we should definitely take a look at what's happening.
Totally. And that gets to my next question. You know, there's clearly an overlap between the fashion community and the gaming community in terms of expressing yourself and using creativity in really unbounded ways. So what really is that overlap between the gaming community and the fashion community? I'll pass it to you, Jay, to start.
Yeah, when we think about the game characters or your avatars, whatever you want to call, and they're not running around naked. You got to wear something. And I mean, the expression of the fashion, I think that kind of goes into the gaming environment as well. And in fact, we had a brief chat about kind of identity. What does identity mean in this game era? I mean, me in front of this folks, me in front of my wife, even myself before the marriage, after the marriage, I feel like I'm a different person. And then what do we do with all these kind of identities? What about my desire to wear like Billie Eilish? Just sometimes, but I don't have a gut to actually execute that. But all these things is possible in the kind of gaming like space. So I think there's a clear overlap that you still want to express yourself. It could be one or it could be multiple characters, and you need wearables to do that.
Yeah, maybe I think that's a great point. Maybe I can approach it from a slightly different perspective, more from the technological perspective. As a company, we've adopted gaming technology about 7 years ago. We started using Unreal Engine, a real-time rendering engine that allowed us to create completely different experiences for our customers. So from a technological perspective, we're able to offer our customers way more than we did before. Way back, we only offered them still images of 3D rendered stores, but now we're able to offer fully a dynamic, customizable platform that allows our customers to build their own stores. So for us, it's a huge technological unlock to use that gaming technology. So not necessarily the social or the user side of things, but more the technology that lies behind it and what we can get from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk a lot about this at Area 17, not using technology just for technology's sake, but really for the experiences that it can enable for people in the world. So I guess question for Gary and Yus, what are some of the experiences that 3D can enable for the fashion community?
I think what it does, as Yus mentioned earlier as well, it improves your speed to market. And it allows you, we were also talking earlier about just kind of this lean startup methodology, which allows you to kind of just put something out there and learn from that, and then edit from that learning to kind of create a MVP that's kind of a viable thing that you could put out into the market. So I think what it offers you is the ability to design a style digitally, put it out there to your buyers, get their feedback, and then already alter that based on that feedback and come back with a new item way faster than you would in kind of creating a physical garment or just doing a quick SketchUp. You have something that is as closer to the real thing as possible, which allows brands to kind of or buyers to make real-time decisions.
Yeah, I think the same thing applies to kind of B2C places too. When there's up and coming designers or aspiring designers, they can ideate freely because there's no physical barrier that they have to write tech packs and send it to the factory and get the samples, and they're disappointed at what do I do with the marketing and all that. But you can, when everything is digital, you can do what it takes months or year, you can do it in weeks. So I think that opens up a new opportunity for a lot of designer want-to-be or aspirational designer to kind of tap into the market, see what it picks up, and go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's clear that there's sustainability implications for this. There's implications for content creators for this. What can fashion brands really learn from testing products in the 3D world?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think when we were chatting before, we were talking about Shine, like a really big Chinese brand that is really using 3D technology to early test product ideas on social media, and then they use that input that they get from that to validate those ideas and to bring them to market. So I think that's an obvious thing that we spoke about. When I'm looking at the product that we're creating, basically creating a virtual environment with completely virtual content. So all the garments are virtual, all the products are virtual. it allows you to collaborate together as a brand with the multiple functions, like people that are more involved in planning or assortment planning, but also people that are more creatively involved. They're able to work together in a central place and to look at, for instance, a store already from the customer's perspective and really make decisions together, because everything is gathered together without the necessary physical space that needs to come with that. So I think it allows people to collaborate way better together, even if they're like working from home, like Gary mentioned, or if they're working entirely remotely. So yeah, I think that technology can definitely be used for that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think from kind of marketing, like direct to avatar point of view, fashion brands can run just a lot of testing, like just like Gary said, like work like a lean startup, meaning. Roblox, Zepeto, Decentraland, Sandbox, Fortnite, like each of this kind of platform has different aesthetics and technical requirements, and we don't actually know what kind of design will work. And in fact, what's possible or what's not possible in the real world may be possible, like something circling around you or like beaming laser kind of thing can totally work. So yeah, I would say start kind of small before you kind of scale. Run a lot of testings, basically.
I think one quick thing, I think it also increases the amount of accessibility, because you imagine, a 12-year-old is not going to be able to afford a high fashion look in the physical realm, but in the digital realm, for a fraction of the cost, you can, dress your avatar in a very avant-garde way with, various embellishment. So I think that's super interesting that fashion can leverage things to kind of take advantage of that as well, in addition to the other points we talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to ask, there's a lot of talk these days about the metaverse. Many in the gaming community have said this has been around for years. So I guess I'll start with Jay. What does the metaverse mean to you, and how does it represent a shift from precursors?
Yeah, I mean, metaverse, people have different explanation, definition. And yeah, like Second Life, IMVU, Sims, this kind of, like avatar things have been around, and it's not something new. But to me, yeah, people automatically associate with like Web3 technologies like cryptocurrency, NFT, blockchain when they hear the word like metaverse. To me, I think what's more important is this kind of spirit of Web3, which is Web 1. Most of us are kind of consumers, audience. We're not really content creators, and Web 2, like social media, enabled us to become a content creator. And once you have some sizable amount of followers, then you have an ability to sell ads. So you're not just a consumer, but you can be an ad seller, you can be a promoter. And then I think Web3 is going into this idea that, hey, the content creators can be not just promoters, but they can be the brand owners. So the analogy that I've been using is, on the social in Web 2 era, you can be the billboard, and you can decide what movie to put on your billboard. Like you yourself is a billboard, but you're not an executive producer of that movie. But in the Web 3 era, you can place the movie that you produced onto you. So I think that's kind of what excites me about the metaverse, that this ownership and kind of democratization of creativity.
I think, as you mentioned, there's so many different definitions of what the metaverse is, and various people put things out there and saying, yeah, this is the metaverse, when in fact maybe it's not. The way I've kind of dummied it down for myself is I view the metaverse as an evolution of marketing, and an evolution of kind of accessibility and brand awareness driven vehicles. So in the past, whether it is you set up a big event where people are coming to take part of a concert or whatever it is, now the metaverse is someplace you can create digitally and invite a vast, bigger number of people other than just your surrounding area, but kind of a global perspective, and create very unique experiences that may not be possible in the physical realm. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I think for us as a company, while we have the capacity to create metaverses for brands, we're still kind of waiting for the smoke to settle and say, exactly what do you want to do with that? And we could be your partner in moving that forward, but we're not definitively defining it yet, because I don't think the market has really completely come to the final definition of what the metaverse is or could be.
Sure. One thing I'd like to add, like real quick, is I don't think metaverse is, like a one product. it's not like hey, let's be a market leader in this metaverse market. It's more like the internet. It's like the kind of big paradigm. So, all these players kind of make up the metaverse, but not like a single, few market leaders.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think, great points from both of you. I fully agree. If I could add anything to that, I would say maybe two elements. I think the first thing is probably more a social element. Like, I feel like we talked about this before, like for Zepeto, for instance, people that are on Zepeto, they're living their lives to some extent on Zepeto, and that amount of time is increasing. So maybe they're like having conversations about all kinds of stuff on Zepeto. They may fall in love on Zepeto. They might break up on Zepeto. So they're living their lives. So it's a social thing, like replicating what you would normally do in the physical realm, but doing that in a virtual realm somewhere. So the more you see that replication happening, or actually the shift from doing that in real life towards doing that in a virtual realm, I feel like that's a big part of what the metaverse is. And then I think another thing that's, for me, is key is the interconnectedness. So being able to log on to one particular platform, like Jay said, there's not one metaverse thing. It's all kinds of separate things. And I feel like now you start to see like the synergy between different platforms like TikTok and Spotify, for instance, the seamlessness with which people can travel through these different platforms. I feel like if that interconnectedness reaches a certain level of a certain degree of advancement, I feel like that is a really big property of the metaverse. Then it will really start to feel as an alternate universe.
And seamless integration is the big thing with brands right now. So that kind of parallel is interesting to see there, not only from a metaverse perspective, but just in them adopting different technologies, that there needs to be a seamless integration and interface between all those things.
Yeah, and then maybe just to repeat what Jay said before, I think it's a really powerful point, is that there's not just one metaverse. So even from the perspective of a brand, what might work on one particular platform might not work in another platform at all. So it's like different markets. It's a different society almost. So totally. Don't think of it as just one thing. I think that's the beauty of it, right? There's different parts of it. So I cannot stress that enough. I think that's an excellent point.
Yeah, and I think it's fascinating to see the evolution how brands used to be using these channels as a way to advertise, but more and more they're using it as a way to really connect and engage with users. That being said, it's still relatively new and something that more and more people are trying to get into. So what would you say to fashion brands who want to get into this space? What advice would you give them? I'll start with Gary.
The biggest advice I would give is find an expert. I think that'll save you a lot of time as well as a lot of money in terms of missing the mark in X, Y, and Z. I think that's the primary thing. It also allows you, when you're engaging with different companies within this sphere, that person can speak that same language and validate whether it is the price that they're quoting me in line with what the standard is, as opposed to you falling off your chair because you think it's too expensive. It's like, well, that's what on par and what it is. So it puts things in context, and it also allows you to then, this person or persons can advise you in kind of what you need to set up in your own infrastructure to allow yourself to evolve further and be prepared for the metaverse, or just from a digital transformation perspective.
And I would say, like, try from multiple different angles. You could think of it as an additional revenue stream, like, direct to avatar sales, but also you can look at it from the kind of marketing angle. We experienced the social media and how it kind of reshaped, what the marketing campaign should look like. And just to give you a little bit of perspective, like, if you go to TikTok and look for Zepeto hashtag, it has like 20 billion views. And each month it's adding 1 billion views. Meaning it's more than like IMVU, Sims, Animal Crossing, like Advocate Life, all of them combined. I'm not trying to say that Zepeto is great. What I mean by that is, imagine your branded good, these users are wearing them and create some sort of a content to tell their stories using the avatars behind it, and then those content being posted on social medias and get like millions of views per post. Like, what does it mean? Like, you can accordingly price the items, maybe make it a lot more affordable, because we're talking about like teenagers. And then, yeah, they could do a voluntary like UGC campaigns to promote the brands. No, to promote themselves, to tell their stories to the world. And yeah, look at it from the multiple angles, I would say.
Yeah, and I would say if a brand wants to move more into this space, I think it's so new for some of these brands, and it's so far away from them in terms of they don't fully understand what's happening. And then I think what Gary's saying, hire an expert, is essential. But also try also to stay true to what you stand for as a brand, what your core values are. Don't rush into some kind of project just because you feel like some creative agency is telling you that you need to sell an NFT. Like, take it easy for a while. Just look at, okay, what does the brand get from this? How do I want to position myself as a brand in this space? Don't rush into it just because you feel there's like FOMO and you need to enter it. I feel you still need to do your part of the bargain, right? You need to act as a brand, and you need to take your responsibility for your brand values.
Right. And I think it's fascinating what you're both saying, because on one hand, it's authenticity to the channel, you know, like similar to how you might create a campaign and marketing around TikTok. You have to think about the gaming space in a similar way. And what you're saying is brands have to really think about how can they embody who they are in these new mediums, and really think about what does that brand mean in this channel. I think, you know, everyone's probably would like to know what comes next in this space. What's the next big exciting thing?
Yeah, I think for me, I try not to look at it about trying to define what comes next. I think there's an evolution of things, and things are happening so fast right now. It's hard to determine what's coming next. I think for me, it's really allowing that to happen, allowing these different things that's coming up and these creative things that's coming up to challenge each other and evolve it and let it kind of, you know, turn into what it's going to turn into. I think the key thing is kind of at some point getting to a stage where the smoke is settled, and then different brands try to interpret what that is and how they utilize it. And I think from that, it's going to create something that many people can't even envision right now. So I'm very hesitant to say what's coming next. I think it is a little bit the sky the limit. It's exciting times right now, actually.
Yeah, maybe I can take it from a bit more practical side, because we're talking about quite a broad topic, right? 3D in fashion, metaverse. If I'm looking at what we're doing at Pixelpool and how we're engaging with brands, I mentioned already, like a couple of years ago, we were trying to sell like 3D in itself. Like, you need to start using 3D in your design process, for instance, because you're going to be more sustainable. And that was something that needed a lot of convincing back then. That has changed dramatically. So everyone is convinced of that now. But now we're in a phase where we need to educate these brands. We need to tell them how they should use 3D. We need to tell them what people they should hire, how they should transform their workflows into 3D. And that's also a very big task for very big brands, that they need to turn the ship around and they need to invest in these workflows. And I feel like we're making great progress there right now. It's not necessarily leading to the most innovative, most out there ideas right now, but it's like doing the actual work and actually making sure that you're prepared. I feel like what's next is that moving from, because like when we're building virtual showrooms for brands now, they're usually just like, they look like brick and mortar stores. So they look like real stores in a virtual world. That's because that's what brands are used to. That's what feels comfortable to them. And while they're developing this 3D workflow, this is a great place to be at. I hope that once this workflow really matures and we can help those brands get there, then we can start exploring what other means are there. What now that you own this technology now, what can you do with it? Can you maybe start selling your products in a way more metaverse-y type of space that is beyond your imagination? That's what I really hope for, is to be able to take those brands to that point where they will amaze us with their creativity. Now that they own this technology more.
I think I can talk about what's happening now in Zepeto, and it may sound like what's going to happen to you if you're not familiar. So one of the kind of examples would be, you know, we're talking about this teenagers or people in their early 20s, like college students, you know, working on their own, you know, fashion design and try to publish them and try to sell them as a kind of gaming wearable items. And some of these folks are making six-figure income. Or sometimes they make six-figure a month just by, you know, the item sales. So we're seeing the birth of kind of new generation and kind of, you know, what does it mean to be a fashion designer being kind of a little bit like redefined or expanded? That's kind of one thing what's happening now. And also kind of brand collaboration wise, there has been a new initiative. I mean, there was a new initiative we did with the brand called DressX. So they're fully digital brand. They don't create, actual physical brands, but they design the item and publish to Roblox, Meta, Zepeto, and just digital only, and in their AR camera app. And they collaborate with Zepeto influencer, who has like millions of followers, and they share the creative vision together and put them create them as like Zepeto wearable items and these kind of collaborations. So yeah, like a social media enable this like Travis Scott and Nike type of collaboration. And I think this new influencers or creators can be fully virtual, like fully pseudonymous character, like imaginary character, or it could be someone, like a real world identity behind it. Whichever the case, I think we're going to see a lot of this kind of new type of content creators / brand partners.
To add one quick thing, I think as an kind of immediate tangible thing, what we find now with some of the brands that are a bit more advanced in how they're using digital is they're getting more and more to the point where the digital product is king. So whereas in the past, the physical sample was king in terms of determining where things are, we have brands now that's saying at the end of the day, the factory that's going to produce this has to know that this digital item is the truth. And you need to execute this as it is, digitally transform that into a physical item, but that's leading as opposed to the other way around and saying, this is what's possible with this, that, whatever. It's switching now. So for the immediate future, that's to come where more brands will do that. But I still feel like we still don't know exactly where it's going to end up. There's so much more to do there, but to give something a bit more tangible to the audience, I'd say that's one of the things.
Yeah, one thing we could imagine, like we can see probably brands launching digitally first to kind of validate their hypothesis and see kind of, exactly the forecast, the demand of the market. Oh yeah, like millions of people already purchased this item digitally. Why don't we create physical ones? Like it could be the other way.
Yeah. And challenging your supplier to make it possible. Because their tradition, this is how you make things, and this is something completely new that's never been done before. It also elevates your supply chain to be able to do more from a physical perspective.
Well, I know we're almost at time, so I have one last question. What is the one question you'd like everyone here who's tuning in to ask themselves as they think about this?
Yeah, so I think, like I said, it's a very broad topic. There's lots of pretty pictures being painted. I can totally see how it can be super overwhelming for some brands, for people working at brands, and they're like, what is my role in this? If I speak from my personal experience, I mean, I work in product, so my working life is about prioritization, figuring out from all of these great ideas that exist, what are the ones that we need to act on right now, what are the most valuable ones, and how do we prioritize? So that would be my central question, like when you're at this brand and you're taking all of this in, not just what we are saying, but what you're hearing about this topic everywhere, try to make it more concrete action points, and try to prioritize and try to figure out what brings the most value for my brand, and then figure out this first step. And from there, just iterate, keep iterating, taking small steps, validate, and then take the next step.
I think for me, the key question is how are you evolving beyond the physical? And we can look at examples of Blockbuster chain that was, specializing VHS and DVDs, and now there's Netflix. In many ways, I think Blockbuster should have evolved to Netflix, but they weren't thinking beyond the physical at the time, and now they're gone. And Netflix is kind of, taking over that market. The same thing applies with music as well. I mean, I'm an avid music listener, collecting vinyl, but also collecting CDs. And also took me a while to say, okay, it's not about that physical thing now, and it's about digital. I don't need to own these, 700 CDs. I could access whatever I need from a digital perspective. So if you're not thinking about how you're evolving digitally, you may very quickly find yourself in a place where the market's outpaced you and you're not able to catch up. So I think that's one of the key things to understand in figuring out how you maneuver through this space right now.
I think the best way to learn the market is look at, what kids are doing. It could be kind of troubling question for a lot of, parents. You may have seen your kids playing Roblox and spending hours there. And there could be a Zepeto player. What I'm getting at is, are you open to learning from kids? I think that's a really good point, because what does empathy look like in the metaverse era? What are their needs? How do we meet them? in their languages and invite them to the space. Like it's about kind of participating and sharing this idea, like values together. I mean, the branding, that connection is still the same, just it looks different.
That's such a good point. I think as any parent can understand, you learn so much from your child, where you feel a bit embarrassed to some degree. But I think that's a really good question, especially what's happening now. The young people are so leading that process. No matter if you're a seasoned executive, you kind of have to humble yourself and say, okay, what am I going to learn from this person?
And don't be scared. Yeah, just ask questions.
I'm not a parent, but I learn a lot from our users.
Totally.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that is all of our time for today. Thank you so much. This was
having
fascinating.
us.
Thanks for moderating.
Thank you.
This was incredible, as I knew it would be, especially because it's a topic that a lot of people have the fear, right, of the unknown. And it's so funny what you mentioned, because I have a 4 and a 6-year-old, and I was just backstage telling them, look at what my kids said about sustainability, or they take my phone, they download apps, they're 4 and 6, they know how to navigate it better than I do. So it's pretty incredible. And Blockbuster, I used to work there when I was 18, so I was like taking it back. But this was an incredible conversation. Again, thank you all so much. We're super honored to have all of you with us. And we're just going to play a quick video. For those of you watching, it's your first time at Fashinnovation, check out this video more about who we are and what we're doing, and we'll be right back. A global consciousness has arisen in every industry. There is an immediate and urgent demand for innovation in all business models, now more than ever. Community and collaboration need to be present for survival in this new world. Fashion has always placed itself at the epicenter of change, where trends move like light speed through its ecosystem. All of the old systems have been laid bare by a global pandemic and the upheaval of the establishment. As an industry, fashion must reflect on itself and stretch its creativity, because we are in an era that everything needs to be reimagined. Fashion and innovation are two strong words that can never walk apart. We created a new word to show that real transformation takes place through connections and forward thinking. We understand that every dream has to be big. It's impossible to innovate alone. Human relations are key for real transformation. Since 2018, we have gathered nearly 600 fashion innovators who are leaders to speak on our platforms and inspire audiences around the world. Impacting people from over 120 countries, leaders from other industries such as NASA, Google, and the United Nations also came together to discuss fashion and innovation. Respected voices like Diane von Furstenberg, Susan Rockefeller, Kenneth Cole, Julie Gilhart, Fern Malice, and Donna Karen, as well as new leaders including Steve Aoki, Becca McCarran-Tran, Mara Hoffman, and Miroslava Duma. Our platform is to amplify the impact of the entrepreneurial spirit of the industry with Josh Luber of StockX, James Reinhardt, ThreadUp, Katya Bouchamp, Birchbox, and Jihan of Ministry of Supply. We've put sustainability front and center with Paul Dillinger, Levi's, Carrie Summers, Fashion Revolution, and Oscar Metzavat Asklin. Institutions such as the United Nations, Parsons, and FIT, brands including LVMH Group, Levi's, Google, and UPS, and media channels such as Business of Fashion, Forbes, WWD, Fast Company, and Refinery 29 have all supported its vision. Our global platform connects voices from the fashion and innovation ecosystems, inspiring an entrepreneurial mindset, combining creative minds, and encouraging a more sustainable and inclusive industry. If you want to be avant-garde, the place where all change makers and entrepreneurs come together to rewrite the future of fashion, is here. And we're back with a conversation that I know will really, really not only inspire, but bring tons of knowledge to all of you at home. Fashion is biotechnology and innovative materials, with Sophia Wang, co-founder of MycoWorks, being led by Lisa Kesselman, assistant coordinator at the Center for Continuing Education at FIT.
I am Lisa Kesselman from the Fashion Institute of Technology, and I'm here with Sophia Wang, co-founder and chief of culture at MycoWorks. Sophia, you are the co-founder and chief of culture at MycoWorks. For those who may not know or be familiar, can you give a brief description of MycoWorks and what your role is with the company?
Yes, thanks. It's great to be here. MycoWorks is a biomaterials company that is based in California and now South Carolina as well. And we create fine mycelium, which is an option for fine leather in fashion and luxury that is made from mycelium, the root structures of mushrooms.
And chief of culture, give me a little bit on that.
Yeah, so that's a title that we invented for me, and I've played many roles in the company as a co-founder, everything from CEO to COO and now chief of culture. Essentially, it means that I am setting the values for the culture that we're building at MycoWorks and ensuring that as we scale, that we scale our culture with us.
Amazing.
And really those values are about empowering all of our team members to bring their best every day and to push this technology where it belongs in the world.
Amazing. So your creative background is really interesting, especially since you are now in the biotechnology space. You are a choreographer, a performer, a writer, a creator, and you produce original dance and multimedia works. Tell us, what led you, along with your partner, Philip Ross, to founding MycoWorks?
We have a great story as a biotech company that was founded by artists. So I connected with our co-founder, Phil Ross, through the art world in San Francisco. We were art collaborators long before MycoWorks was born. MycoWorks was founded by us in 2013, basically responding to demand from companies around the world that were seeing the amazing materials that Phil, my co-founder, was creating as part of his art practice. So Phil had been making artworks based on mycelium, so sculptures, design objects, art objects, and I saw the potential in these materials to go anywhere that design and product innovation could go, and so we created MycoWorks together, and it's an interesting path for artists to go, that's for sure.
That's great. I think it's fantastic. So how has your creative background helped you to bring this vision to life?
So entering this space as artists, and I think, you know, working in fashion for your long career, you put aesthetics first along with performance. And so as artists, we care about quality and performance and the beauty of the objects that we create. And so bringing that sensibility has been really important and resonates with our brand partners, who I'm sure we'll discuss later in this conversation, but brands that value highest quality and aesthetic excellence in the objects that they create. And I would say from my own personal perspective, I did a PhD in poetry. I am someone who thinks about language and narratives, and anyone out there in the world of entrepreneurship or starting a company, being able to tell your company's story, the vision for what you're building is so critical. So I look at the world in terms of stories and values and using those as ways to engage people emotionally in your mission.
That's great. So that's an easy way for you to kind of connect the creativity with the technology that you have developed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I would also say that, you know, today with our full team of engineers and production specialists and scientists, we bring the same level of intimate attention to the material that we brought to the material as artists. So it's an intimate relationship with a living organism, and in a way it's training us in the ways of growing mycelium to be the most high performing material. And so we bring that intimate artist's eye and observation to our process now.
To add a little bit to that, which I'm curious about, where is the mycelium from? And I know you can't really give your trade secrets. How is it brought about?
Yeah, it's mycelium is a mysterious and fascinating material in the world because it does quite literally grow out of sight, often underground, underfoot in the forest floor or within logs or wood. So we actually have our own like library of mycelium spawn, and we grow it with very simple inputs, just wood sawdust and water and nutrients that the mycelium will like. And so it's all organically sourced and organically grown in California and soon South Carolina.
South Carolina, that's great. Whereabouts in South Carolina?
In Union.
Wow, that's amazing. It must be a very intricate process, you know, for you to get the sort of the type of grade you would want to get, you know, if you want it a little softer, almost like a lamb's leather,
right,
to a little bit thicker, to a calf leather. So I'm sure you have, the processes to get different grades of, to mimic leather in different grades for different applications.
That's what's remarkable about this technology. Our fine mycelium technology gives us a lot of control over cultivating the mycelium for the features that our brand partners want. So as you say, thickness or thinness or flexibility or surface features. And so that's something, of course, that an engineered material that is natural, it's an advantage that it has over something that's animal derived.
Great. So in 2020, you actually launched your fine mycelium at New York Fashion Week, and we're coming upon New York Fashion Week this week. So it's really kind of apropos that we're having this conversation. Can you tell us a bit more about that launch and then how people responded to this new technology and the brands?
Yeah, that was an amazing event back in 2020, February of 2020, about a month before shutdowns began. So we got it in under the wire. It was the first time that we'd presented fine mycelium, our material, to the world. And so, of course, it was an amazing revelation. It was the first time people in the fashion industry and fashion media, investors, brands were able to come and touch and see and feel the material for themselves, and to see that we'd really created something that could perform and look and have the hand feel of leather, but was a natural material that was not animal derived. And earlier this year in March, we had a follow-up event called Freedom of Creation. That was really an amplification of that moment where we showed the true potential of this material as highly customizable, as something that you can create in a variety of colors and textures and thicknesses. And so we had brand partners, investors, analysts, and members of the fashion media and public come and again experience our material. And really the response has been amazing. Of course, we've had essentially nonstop demand and interest since then. And really our whole mission as a company is to grow so that we can meet the demands that we're seeing for this material.
That's great. And the brands have been responding well. How about the public? How about the public understanding of mycelium and the education around it? Because we always talk about the education aspect. And me being from FIT, I have to bring that into the mix. The education around really people understanding how important it is and how great this product will be going down the line.
It's certainly been a journey of educating the public and consumers and brands and investors and the media about this new technology. So everyone knows mushrooms, but not everyone knows mycelium. But I would say in the last 5 to 10 years, increasingly more and more people have heard of mycelium, which of course is it's the root structure of mushrooms. And I come from academia. I have a PhD and I taught at Berkeley for 10 years. Phil, my co-founder, also came out of academia. So education and teaching is a core value for us. And it's actually the way that more brands and designers are becoming receptive to adoption. And it's really exciting. And I would say that we're in partnership with everyone who tells the story, any journalist, any educator like yourself, who becomes informed and aware of the possibilities.
Amazing. So speaking of those brands, what are some of the collaborations that you have worked on or are working on, if you can reveal, since the launch of 2020?
So I can share two. Yes. They are with Hermes and with the luxury hat maker Nick Fouquet, based in LA. So of course, partnering with Hermes is an incredible validation for our material. They've been amazing partners to us. I think we share values in terms of aesthetic excellence in the objects that we create together. And Nick Fouquet is a great example of an artisan designer, a creator who really, encountered our material and saw that the material was inspiring and demanding forms. I mean, I think he created his the hat collection within a matter of days after receiving our material. He was so inspired by it. So that's really like the artist, creator, designer's response to the material that we love and that we love to inspire.
And these are things now that it can be, that the public can purchase?
Absolutely. On Nick Fouquet's site, I believe one of the limited edition may have sold out, but perhaps they're doing a second edition. So yeah, they're there, and people have them and are wearing those hats, and we're really proud of that.
That's amazing. Wow. And where do you see the future of mycelium in fashion? And also to delve into like the other applications, after you answer the one about fashion, I think, people would be interested in learning what else you've been using it for, along the way.
Absolutely. So, mycelium is an incredibly regenerative material. It's found nearly everywhere in the world and grows with very low energetic inputs. So this is a material that can really go anywhere. So starting with any place that leather can go. So the coat that you're wearing, if it's leather or a leather alternative, and your favorite bag or your favorite shoes. And beyond that, think about applications within the auto industry or aerospace. So we really see this going everywhere. And then in terms of the company and where we're going, I mean, I would love for this technology to be available wherever it's needed in the world. It's a highly portable technology, so expect us to continue growing.
That's great. And then what other applications? I know your partner has been using it in other ways over the years, before you kind of started the fashion journey. So in what other areas?
Yeah, so the early expressions were more rigid materials. So think about architectural applications, structural blocks. People are very interested in this material as insulation, as a building material, green building material. Of course, the volumes that you need for that are huge. And so part of our scaling, mission, of course, is to make this technology available to any industry where it's needed. And so we absolutely see that as a possibility.
Amazing. And then where do you see the future of MycoWorks and other areas of mycelium, in MycoWorks, and what other things are you working on maybe? Are there other
the leather alternative applications are keeping us extremely busy. And so I see that that's something we're going to focus on for a long time, but we absolutely have a lot of creative people on our team who are thinking ahead to applications for our byproduct, which is quite similar to the structural blocks and panels that Phil was using in his artwork. So we see a lot of potential in that. And beyond that, it's too far in the future to say.
I hear you there. I mean, sometimes I wish we had a crystal ball.
Oh yeah.
with everything sustainable, because that's our goal, right? Is to keep this planet turning and moving the narrative forward. And it's really amazing what you're doing at MycoWorks and what's going on and happening, with your company. And very exciting about your plant in South Carolina.
Yes.
Is that slate to open soon, or?
It'll be next year. We broke ground earlier this year, and we're really excited. It's going to enable us to produce millions of square feet of raw material per year, which will enable us to meet the demand that we've experienced for years now. So look for more in the coming months.
That's truly amazing. I think that's great. So I do want to thank you so much, Sophia. It was such a pleasure to speak with you today and to have this conversation about MycoWorks and mycelium and all that you're doing. Amazing. I am so excited to see what the future holds.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies, so much. Really, really incredible conversation. Very insightful. And what you're doing is just so tremendous for the industry and the planet and everything. So really appreciate you. And I appreciate you leading this conversation for us. And you've been with us for a while now. So I just appreciate the support so much. So we're back and we have another conversation right now titled Fashion is Bringing Eco-Conscious Values into a Scalable Mode with Rohit Burman, Vice President of Sustainability and Inclusion at Calvin Klein, being led by Alexandra York, Entrepreneurship Reporter at Business Insider. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex York. I am an entrepreneurship reporter at Business Insider, and I'm here with Rohit. Rohit, please tell me about yourself. Tell me how you got into the role that you are today at Calvin Klein.
Well, thank you, Alex, for having this conversation today. Just delighted to be here, and thank you to Fashinnovation for the opportunity to have this conversation, and pleasure to just connect again today. In terms of my background and how I found myself in this role, Alex, my training is in public policy, and it really focused on environment and health. And most of my career has been spent in this space, in the environmental and social impact space, in a variety of different roles that are CSR sustainability roles within corporate settings, but I've also had some consulting and NGO roles as well. I think what has driven me through this entire journey in a very simple sentence is to say, having a positive impact on our world. And that is really thinking of sort of both from the people and planet front, but also just sort of day-to-day basis, how I show up and how can I have an impact in sort of just my daily life and existence as well. So that's what drives me, has been my compass as well, and kind of what has driven me to engage in this work. And underscoring all of that, Alex, has always been this very deep commitment to inclusion. My own life journey and experiences. I'm an immigrant in this country, in the United States, as a person of color, as an openly gay man. My own life journey has had moments where maybe if I could put it this way, sometimes I didn't feel I belonged, didn't feel as included, sometimes felt like the other. And so that has sort of really, on a personal level, very much motivated me in terms of having this deep commitment to inclusion and making sure that every voice has a seat at the table. And wherever I am, I really am kind of focusing on trying to create that feeling of belonging and inclusion, if I could put it that way. So I think those from those lenses, when you think of my role, this is a role that blends so much of my passion and my life journey. And when the opportunity came up at Calvin Klein, a brand that I have, if I could say, I've loved and have also been a consumer of, and its incredible global reach and platform, I just had to apply, and well, the rest is history. Here I am today engaging in this dialogue with you. So it's just my life journey, passion, and just the opportunity to work with this brand that has brought me here today.
Yeah, that's very special. So as the Vice President of Sustainability and Inclusion at Calvin Klein, what does that role mean? What sectors of the company do you work with? And how are you guys, working in regards to sustainability and inclusion moving forward?
Absolutely, Alex. I think in terms of this work, probably no surprise to you and to anyone working in this space, it really is one that requires working cross-functionally and across the enterprise. So to your question in terms of sort of, who all are we working with in this journey, it's really every department that, from marketing and communications to our product development teams, to human resources, to finance and packaging. The list goes on, because I think for me personally, what drives me is also just to embed this. I always say this way, I kind of think of it as I work every day to work myself out of a job, because I think sustainability and inclusion should be something that everyone thinks about, no matter where they sit in the organization and what their role is. So the approach really is, and I would posit that all my colleagues who are working in this space approach it this way also, is sort of this approach of embedding it across the organization. And that requires really deep collaboration and working cross-functionally across the organization. We as a brand are part of PVH, and in terms of that work, Alex, PVH has 15 forward fashion targets, and so sustainability targets, and then 9 IND targets. And so there are 24 targets towards 2030. And, we as a brand within the PVH family are aligned with those and work towards those targets.
Yeah, and both PVH and Calvin Klein being such big brands, I'm sure you feel the responsibility to be a leader in this space. So what are some of the biggest initiatives that you're working on right now in regards to inclusion? We'll go with first, and then we'll move into sustainability. But in terms of inclusion, what are some of the most important initiatives that you're working on?
Yeah, in terms of inclusion, Alex, I think, as I mentioned, we definitely are part of the PVH family, and PVH launched in 2021 9 IND commitments, that are really focused on increasing diversity in places where we connect the most. So, think about it from our workplace, the marketplace and community, and ensuring that, that authentic inclusion value is instilled in each of those spaces as well. So at Calvin Klein, alongside with colleagues at the PVH corporate level, we are focused on, if I could put it this way, equity at every level, and thinking about it from both product and marketing inclusivity to thinking about it in terms of education and skills development of our associates, to a range of community building activities that really are focused on invigorating the diversity of cultures that we intersect and support and represent in our journey. So that is, our overall kind of our approach that we work with and kind of what we're committed to. I think at Calvin Klein, I think another, example I can share for us is just making it more concrete to the brand, is thinking about, work that we have done, in terms of with the vision of sort of gender inclusion and designing beyond the binary, kind of, designing for everyone. We started this effort with P-Flag last year. And what that was, Alex, is really a training that we began and piloted with our design team to really understand kind of, everything from a gender inclusive lens in terms of the landscape, in terms of fashion, in terms of the shopping experience, in terms of terminology, just sort of so that there was a common understanding of, landscape terminology and questions to ask that help drive our work. So we took our design team, as well as all of our design associates have gone through it, but we've rolled it out across a number of different teams at Calvin Klein. And I think at this point, we're close to over 750 associates that have gone through this training. And it's really with the lens of sort of gender inclusive design and gender inclusion. So wanted to share that to say, as we think about that work and think about inclusion from from beyond the binary lens, even just making sure there's a common understanding across teams as to what do we mean by it, what do we want to be thinking about, how does that impact our work, just even allowing for that training and learning to happen. So starting there always is one of the key ways that we begin our work.
Yeah, and I think that there's so many branches to inclusion, so I'm sure addressing it from a leadership standpoint, there are so many things that you have to think about, so many different, people that you have to consider, so many different teams and, these initiatives that you're talking about as well. So with all of this going on and trying to hit inclusion in every way that you can, what have been some of the biggest challenges in setting up these initiatives or working with your, team members or teammates? What are some of the biggest challenges that you've run into?
I guess where I will say maybe I'll, on that, Alex, is maybe I won't necessarily say challenges as such. I think maybe I'll frame it more from the lens of learning, if I could put it that way, Alex. And I think where I would say is one is that, recognizing we don't have all the answers, right? So, so just, personally for me, that's how I like to operate. But I also think like across the brand, we recognize that what we do have is we have a platform, right? Calvin Klein is a major global brand and has a platform. So sort of thinking about, that while we don't have the answers, each of us has many different lived experiences and stories that make up who we are. And so how can we share that? And how do we elevate the different voices and share that platform? So one is, sort of that's been sort of a learning as we've gone in this journey. Two is sort of, in making sure that this work, as you just mentioned, is a work that requires collaboration. One team, one individual. I mean, I would even say, one brand or one company can, if you think about it from a larger macro level, it's a work that requires collaboration across internal teams and stakeholders, but external. That's why we also ended up partnering with P-Flag, given their team, their lived experiences in this space, the work they've been doing, making sure we bring that voices in. And then the third thing I would say, Alex, is sort of for us is just, putting people at the heart of it. We can think of all these different things in terms of, strategy, framework, so forth, but at the end of the day, it's people that make it happen, right? And so thinking about it like from that people-centric lens, and what does that mean, and sort of listening and learning there, and lifting those voices as well, and constantly making sure that we're creating access and opportunity. So I think for me, I think of it from those lenses, and that requires constant work, and it constantly challenges us, to your question. But I think the learning is like, approaching it from that lens.
Yeah. And with any industry, any business leader who is trying to address inclusivity in their workplace or, in their production, what do you think that they should be doing? What are some of the steps that other businesses can also take in order to kind of embark on the same journey of full inclusion like Calvin Klein is?
I think, Alex, I guess for me, the one approach, I guess maybe not approach, I say sort of learning has been in terms of, and I always try to say it this way, is grounding a little bit. And, given the nature of our brand and our enterprise, is grounding it also in sort of, I say 3 C's. And by that, what I mean is thinking about it from the lens of, just our consumer, again, thinking of that people-centric lens, right? Like, who are they? What do they want? What do they want for tomorrow? What will make them express their individuality and confidence and feel confident, right? So sort of bringing in that consumer lens in the work, because that's, I think anyone in any of these roles will be thinking about that. So I think, just want to emphasize that. The other piece is, while that's so important, both, and also with the consumer, I want to also say, it's also the internal associates, because your associates are your best ambassadors and they're also a consumer, right? So I think making sure that's part of that lens as well. But two was just grounding it also in the second C for me, which is really culture, like being very tapped in and aware of the cultural context and what's happening in a larger world, and being, weaving that into the work and the role that you can play. And 3, what I alluded to earlier for me in this work is community. You can do all of those pieces, but making sure you're always engaging, sharing, and listening to the voices of the community. So, for us, that is something that we are constantly committed to and work on, and making sure that we engage and we bring that perspective in, and we hear those voices that shape our work ahead.
Right. So another major part of your job is the sustainability aspect of the business. So I'd love to know, from a sustainability perspective, what are some of the, goals or initiatives that you have on that side of the team as well? How are you kind of trying to achieve those and approach sustainability from your lens, from your leadership role?
Absolutely, Alex. On the sustainability front, again, as I mentioned, being part of PVH, and there are 15 public forward fashion targets. And I think for Calvin Klein, as we've gone on the journey in the brand, we've sort of thought about it from, one is thinking about, again, coming from the people and consumer lens, right, Alex? People know our product, they know the packaging it comes in. So sort of one thinking about first right away is thinking about how do we reduce that packaging footprint and better packaging there, right? So that's been a key priority since this team was created, and since I've been on this journey within the brand. And then the second is, again, in alignment with our public targets, we have targets around more sustainable materials that are for 2025 and 2030. So sort of going on that journey in terms of more sustainable materials. And then internally also just aligning with our teams, Alex, in terms of what do we mean? What is our sustainable product framework? What do we want to make sure from all when we communicate about it? What is, for lack of a better way of putting it, what are the certifications? What are the thresholds? How are we defining it? How do we speak to it? So just making sure that it's authentic, it's genuine, it's verified, and that is aligned across the organization. So I would say that's been kind of a key focus area in our journey and work, particularly over the last 12 months. I think one we're very excited about is that coming to the first one I touched on packaging for Calvin Klein North America, we have successfully transitioned our men's underwear boxes from plastic to paper, composed of at least 50% recycled content. I could share some numbers there, but just high level, I'll call out that this has eliminated over 650,000 pounds of plastic from on-product packaging. So just going on that transition journey on from plastic to paper or underwear boxes. So sort of again, as I said, reducing our packaging, better packaging, thinking about that. I'm very excited about that. That was one of the key things we began on. In terms of the more sustainable materials and product offering, globally we have increased compared to the last year, 50% by 50%, the number of Calvin Klein products that use sustainable materials as compared to the previous year. So I think again we have work to do, and these are just two examples, but just want to share how we're approaching it and some of the priorities that we're working on.
Yeah. And with an increasingly important sector of business being sustainability, are there any challenges that you have come across in setting these large goals for yourself?
I think, with sustainability, I always love this question. I think, one is just at a high level, I will say everyone will, I think all my colleagues in the field will probably share this is one thinking about how do we think about it from, for lack of from a cost implication lens, right? So there's always that. So just one is that piece, and working with all our teams on where we are, what's the implication of this, right? But also making sure that that's while there's a cost number, obviously, but then there are other pieces that we want to make sure we also bring into the framework and accounting. So it's not just always about just the cost aspect of it. So one is, that conversation. I think everyone has to navigate that, given who we are as a brand, also thinking about it in terms of the choices we make. What does that do for the aesthetic of the product that we're creating, right? Because I think that is also, I think when taking from information I've seen, this is just broadly not specific to Calvin Klein or just a variety of different insights that have been shared. It's almost thinking about like to like product, and then you have a sustainability lens over it. What does one choose? So it's not just one looking to make a choice for something more sustainable product, but the product also has to be strong, right? And the aesthetic has to be strong for it to resonate. So what is the implication of that, and balancing that as well in terms of the journey, because those are really important choices to make. Sometimes there's something that we want to do, Alex, but perhaps are hampered by the availability of it, given the given maybe the scale of something that we're trying to address or create, right? So that also impacts kind of some of the choices we're able to make, or to what level we're able to scale and address, and that may require a little bit more of a phased approach. So I think I would say those are three things that come to my mind. But beyond that, I think one other piece is constantly balancing one, understanding where we are today or the next year where we have reached, sort of measuring and tracking that, and then always having this North Star that we're working towards, and making sure we're aligning across the family, because very often it's not me, it's someone who's in our packaging department or our raw materials department, right? Like we set the goals, we work, we build roadmaps together, but they really are the individuals who are so key to that execution and achieving those targets. It's never a journey, it's actually a full tapestry. So sort of making sure we're always doing that, connecting and going on that journey together. And I think that requires a significant time, effort, collaboration, and trust, right? And so I think I just want to call that piece out also, that is so important in the journey. And I think my last thing, which is also my favorite thing I'll mention on this, Alex, and again, it's not, I guess you can call it, if you said, you use the word challenge, and I'm maybe I'm going to frame it as more an opportunity for all of us as we go on this journey, is really to simply say, it's the constant learning. I mean, I keep saying that we don't have all the answers, but even across our teams, like being really honest and real about the additional training, the upskilling. This is a field that's evolving at lightning speed. I don't have all the answers, Alex. I also try, I'm also working to sort of constantly make sure I'm understanding where things are going, bringing that foresight and knowledge. What does the training do? What does that mean for our teams? How do we provide them the content training to address that and integrate that into their jobs? So I guess in one way you can say that's a challenge, but it's almost sort of like, I think it can also create this really amazing opportunity for learning and growth for associates across the enterprise. So I would call that out as well.
Yeah. And my last question for you, in terms of opportunity, where do you see opportunities growing in the sustainability and inclusion space moving forward? Are there more jobs popping up? Should more businesses be focused on this and, making it major parts of their initiative? What opportunities do you see across industries, fashion and otherwise, that businesses and people can really get into the sustainability and inclusion workplace with?
I love this question, Alex, and it's something that I get asked by students in my alma mater and many others as well. I think the short answer I would say to your question on are there more opportunities in space? I would say absolutely yes. Compared to 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I think you can see and the fact that these roles now exist in almost any major global company, even smaller enterprises have these roles. So clearly, yes, there are more roles and opportunities in this space, both on sustainability and inclusion. I really think they're the two different sides of the same coin, if I could put it that way, right? So thinking about the planet and people, that the connection I was trying to make, you can't just talk about a more sustainable material but not speak about how it was made or the people behind it or the people impact, right? I think those need to really be sort of connected also. So I think this space is definitely one that I see is becoming it already is so front and center and prominent. The roles are definitely growing in this space. The other piece on it, Alex, is that I always share is to work in this space, you actually don't always have to be in the sustainability team or have to be in the inclusion team. In your own role in other ways, you can weave this in. And, I think for me, a great example is just if I use the example of sort of just packaging, changing our packaging, the colleague that we have worked with, and also in my previous roles that I've worked on packaging efforts, they've really played such a key role in that journey towards better packaging or reducing packaging, right? So they're housed in a different team. Their remit is within the packaging world, but they're really having a clear and direct impact on moving towards better packaging or reducing packaging in the sustainability domain. So you can do this work in so many other ways within a larger enterprise, and that's what's really exciting about it also.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Rohit, for explaining this all to me. I love, what you're saying about collaboration and how this doesn't have to be from a sustainability or inclusion role, but it can really happen from anybody, from any company. So I'm so excited that we got to talk today and I got to learn more about what you guys are doing over at Calvin Klein. And thank you so much, Fashinnovation, for having us and allowing us to have this discussion. Thank you so much again, Rohit, for taking the time today.
Of course, Alex, such a pleasure. Thank you so much. And again, thank you to Fashinnovation for having me as well.
And we're back live from Spring Studios, our partner this year, and so excited to have them. And now we're going to play another little video, which is more brands from that incredible ethical brand directory that you can find on our website, fashinnovation.nyc. Don't wear clothes, wear change. Check it out. So now we're going to have a conversation which is being led by Steph L. Dixon, the founder of Green is the New Black, titled Fashion is Spreading Purpose and Sustainable Values. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katina Budis. I'm the Director of Sustainability at Everlane, and Everlane is a mission-driven, contemporary, direct-to-consumer brand that offers our customers high-quality, timeless essentials that are designed for longevity and with sustainability in mind. And in my role at Everlane, I'm responsible for both the creation and the execution of our social impact and environmental responsibility initiatives. So we have created both a 5- and 10-year strategic roadmap to achieve some really big goals. And specifically, my team and I work cross-functionally across all of our teams throughout the company, from the initial designs all the way through to how we market and communicate our story and our value proposition, to really ensure that progress is being tracked towards our overall strategic initiatives. And why do I do this? I think this is, as you mentioned, Steph, this is an incredibly difficult time for humanity, also for our industry. And I think we're at a real inflection point for change. And so, yeah, really excited to be part of this conversation and to learn from both of you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to definitely hear more about your big strategy. I'm really looking forward to understanding how a large company does that. But first, of course, I want to hear from Arav. And if you could do the same, just do a 1-minute intro and why you do what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. My name's Arav Chavda. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Inversa Leathers. It's great to be on this with you, Katina, because we're on the material side of things where we try to empower fashion brands with eco-positive leather that can protect biodiversity and help save the planet. What we do is we remove invasive species and we create leathers from them and use that as an input into the fashion industry. And if you're not familiar, invasive species are types of species of animals that have been introduced into an environment where they throw the balance of an ecosystem completely off. And so our flagship product is the lionfish, which kills about 80% of life on any coral reef it touches. And it ultimately causes the degradation and death of coral reefs all across the Atlantic, from the Caribbean all the way through the Mediterranean. And so the reason I do this is because I'm a scuba diver, and I've been unfortunately watching the degradation of coral reefs and the death and the destruction that they've been experiencing for the better part of a decade. And I really wanted to do something about that. And what's really exciting is that fashion is kind of, perhaps the only industry that can come in and save our coral reefs in this way, because the lionfish is not, it isn't as usable if you're just looking at it from a food perspective. And so it's really exciting because this is one of the places where fashion can shine, and fashion can really be the hero of the story.
Yeah, it was so interesting for me to research both of you and your work, and particularly, what you guys are doing with the invasive species. I didn't even know it was a problem. And I think this is always the fascinating thing. It's like when you get to meet innovators and speak to entrepreneurs who are solving issues that we didn't even realize, because of course we're not maybe seeing all that underwater destruction. So really looking forward to diving more into that. But I think I'd like to zoom out a little bit first. And because, most people are familiar with the United Nations 17 SDGs, which is of course the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you're not, then this is maybe an invitation to go and check them out. But they may not be familiar with the fashion industry's role in the SDGs and in solving some of them. So Arav, I'd love for you to unpack a little bit more of that for us.
Yeah. I mean, the UN published those SDGs, which are hugely important as kind of a global call to action. And everyone kind of, please do look them up and know what they are. And all of us need to, it's a global call to action. We all have to do our part. And in fashion is no exception. And fashion is really one that can influence that. And if you look at, each of them, they're very wide ranging. They range everywhere from, empowering sort of the communities that need support, economic support the most, all the way through what are we doing for our planet, the animals we share this planet with, and things like that. And so what I think is really exciting about fashion is that, and our role in it is that we're able to tell a whole story about how the fashion industry can use a material, sell a product that's actively good, that's, going to protect biodiversity, that's going to, protect biodiversity, protect the animals alongside of it, everything. And all the way down to the fishers who actually end up hunting the invasive species, and paying them a livable wage and helping them sort of rise out of the economic distress that they're in. And frequently, many of the places that we work, the fishers, like the lionfish, is number one or number two on their market cards, and so they can make a really good living off of protecting their oceans, protecting their coral reefs. And we're really excited about how the UN has framed up this whole problem as we can't just focus on a narrow range. We have to think about the whole ecosystem, from what is the human's role at the beginning and how can we help people, all the way through what do we do with our purpose on this planet, how do we coexist in such a positive way.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good summary. So thank you for that. And just, for the part that you're playing as well, Katina would like to understand a little bit about Everlane and how you play a role, or how maybe you integrate the SDGs as well, and how you're actually approaching your sustainability strategy.
Yeah, certainly. First of all, I think that was so beautifully said and really, really lovely. And I think it segues really nicely into some of the work that we're doing. I think just to start off, we really recognize that fashion is quite a dirty business. It's been a bit of an exploration. We kind of started as outsiders to this industry. And I think as we've sort of grown and kind of evolved into the brand that we are today, we realize that there is a lot of progress still to be made. And so we feel that we're really on a mission to leave the industry kind of cleaner than we have found it, and cleaner than what we are operating in today. So whether we're talking about waste and pollution impacts, or the toxic chemical use, the impacts that all of these things kind of provide on people and their local communities, spread out to global communities and global impacts, all of these extractive practices and success metrics that are built on these linear models that of overproduction and overconsumption just are not serving anyone. And so we recognize that there are real hazards and real implications to these kind of conventional ways of thinking, and it's harming both people and the planet. So we really believe that we can, and also that we must do things differently. So we have developed a strategic approach to our sustainability initiatives that are really built around 3 key pillars. And we've aligned our pillars and our goals to the SDGs. So we have a couple, of course, the 17 goals are overarching, they're really interconnected and super interdisciplinary, but we have focused on a couple of key ones that we really feel like we can go pretty deep on, and that's sort of kind of guiding our vision and our work. So our 3 pillars are, first of all, keep Earth clean. They're pretty simple: keep Earth clean, keep Earth cool, and do right by people. Obviously, they're simple ideas, but very complex in the execution of the actual goals themselves. So keep Earth clean is really our efforts to restore ecosystems, first by protecting biodiversity, but also building more circular business models. So we're prioritizing things like fewer inputs and cleaner outputs throughout the entire processes of the product creation and execution. So everything from material utilization to the processes that go into the farming practices on the ground, all the way through to finished product, safer chemistry, sort of what we're thinking about in terms of the use of those products. Very kind of broad overarching pillar here, but we're really focused, I think, primarily on Goal 12, responsible production and consumption. I think that's a huge one. And that I think, again, a lot of these are very interrelated and interconnected. So it's hard to just focus on one, but that's a pretty big one for us. Keep Earth Cool is really about our climate mitigation goals. So we're aimed at protecting the climate by reducing our emissions and focusing on a pathway to net zero. And we've aligned our goals to the science-based targets, and we're aligning our approach to that work through their carbon reduction and removal practices and how to properly account for those. So happy to get into those. It's a really big goal for us. It's also our longest term goal at 2030 and 2050, which is kind of impactful. And then finally, do right by people. So These are our goals built around enhancing worker livelihood, achieving gender equality, providing and promoting fair living wages across our business and across our value chain, and supporting communities by giving back. So we've got kind of a lot that we're working in here. We have 6 key SDGs that we've built into our plan to move forward, and we're tracking those metrics across the work that we're doing. But yeah, happy to throw it back to you for any other questions.
Yeah, it certainly sounds very robust. So I'm curious though, what happens when you find yourself like maybe the challenging part of the supply chain, for example, or what is the most difficult part for you? And if you see that, you know, you're not quite hitting the targets that you've set, how do you intervene to really get back on track and really achieve the goals that you're setting out for? Because they are very robust and you're covering a lot of different things, obviously.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think supply chain has always sort of been a very challenging part of our business model. And I think of our industry. It's, if anybody has, of course, everyone probably listening to this is very much aware of the challenges within supply chain, particularly in our industry that are dealing with such long lead times and so complex tiers of supplier networks. It's really difficult to understand, I think, both the traceability and transparency implications of what a fashion value chain actually looks like. And I'm sure, you know, thinking even about like leather supply chains, for instance, and the work that you're doing at Inversa. But yeah, anyhow, I think supply chain has become increasingly more complex with the effects of COVID-19, and then sort of all of these snowballing implications to the way that we've kind of traditionally set up our supply chains. So we've had a lot of learnings over the years. I think definitely many challenges, more challenges than successes, it feels like sometimes. But I think what's important, and why I go back to our pillars and our goals and how they're so interconnected, is it's sort of hard to kind of break off our goals into these siloed chunks. I think the more that we kind of understand where the interdependencies are around climate and people and biodiversity, we can really start to address sort of some of the root causes. So I'll just give one example. Organic cotton is a really big, it's an important material to us. Cotton makes up roughly 65 to 70% of the fiber use that we create, that we're utilizing every year. And we have a really big ongoing push to convert all of our conventional cotton to certified organic sources by 2023. And we're over 70% of the way towards achieving this goal, but we're running into some major challenges on the cotton side. First of all, organic cotton makes up less than 1% of the global availability of cotton in just sort of globally available. But we also see challenges with, so we have like a major, you know, constraint in just availability of raw material. We've seen prices go haywire these past 2 years in the cotton market, which is partly driven by a lot of the global complexities of supply chain management. So country level issues, certification issues, contamination. We are increasingly seeing more and more roadblocks towards organic. So in this case, we're actually changing our approach to include more inputs for recycled content. So we're actually building into recycled cotton and utilizing materials that are already in existence that we can sort of take goals across the spectrum of our pillars and really draw down our carbon emissions in the process. And we're also starting to invest in what we call pre-organic, or cotton that is in conversion on the farm level to becoming organic in the future. So we're actually identifying farming communities where they're interested and they need kind of the signal from folks like us further down the supply chain that there's a demand for organic because of the reasons why we believe in it, for climate and biodiversity and water, clean water purposes. And we're investing in those farming communities so that we can be part of these years of change throughout their farming practices. So a lot of, I think, unconventional thinking and different ways of doing business, aside from the conventional kind of practices that our business and our industry is really built on.
Yeah, thank you so much for illustrating with an example. I think it's always great to understand, first of all, the complexities, and also that, you know, there are so many challenges, and COVID definitely hasn't helped that. And it's great to hear that instead of going backwards, you guys have pushed forward and just got more creative and innovative with it. So I think that is really inspiring, and I just wanted to underline that. So Araf, I would love to hear a little bit more from you now, because, you know, I think most of us here already know that the fashion the industry is so resource intensive. It's really chemical laden. You know, we've kind of touched on a few of these things already. And you, as a fashion materials company, you talk a lot about how materials can actually help the planet's biodiversity, which is not a narrative that I think most people would link together. So I would love for you to share a little bit more and unpack that for us.
Yeah. For us, and I think that's a really good way to describe it. So thank you for that framing. It's for us, it's all about starting with a positive input and then managing that through the entire ecosystem, because you can't just be positive in one way. You have to, you know, we like to think of ourselves as moving beyond just sustainable, moving to actively, you know, biodiversity protecting, regenerative, all that type of stuff. Beyond that, you have to do that, you have to look at the entire ecosystem of what are you doing to the material, you know, before it gets into the hands of a brand. And so for us, like I mentioned, we start with the invasive input. And what that does is it allows, like, you know, it's academically demonstrated and proven that removing lionfish from a coral reef allows the color to come back. It allows the reef fish to move back in. It allows the algae, which was, you know, going to overgrow the coral and suffocate it and cause bleaching and death, you know, allows that to, you know, be sort of beaten back and puts everything back in balance. And that's really empowering to buy a, you know, whether it's a wallet or a shoe or something, and know that you're protecting coral reef, and that's really exciting. But then, like you mentioned, it's not just about where do you start. Like, we start with a wild input, so there's no carbon, no feed, no any kind of input going into that. But then you also have to make sure that the resources that you're using throughout the entire supply chain are you know, not doing harm. So we started, and we look at a few things. We look at three things. We look at the chemical inputs, we look at the wastewater input, and we look at the energy or wastewater output and the energy usage. And we're at various stages of maturity in our analysis here. But first, when we look at the wastewater, or sorry, the chemical input, we originally started with about 9 chemicals that we, you know, in our first process. We're a little less than 2 years old now. So we'll be the first people to say that we're on a journey, just as everyone else. But our journey looks something like this. On the chemical side, we started with our first variant had 9 chemicals that we wanted to get rid of. We've gotten rid of 8 of them, and the last one is chrome, which we do chrome tanning, and we're very excited to ultimately, which some brands like, especially brands that want to make a material and have that material be used for forever and ever and ever and ever. And they'd never want that to change. It's never going to end up in a landfill. It's going to pass down for generations. That makes sense. But over the next 12 to 24 months, we're excited to be exploring new tanning methods that actually make it a biodegradable component, which we can talk a little bit more about how that is somewhat complicating as well. But that would be the 9th chemical. Secondly, on wastewater, we've actually optimized our process for tanning down to a science. It uses so very little wastewater to tan a square foot of leather. So for example, you guys have probably seen just these enormous tanneries where there's just gallons and gallons of water just being used and pumped out into rivers, just, you know, at every step, and then there's 60 steps. We do our entire, that's not us. We do our entire process for a square foot of leather on 600 milliliters of wastewater. So our tanning is actually extremely clean. I mean, that's less than a glass of water. And so we're really happy about that. And lastly, like our energy usage, we moved to a batch system instead of a continuous system because it helps us sort of maintain the energy. And we don't yet have the numbers on that, but we're excited about having moved to that system, and we're, you know, in the process of going through that. But I think, you know, rolling back to your original question, Steph, I think it's important not just to start with a good input, but it's important to know that like what you're doing to the material throughout the entire ecosystem and the supply chain is actually going to be, you know, positive at the end of the day.
You know, 100%. We really need to be looking at the entire system and everything that we're touching and really innovating. And I think both of you definitely inspired me with what we're saying, and hopefully it has others as well, because we need that inspiration and innovation to really turn the fashion industry around. And you're both really playing pivotal roles in that. So we're down to our last question now. And I think I'd really love for both of you to share a little bit about when you think about looking into the future and the world of possibilities for the fashion industry in the next 10 and 20 years, what do you think we're really going to be seeing? What excites you? Maybe what scares you? I'd just love to hear a short answer from each of you. So Araf, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Katina.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that, you know, fashion, which has traditionally kind of been such a like, you know, been viewed in less than positive lights, you know, often drawing comparisons to the oil and gas industry, the energy industry overall. I'm excited for it to become like a beacon of light for some of our overlooked ecosystems. I mean, the idea that you can be better than net neutral, you can be better than sustainable, is something that's really exciting. And we're happy to, you know, be a part of that, or excited to be a part of that. And I think as fashion tries to evolve and tries to move, we'll see more and more of it, more and more of that conversation, more and more of those materials, more and more brands who are, you know, stepping out into that direction. Because I think the conversation, you know, on a global scale, is definitely trending in that way. It's not enough for all of us just to get better. Some of us have to go to good, and we're excited to help fashion get there.
I love that. Beautiful. And Katina?
So inspiring. Yeah, I think just to kind of echo, I think that our industry has a really incredible opportunity. I mean, many people around the world look to fashion as a creative form of expression. And I think that the fashion industry has the ability to really change on a cultural level. And I think kind of pass that along to the consumer base that we're all kind of serving, both downstream, but also how that reflects upstream. So I think we have an incredible opportunity ahead of us. I think that we are probably going to go a long way before we sort of wake up to it on a broader collective, but I'm really excited about the work that we're doing, and also the work that innovators like you all at Inversa are also kind of providing us, really pushing the boundaries and showing us what can be different about some of these complex ways that we've built our businesses. I'm actually sort of a scientist in my background, so I always say that if the numbers were enough, we would have kind of done something already. We would have done more by now. So I'm really excited for this convergence of like the science and the numbers and what we know to be true with sort of the creativity and the beauty of the solutions to really start overlapping on one another and kind of pushing us forward as you know, humanity. So a lot to look forward to.
Yes, I echo both of what you said. I think there's a lot of positivity here, which is really good. I think for anyone watching, and if you feel like Katina was sharing before, that sometimes feels like there's more challenges than success, like just know we're on the right path. You're on the good way, and we need to continue. We need more of us on this path. And just to remember that sustainability really is a journey, and we're all in it together. And we don't have to be perfect. We just need to keep moving forward and taking those little green steps so that we can, as Araf said, be that beacon of light and maintain that hope as well. So thank you so much to both these amazing, inspiring people. Continue following their work, and yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the panels that are coming up.
Thank you so much, Beth.
And we're back. I'm excited about this next conversation because of Fashinnovation, the innovation in the Fashinnovation. We're all about solutions, innovation, technology. So this panel is going to be a really insightful one. It's being led by Jordana Ibrahimovic, the founder of Pop Style TV, who's been a big supporter of ours, and we're really excited to have this conversation and have her leading this. So without further ado, here we go.
Welcome to Fashinnovation Worldwide Talks 2022 panel. Fashion is Solutions and Innovation. My name is Jordana Ibrahimovic. I am a journalist and a founder of Pop Style TV. And today I will be speaking to Holly Wilson, Vice President of Concept and Design for Soma, Melanie Burkett, Vice President of Concept and Design for Chico's, and Danielle Conotop, Vice President of Design and Concept of White House Black Market. Welcome to our panel. Hello, ladies.
Hello there.
I'm so excited about our conversation, and so I thought we could start out light. So with a very simple question, which is, what do you love about fashion and about your work? Why don't we first hear from Holly?
Oh, absolutely. That the thing that excites me most about fashion and the work that we do is our customer and creating amazing solutions that make her feel beautiful and really work for her. So it's that connection between fashion and innovation that's all about the Soma brand.
That's great. What about you, Melanie? What do you think about your work and you know, the love for passion and fashion?
I love those two words, passion for fashion, for sure. I'm always excited about something new that I can bring to our customer, and developing something new, innovation with style, so to speak. And then I love, of course, working with my great design team. So, you know, that's one of the reasons I come to work every day, is I have a fabulous team that develop these wonderful things with the customer in mind.
And Danielle, what do you think?
I think for me, because we do design for women, I think I love the fact that we actually empower them with something that they can, with their clothes, they can actually express their style and their voice. So I think that that's the most rewarding part of our work, is that it's seeing that we can empower and give confidence to women through the way they express themselves.
I love that. It's super interesting how I can hear excitement in your voices when you talk about your work. Of course, I'm sure there are some challenges when it comes to what you do. So when it comes to design and concept, what are the biggest challenges you face? Melanie, would you like to start?
Of course. I think some of the greatest challenges we face in today's world is process and calendar, just the speed at which we're required to get collections done, and that everlasting cycle always you know, overlaps with another season. So calendar and process is quite difficult. Especially after the last couple of years of facing challenges that have come from external influences too, and things beyond our control, things like supply chain, etc. The whole world has been feeling issues from that. So I would say those are the things that make it more difficult. We have to be super organized. We have to have a strong vision and a really good focus on what we're doing, so that we can make decisions quickly and then move on to the next.
Yeah.
And again, that is one of the things that is the most challenging, is basically fitting it all into an average day.
Yeah, right. And because design is like almost like our drawing board, right? We work with big design teams, and it's almost like the glue of everything starts with the concept. So it's also orchestrating everything that Mel just said with a big team, and making sure that at the end, everything will have the same aesthetic. Everything will have the same feel throughout all the clothes we design. So that's also a challenge, is to orchestrate the design process. Not only from a timing perspective, but even as a process itself.
Absolutely. I think, and I lead the Intimates brand for Chico's, the Soma brand, and one of our biggest challenges is, yes, we have to get those concepts to kind of land at the right time. Well, our bra innovation calendar is sometimes 2 and 3 years long. So to get that to land at the right time and work with our storytelling on top of, you know, some of these supply chain challenges in the last few years has really been you know, exciting and, you know, a challenge, but it's definitely can prove to be really difficult at times to get all of that to come together at the same time. So that's definitely something that affects us.
What happens when there's just no solution, when there's just maybe no supply? How do you, something that you planned so ahead, how do you save your project in a way?
That goes with the orchestrating. That's part of the what we talked about before. It's like we need to be flexible and creative. That's when creativity is really put to test, yeah. You know? But it's a good challenge, because I think we actually come up with better ideas sometimes when the challenge arises. So it's exciting.
And as a creative team, I think one of the biggest things that we do and do well is being able to change and put change and make changes and react quickly to changes too. That's something that I think all of us, we've all had fairly long tenures with big companies, with this company, and we've all learned how to maneuver and change. And fashion, as we know, is all about change. And so managing that kind of, when things are hitting you from left, right, and center, being able to cope with that and, you know, redirecting your efforts, putting highlights onto something else, designing into something else, creating something else, that's something that we kind of do and maneuver every day. So when we have to hit a road bump, we manage to drive straight on through it, I would say, as a team. Yeah, and absolutely. We teach our teams to do that too. So to be able to manage through those moments that feel like crises, you know, is part of our daily duties too. Because things happen on a daily basis. A fire in a factory in so-and-so, a lorry spills all of our goods on the road somewhere. These things happen quite more often than you would think, and you know, we have to pivot and change to try and react to these things. So and as a team, we've all learned to do that.
I think one of the keys too is that, you know, we have a development pipeline and we have multiple projects going at all times, and sometimes those projects are moving at a faster pace because it's all coming together and, you know, we figured it out and everything's going well. And then sometimes you have a project that, you know, we hit a road bump or like just something that is challenging, and it doesn't mean we can't solve it. It just means we might, you know, the thing that's working might come first, and then the thing that we need more time on can move. And I think that's true of, you know, in the moment fashion collections, and also for longer term innovation projects. You know, you build that flexibility into your process so that you're, you know, try not to be caught off guard. Yeah.
So you've mentioned, especially in the last 2 years, there have been many things you had to face and change. What are some of the things that you had to adapt, but you now decided to adopt when it comes to your work?
That's a good question.
Well, I think that our development cycle was very travel dependent for a while, and I think converting a lot of those conversations to virtual meetings and online fittings and things that, you know, we would typically do in region or in travel has definitely been a change, and we've adapted for sure to that process. So that's definitely one of the, I think, major things is like being in the moment in the factory, in the offices, versus now, you know, that delay of like shipping things or sending things back and forth has definitely been a challenge, but not something we couldn't overcome.
And we at Chico's really tested out technology in a huge way. One part of our brand is completely developed in 3D. So we really developed one part of the whole brand in 3D. It's 100% done that way, using all the modern technology that is available now. And so that was an amazing ground, and we adopted that all the way through. So even now we don't have as many challenges, certainly in development, as we were having. We have now adopted that as a full-time process for that particular part of the brand. And so everything is done virtually, the design process, etc. And obviously there are small parts of that part of the brand that get developed. A new style, for instance, or a brand new fabric has to be tested, but the design part, it was all adopted virtually, which is amazing. You know, it's totally incredible the way that the company has taken on the technology and expanded it, and we've been able to train our teams to use it. So that's been a huge advantage over the last couple of years.
Yeah. And like Mally and Holly mentioned, I think it made us even more flexible.
Yeah.
So we were already kind of trained to the change, but it just made us even learn a new way of communicating, of developing things. It made us go back to our beautiful archives and look at things that we almost didn't look anymore because we wanted the new, the next. And there are so many beautiful things in our archives that we went back and, you know, and found new inspiration in there.
Yeah.
So I think that was
it was a huge source of inspiration. We're in a location that is not necessarily in a big city or near a big city. And so, you know, as everybody else did, everybody had to look inwards to themselves and what do they mean as a company, etc. We are very fortunate to have amazing archives here. And so we definitely pillaged.
Yes.
I think this conversation is a great intro to my next question, which is it difficult to balance trends and innovation? Maddie, would you like to start?
I'll start with that. I think, you know, one of the things that all three brands, we know who our customer is. And I think when you have that knowledge, I think it's not too hard to balance it, because you know from a trend perspective, how can you translate it that she will identify with that translation? We know the answer for her. We put her, when I say her, our customer, we put her in the center of our decision-making process when it comes to the trend. So there is a limitation. How far can we push it? And is she going to come on the journey with us and you know, try a new thing? So I think that's the question that we all ask ourselves every day. And by knowing our customer, I think it becomes much easier. And innovation, and I think my two partners here can even speak the same way, we try to find solutions for the innovation. It cannot just be innovation for the sake of it. It needs to really find a solution for her and the why she needs that in her wardrobe, or why she needs that in her, you know, in her closet. So
yeah, same for us. For our innovation and solutions have all been done on a basis of reacting to or listening to our customer and our customer's voice. We're very connected with our customers, and so developing that innovation also doesn't stand in the way of making it fabulous and exciting, and you know, have a lot of design content and trend content too. So we balance the two.
Yeah, I agree. And the, you know, Soma brand, I think that because we're foundations oriented first, you know, it's almost more macro or lifestyle trends that influence the longer term like solutions and things that she's needing, but fashion trends dictate necklines and things that she's wearing under. So we really have to be in tune with both. How is her lifestyle changing? And then what is she wearing under? And what's really going on out there? And how is she dressing today? So, you know, understanding how that's changing or evolving over a long period of time is great for developing innovation, but then getting the right thing in front of her as the fashion trends are changing is just as important.
I see that it is very essential that you do know your consumer and your customers, but you also have to innovate. However, you also need to get new customers, or maybe younger generations that are growing up and are your potential customers. How do you do all that, but still make sure you stay loyal to your current clientele as well to the brand?
I think everything that we do is a balance, and is a strong balancing act of, we listen to our current customer's voice very intently, and every decision we make is centered around our current customer. However, we are still, fashion brands, and I think always looking forward, always searching for new ways to update. We all service, I think I would say, a slightly older generation, and obviously we're all looking for some acquisition. Everybody does. For the longevity of a company, I think looking for your acquisition is always part of the brand. And so fashion allows you to do that, I think, because it's always searching for something new. And there's always something new on the horizon, or there's always something being reinvented that will attract, another generation. And as we look at our consumers, and as we look at the generations that are coming along now, very much age is a mindset nowadays. And so I think that's easy too. We're all very much women designing for women within the brand, and we really do think about the balance of I think trend, right, to capturing our an acquisitional audience, but we also really study what our current consumer is buying and wanting to, and then we look to see how far she will go with us on the journey of fashion and on the journey of trend. And so far we've been very successful with that, predicting that and knowing that, again, that balance of what our customer is going to enjoy, but also will bring us more, I would say, marketing and more acquisition.
And we challenge each other too. Like, we ask exactly the questions that you just asked every day.
Yes.
To each other. Like, is this far enough? Is this, too far? Yeah. How is she's gonna react to it? So I think it's like a daily thing. But we always come to the conclusion by brainstorming, by really filtering ourselves through her eyes.
Yes. Yeah, I think there's also an element of lingerie that's just about being a woman and being feminine, and can appeal to such a broad reaching customer, and just depending on like what kinds of things she likes. So like just that element of lace or a little chemise or robe, or there's just some things that you'll find have such broad appeal because they just make you look and feel great. So I think those are where we really win, is when we nail those evergreen ageless pieces.
I personally also find it hard to balance how to deal with a millennial versus Gen Z. So I can imagine how much research you have to do, and how sensitive you have to be to the needs of your consumer. But that brings me to social media, which is a big part of some of these generations' lives. Did social media make your jobs easier, or it just made it more difficult? Danielle, would you like to start?
Sure. I think a little of both. I think if you put it on a scale, maybe better, because of the feedback. Like, we get immediate feedback. That's, I think, what social media helped us, accomplish. Like, you would hear from the grapevine in the past, and now it's like there, right? Something comes out, right away if the customer likes it, if she doesn't, if she really doesn't. So we get like immediate feedback, right? Yeah. But I think the challenge then is, what do you do with that feedback? And social media, because of that instantaneous moment that you get that feedback, it's almost like the answer to it might not come as fast because we're still linked to a whole development process. So how do you really keep the customer engaged, knowing that her need at that exact moment might take a minute to be fulfilled, and it's not going to be at the same speed as her feedback came in? I think that's the biggest challenge, is the timing
of it. Certainly for Chico's, firsthand, definitely it was very, very beneficial. During lockdown, certainly, we were doing a lot of Facebook Lives, a lot of Instagram videos, a lot of communication directly with our customer, consumer. And we got, as you say, the very instant Facebook comment, the feedback on what she loved, what she didn't love, what she wanted to see more of, what she wanted to see less of. We've continued that to this day. It has been incredibly successful for our part of the brand. We've got a firm following of people. I've witnessed it myself. I know that sometimes I can walk into a store nowadays and be instantly recognized from the amount of time that I spent on Facebook. But I think it's a great way to really tell the stories of how the design, or what inspired the collection, where the inspiration came from. Our customer really enjoyed the storytelling part of it, and continues to this day looking for unique things and wants to know that story so that she can pass it on, or say, this was designed because the designer went to Europe or went to a certain part and discovered this beautiful inspirational piece and then made it into this top or piece of jewelry. So our customer really loves the story behind it. So the social media part was very influential, for the storytelling part of our brand. And as again, also for the outfitting part of the brand, how to really put things together. We all love to watch other people putting clothes together, and hey, great, how would I look in that too, or recommending different new ways of wearing colors or shapes together. And so our customer has really enjoyed it, so it's only benefited our brand from the social media side.
Yeah, and I think for the Soma brand, because we're the smallest brand and the kind of youngest, one of two major benefits to social media for us was the creating a community and having that customer reach, and because our opportunities are reach and awareness. So having that element of connecting with the customer, we acquire a lot of our customers through grassroots advocacy for the brand. So she loves the brand, she tells all of her friends, or she gifts cool nights to a friend or her relatives, and so that's how we grow. And so social media has really been influential in expediting that growth element and really bringing more women into the brand. So I love that about it. And again, the storytelling, to Melly's point, like being able to talk to her about the things on the inside that you can't really get from a photograph or even from reading copy, which is on the web is hard, versus hearing someone talk about it, or someone who really tried it on and had the experience. Is so much more compelling to hear from someone who actually experienced the product on, or looks great and you can see it on them and they're moving around. Like, I think that is very, it just changed the game. Absolutely.
Actually, you bring up a great point when it comes to quality. So it seems nowadays that people focus, you all come from high quality brands, but it seems like a lot of people are focused on maybe social issues, sustainability, changes in the society, etc. Do you agree? And at which point do you think people will go back to being more focused on quality?
I think it's already happening because I think, you know, she's more discerning with her money and how she spends it. I think she expects more from the things that she's buying. And I think that there's an element of, does it really work for me? She doesn't, you know, like the throwaway fashion is not really, you know, as relevant to her. I think she's much more particular in the why buy, that when she chooses things. So I think for sure with regard to intimates, she's spending a little bit more time on learning about the product, what it's going to do for her. And I think it's probably true of the apparel brands as well.
Yes, very much so. I feel there's more of a return to the quality with the industry and the way we've been working. I think there's a lot of awareness of how and what fashion is doing and what it's contributing or not contributing to the environment. And so I think that everyone is super aware of the changes that, you know, need to be made, future state. And I think that that has infiltrated every aspect, customer, design teams, you know, and companies are really starting to change. Everyone's thinking about what they can do, what they can contribute. And then I think really the mindset of our customer is, as you said, she's more discerning on the things that she's buying now and wants to have something special that has either a story or, you know, a quality about it or a beauty to it. We have been in a huge consumerist cycle that I think is really slowing down. And people are becoming more discerning and looking back to, is this beautifully made? How long is it going to last me? And, you know, is it a piece worth investing in?
Yeah, I think all of our three brands, we feel like it's already back. The quality importance, the fit importance, how much the value that she sees on things is the most important thing. So I think it's not about something that I'm gonna buy for a season. It's about something that I'm gonna have in my wardrobe for a long time. And like staples, it's back to essentials a little bit, which we're seeing as a trend in the market, but I think we see that even more for our brands.
Great answers, a lot to think about. So if I can just interrupt for a second, I don't know what our timing is. How are we doing with the time? Do we have more time?
I think we got the 3-minute warning. One minute warning.
1 minute warning. Okay, so why don't we wrap it up? I thought maybe to add like one more question about maybe celebrity culture and how did your brands manage to kind of stay away from it, or anything else that you'd like to add? What do you think? How should we wrap it up? Any ideas?
I don't know much about celebrity culture. Sorry. I don't know what celebrity culture is.
Well, it's like all the brands that would have Kim Kardashian wear their stuff and then they blow up in sales, but then a year later they no longer exist. So in that sense, but it's okay. We can skip that. We can just then wrap it up. Or
yeah, as brands, I don't think we're as that frivolous. You know what I mean? We believe in longevity and really servicing the customer that we have, you know.
Well, thank you, ladies. This conversation was so interesting, and I'm looking forward to continue to follow your brands and everything that you do. It was a pleasure speaking to you, and it is a pleasure to be part of Fashion is Solutions and Innovation panel for Worldwide Talks 2022. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're back. So now we have another conversation titled Fashion is Aligning Technology and Sustainability in a Scalable Way, being led by Martina Fuchs, business journalist from Xinhua, China's news agency. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. A very warm welcome to the Worldwide Talks 2022. My name is Martina Fuchs. I'm a TV anchor and business journalist working for China's news agency Xinhua, and I'm based in London and Zurich, joining you from the UK capital today. It's a great pleasure to see everyone online, and we have two amazing speakers coming up right now, which I would like to ask themselves to introduce themselves very quickly. Let's first of all kick off with Tanya. I'm so sorry, Tracey. Sorry, let me do this intro again. I'm sorry.
That was what I was gonna say. If you want, you can start all over again. Don't worry.
Yeah, let me do that. Sorry about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, everyone. A very warm welcome to the Worldwide Talks 2022. My name is Martina Fuchs. I'm a TV anchor and business journalist working for China's news agency Xinhua, and I'm based in London and Zurich, joining you from the British capital today. We have an exciting panel coming up, which is called Fashion is Aligning Technology and Sustainability in a Scalable Way. And I would like to, first of all, introduce my two speakers. Let's kick off with Tracey. Please introduce yourself very quickly.
Hi, Martina. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Tracey Mancenido. I'm the Director of Digital Product Creation for Tommy Hilfiger North America. I come from a traditional design background and have over 10 years experience working for Fortune 500 brands.
Exciting. Next speaker is Ben. Hello, Ben.
Hi, how's it going? I'm Ben Conway. I'm the co-founder and COO of Ventana, and we're a 3D infrastructure platform that allows brands to add 3D capabilities across the entire product lifecycle that's backed by an optimization engine that can automatically reduce 3D file sizes by up to 99% while still maintaining super high visual fidelity. That's a mouthful.
I can already tell this is going to be an exciting panel discussion, but let's first of all kick off with a first question to Tracey. In about 60 short Swiss seconds, how is Tommy Hilfiger aligning technology with sustainability?
Ooh, I don't know where to start. So let's start with the industry itself. Over the last 20 years, the volume of clothing production in the world doubled, reaching 100 billion tons. Our industry is also one of the largest consumers of the global water supply. Tommy Hilfiger's commitment to digital fashion is one of the many ways we are addressing our sustainability efforts. A digital garment produces 97% less CO2 than a physical garment, and no water is used in the digital product creation, with the exception of the water consumed by the person creating the actual digital garment. A digital garment, however, will never replace the physical garment. We still do need to produce physical garment. It is what we sell. It does, however, enhance the processes in which a physical garment is designed and produced. Digital product creation also supports our B2B and B2C selling while unlocking new ways of digital assets to engage with consumers. All of what I just said simply means less samples, less iterations, and more intentional product creation.
That is a great input already, Tracey. Now, Ben, Ventana means, of course, a window in Spanish. It's a window to the world, hopefully. Tell us how, in your window of the world, you are aligning sustainability with technology.
Yeah, so to Tracey's point, a big part of the reason brands started designing in 3D is sustainability, faster go-to-market, more intentional decision-making when it comes to creating these products, because it's a lot easier to show digital versions to a larger number of people earlier on in the process than it is to produce physical garments. The issue is that these 3D files are often enormous. So they could be hundreds of megabytes, if not gigabytes large. And so they're really difficult to move around. It's very akin to, in the film industry, they will work on files called proxy files because the original footage is so enormous, shot at such a high resolution that it's really difficult to manipulate. And so what we're doing is we've introduced this optimization algorithm, which can compress it so it makes it a lot easier to share the 3D files with all of the stakeholders that are required. So we can help accelerate collaboration efforts on these DPC teams, let them share it with more stakeholders. So essentially we're accelerating that entire change within these organizations that have started adopting 3D.
Great insights as well. But Ben, if I stay with you, the fashion industry is, of course, really guilty also of the pollution and accountable for about 10% of global CO2 emissions. That's more than all international flights and maritime shipping combined. So how can technology really help?
Yeah, so I think it goes back to this. I think there's a couple of ways that we can look at it. So the first that you'll hear us probably talk about repeatedly is this idea of reducing samples, of reducing physical prototypes. It's enormously expensive for both from an environmental perspective and also a cost perspective to retool factories to create a sample that they'll only create, you know, a few dozen of or something like that, not hundreds or thousands at scale. So if they're able to start there, I think that's the most digestible piece. But where we'll go from there is also going to be if you've got digital versions of these garments that you're able to share with your buyers, whether it's B2B or even B2C, and able to get a better sense of demand there, you can produce the appropriate amount. Because right now there's a huge amount of overproduction and then a bunch of waste. And so that's some pretty low-hanging fruit for the industry. Using, honestly, tools that are capable today, the biggest barrier, as I'm sure Tracey can speak to, is it's difficult for these large organizations to change the way that they've worked for a very, very long time and adopt these new processes. But once they do, it opens up a whole world of possibilities around sustainability.
And Tommy Hilfiger obviously is such a huge company as well, so it might be a bit harder and difficult to be as agile as a startup, right? But Tracey, coming back to the topic of sustainability, also digitization, is it really making the fashion industry more sustainable in your opinion? And could you maybe share a few examples from Tommy Hilfiger?
Sure, I'd love to. Digitization can absolutely make the industry more sustainable, and we are already seeing many of the benefits from this. In North America alone, all of our designers are using 3D already within their practice. We are also fitting garments in 3D to help make key design decisions that eliminate the need for multiple physical iterations and having samples travel back and forth. Real-time changes can also be applied. This means significant savings in sample making productions, as Ben mentioned, and a reduction in shipping costs and a reduction in our carbon footprint. The pandemic also accelerated our digital roadmap. So during this time, we began creating and leveraging digital assets for our e-commerce site and have implemented 3D pipelines with our sales, e-com, and also our marketing teams. This also translates to further reduced garment and shoe production costs and timelines. So really enabling this 3D ecosystem and leveraging the power of what this asset can do and bringing it across all parts of the business from upstream all the way to downstream.
Now, Ben, of course, many experts are saying that digitization removes middlemen and middlewomen, improves the speed and transparency in the business, and also lowers the inventory days as well, which is very important for many companies. Tell us about some of the recent initiatives that Ventana has launched in this regard.
So, I mean, at our core, like I think sustainability or helping clients achieve those goals is kind of a byproduct of what we're doing. What we're doing is trying to facilitate the use of digital assets across the entire product lifecycle. And so to that end, we've spent a lot of time recently making it easier for these companies to integrate 3D web viewers, annotation technology that allows them to have more meaningful collaboration earlier on in the process. Basically, one of the biggest barriers is it can be enormously frustrating when brands think they're going to be taking on this idea of digital transformation and going to design in 3D, and they're finding that the process is actually slower than it was in the way that they used to do things. And the reality is there's just going to be growing pains. That's just what happens. But there's a lot of things they don't even know are going to be a problem until you're actually in the weeds and doing it. And so what we're trying to do is automate as many of those things as possible so it can really be a smooth transition for them as they start adopting 3D, and then they're able to go from 3D creation and design decisions to selling a lot faster. So that's where our main focus is.
You are the co-founder and COO of Ventana. It's a pretty young and fresh startup. I'm really interested in learning who your clients are and what kind of demand you are seeing for your 3D products in the fashion space.
Sure. Well, PVH is one of them. so hence Tracey on the call with us. VF Corp is another one of our larger clients who's done a pretty incredible job of digitizing across multiple brands across the entire organization. Primarily the use cases that we're seeing today are very much around the B2B side. So we see some stuff upstream on the 3D collaboration, like earlier on, of just sharing files rather than sending like screenshots of a 3D model in Browseware or a render, which can be time consuming to generate. But a lot of it's on the B2B side because this is something I think we'll probably talk about a little later in the conversation. When selling to B2B buyers, they're in the industry. They understand a little bit more about like, this is how this garment's supposed to look. Like they can infer things that maybe a consumer can't. And so with regard to the fidelity of a 3D model that lives on the web versus like the actual product, B2B buyers are a little bit more understanding, and we found that brands feel more comfortable testing there. So that's probably the area we're seeing the most, is like virtual showrooms, platforms like Jor, when they're selling in 3D, we're seeing a lot of demand there. And then the other side of it is obviously all things metaverse. I talked about this recently. There's still a lot of stuff that needs to happen before it's there. I'd say that anything that people are doing on like the metaverse side of things is very much an agency style initiative. It has little to do with sustainability, no matter really what someone's saying. It's way too early on that side of things. So the most meaningful stuff I think is happening in the decision-making process and the B2B selling side of things today.
But it's great to see that the big fish like Tommy Hilfiger are really transforming and catching up on all these trends and, you know, really playing a leading role as well. Tracey, what were some of the motivating factors there for you? Was it sustainability? Was it the interest in technology? Or was it the consumer demand as well and the awareness in society to really, you know, fight climate change?
For me, it was actually the technology. I come from a traditional design background. I've been designing product for over 10 years, and that shift in how we work is what interested me the most. And seeing the opportunity that unfolded right before my eyes in the possibilities and use cases that digital fashion kind of can enhance our industry and make it that much better. As Ben mentioned, the digital transformation side of it was a huge challenge. And I use that as an opportunity to be vocal and be an evangelist for digital fashion within the organization. And I think Ben was also mentioning this earlier. One of my frustrations was spending time on these beautiful 3D assets only to show them two-dimensionally was incredibly frustrating. So leaning on technology such as Ventana has been a huge game changer for us in how we are now beginning to interact with 3D models, and also having our internal business partners, as well as our B2B partners and even our B2C partners, understand what a 3D asset is and engage with them in a new way. It's a way that they wouldn't be able to engage with product two-dimensionally, even if it's a shot physical product in the same manner.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure that Ventana and Ben, you have amazing expansion plans as well, globally, hopefully to every corner in the world. But tell us a little bit about, you know, the funding and whether you see enough investments coming into this 3D sector as well, or if there is still a long way to go.
Yeah, so I think that there's a lot of investments that are pouring in. I think that a natural progression of that is you're going to see a bunch of failures. There's going to be, that's just the reality of it, is that there's a huge amount of money and we're going to try and figure out what actually works. I think that one of the things that we're still kind of lacking right now that will dramatically accelerate things is kind of that killer end use case. So, and what I mean by that is, yes, you can see a 3D version of the garment on the web and interact with it with your mouse. Yes, you can see it using augmented reality to see it like in your room. And there is some stuff that's happening with virtual try-on, but it's honestly super nascent and not the best. It's really more of like an entertainment purpose. I think that if we're able to find a 3D environment that really resonates with buyers and provides kind of a very differentiated experience from what's happened in the past, and it's resulting in real revenue because, like, let's be honest about this. It's super important. Obviously, there's sustainability initiatives. People are looking to do this, but at the end of the day, brands and companies are not going to invest in this technology unless they're seeing returns on their investment. And so my hope is that over the next 12 to 24 months, we're going to see some more of these end use cases where you can leverage these 3D assets. We're seeing some exciting things happen with like Fortnite and Roblox and some existing platforms that have gained a lot of traction recently. But I think there's probably more to be coming down the pipe soon. But I wouldn't say that. I'd say it's an area that's pretty heavily funded at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. Tracey, the topic of our panel is aligning sustainability and technology in a scalable way. Now at Tommy Hilfiger, how are you using 3D technologies to really scale up the business when it comes to, you know, new technology, but also business model innovations?
I think when it comes to new technology, Ben pretty much hit the nail on the head. It's really understanding what the ROI is for the business. I think first and foremost, that is the primary focus. But what I really also want to focus on is that with all new technologies, it starts with the people. It starts with the users and everyone that will be interacting with any new technologies. And specifically, I will speak to digital assets. And for us, it started with creative, with our designers and our technical designers, then with our supply partners thereafter. I mean, it was used to land and invest in seasonal assortments without physical product being made. And from there, as I mentioned earlier, we started unlocking more use cases. More use cases means creating this 3D ecosystem. And it also means more people. So it's really gaining the trust in the technology and working together, not just internally with our cross-functional partners, but also with our technology partners such as Ventana to unlock any more use cases and improve efficiencies on both sides.
Do you feel, Ben, that trust is a big issue? Gaining trust of new customers especially?
I think that education is a huge issue and that can play into trust. I think that that's an area that's, like you asked earlier about kind of what are some of our focuses. We're going to be launching a new series that's all about educating designers, and it's educating designers about like how to use 3D for real-time experiences, meaning web-based or game engine. That lack of knowledge leads to misaligned expectations, which then leads to a lack of trust because people have expectations that maybe aren't realistic in terms of the time they're going to be able to leverage 3D, the ways they might be able to leverage 3D, the additional tools that might be needed to make it effective. And so that has been certainly a challenge. And yeah, I'd say there have been times when it has been difficult to gain customers' trust just because it's so new. And frankly, there's a lot of noise and kind of smoke and mirrors happening in this space that you really need to establish yourself as someone who is trustworthy and giving honest answers as to what's possible today, what's not possible ever, and what might be possible in 6 to 12 months.
At least I'm hoping that we are not going to see as much volatility as in cryptocurrencies, right?
I don't think we will. It depends on how you slice up the market, but
yes,
yeah.
A more stable sector to invest in. Now, of course, you are mainly focused on B2B selling and e-commerce of the 3D design files, Ben. How are you further planning to expand this, very young business, and where do you see the next big trends happening?
So I'm super excited about what's going to happen in 3D advertising next year. There's been, we work really closely with Meta. We work with Google as well, like pretty much all of the major ad platforms. They've all been quietly or not as quietly starting to test out 3D advertising. And what I love about 3D ads and interactive ads is, one, it's bringing something new to a medium that's been pretty stagnant for a very long time. I mean, we've gotten images, GIFs, and videos, and they've found better ways to compress them. So maybe they're longer or higher fidelity, but that's essentially it. Adding interactive element is going to be really interesting, and it's also super digestible for brands, and an area where they're used to taking risks and trying experiments very, very frequently. And so I think there's going to be a low barrier to entry for testing it, and I think there's going to be a really high ROI. So that's where I would keep my eye on in the space, starting probably Q2 of 2023, I think we're going to see some super exciting things with 3D ads.
Would you agree with that, Tracey? Is that Tommy Hilfiger also focusing on 3D ads? Can we expect more from you in this area?
Yes, absolutely. We have some projects currently in the works that we're super excited about, and it's really unlocking the opportunities of these 3D assets from ideation all the way into how our consumers can engage with it in new and interesting ways.
Can't wait to see more. Now we are almost reaching the end of this panel discussion already. So last question to you, Tracey. 3D's role, of course, in sustainability to reduce waste and also exploring virtual fashion is gaining importance. What's your view on the next big 3D trends?
So I believe the reason why fashion is so important to us is because it's a construct for identity and self-expression. We have already started to create different versions of ourselves through social media using words, images, video. As we spend and split our time between physical and virtual worlds, our identity will also play a significant part in how we choose to express ourselves. Knowing this, I believe virtual fashion is going to play a huge role and an equally important role at that, and one without the limitations of our physical environment. So my excitement lies in what that can be, what that means for brands, and what that means for our digital self-expression.
Thank you so much. That's everything we have time for at the moment on this panel. Fashion is aligning technology and sustainability in a scalable way. Big thank you to Ben Conway. He's the co-founder and COO of Ventana, and Tracey Mancenido. She's a director of digital product creation at Tommy Hilfiger North America. See you very soon, and I hope to catch up with you in a physical form the next time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. We're back. Now we have a conversation that I'm very excited about because the speaker has been our host on our blue carpet since we founded Fashinnovation back in September 2018, Lucy Norris. So I'm so excited to announce this today. Special. The title of the conversation is Fashion is the Secondhand Market with Lucy J. Norris, founder of Secondhand Styling UK, led by Fernanda Simone, the executive director of Fashion Revolution Brazil and the sustainability editor of Vogue Brazil. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Jordana. It is always a pleasure to be here with you, with all of you. And I am Fernanda Simone, a Brazilian activist, Fashion Revolution Brazil director. I also write about sustainability for Vogue Brazil. I have been advocating for a better fashion system over the past 12 years. And it is an honor to be here today talking about the second-hand market, which on the bright side brings the possibility to make fashion more circular, but on the other hand, it can also make fashion more disposable as the consumerism is growing and some people are buying clothes without purpose and they think donating to the second-hand market, it is a solution, which is not. And well, to talk about this, we have Lucy Morris, who is the founder of Second-Hand Styling UK. It is a pleasure to talk to you, Lucy. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Fernanda, for having me. And it's a pleasure to be able to discuss this topic with you. I'm very excited about the conversation today.
Wow, I believe it will be a very important conversation. Welcome. And well, I would like to ask you to introduce yourself and also tell us about your project, how does it work?
So as you mentioned, I'm the founder of Secondhand Styling UK. So we are an e-commerce platform that enables our community to swap, shop, and style secondhand. So we started this about 12 months ago, and we started with education being the way that we wanted to connect with our community. So we pulled together a long series of videos, really educating our community about how to shop secondhand, what it means to have a capsule wardrobe that is secondhand, how to be intentional with your purchases even when shopping secondhand. This developed into swap shops. So we were doing these physical pop-ups where our community could come and swap their clothes. So those items that they no longer wanted in their wardrobe, they'd bring, we would give them sort of a value, and then they could swap with the rest of the community. And then this has all expanded into a platform now where people can shop secondhand treasures that we're curating on a quarterly basis. They can swap, so they can still upload pictures of items that they no longer wear and get credit that they can then use towards purchases on the site. And then they can also use our styling services, where they can actually have the opportunity to learn more about what is needed in a secondhand wardrobe, what is not needed, how to invest in secondhand pieces, where to put their money, and how to, like you said, make conscious decisions that are actually going to help the world of secondhand rather than harm it, because it is growing so fast. But at the same time, we really need to be careful about how we treat this space that we're in so that it can continue to make a positive impact.
Very nice. And Lucy, tell me, what motivated you to create this project?
So I have been shopping secondhand, dressing secondhand all my life. It came out of necessity. My mom was a single parent, so this is what she knew how to do. But she was always focused on quality. So she may not have been able to afford the nicer, more expensive items, but she knew how to source those items that were in the charity shops, that were in the thrift stores at a cheaper price, and make pre-loved look premium. So she really taught me everything that I knew, and I have been wearing secondhand all my life. Now, I'm not proud to say that, when I was younger, I wasn't necessarily the person that would be so open to say I'm wearing secondhand, because it wasn't always accepted for many different reasons. And, in all honesty, at times I was embarrassed to say I was wearing secondhand. But then I realized as I grew up that this was actually the best kept secret. And it was something that people loved about my style. I spent 15 years in New York on the red carpet interviewing celebrities, and I was constantly amazed by what they wore. I was going backstage at fashion shows, paying attention to detail and quality, and then learning how to incorporate that into my own purchases of secondhand, and how to make my outfits on the red carpet look like they were designer when they were secondhand, generally high store or high end. So I moved back from New York 2 years ago, and I had to basically start my life again. I moved back with just a suitcase. I decided to go in a completely different direction with my job, and I had to make myself appear professional and as though I was worthy and ready for this role that I wanted. And I couldn't afford to do it. I was back on this budget. And I think I just had to do it the only way I knew how, which was through secondhand and thrifting. So I did. And I managed to, get ahead and, basically create a wonderful life, but doing it on a budget through secondhand. And secondhand is more than just fashion. It's about feeling good. It's about empowering people. It's about making fashion accessible. And these were all the things that I started to become even more passionate about when I started sharing my story with others, and realized that actually there's so many people in so many different circumstances that can make secondhand work for them for multiple different reasons. And that was why we needed a place for this to all happen and to be able to be shared.
Beautiful. I like it when you say that secondhand is not just about clothes, it's also about an attitude, is a culture, is a lifestyle. right? And it's very important at this moment that our planet is collapsing, right? So we need to think about possibilities and alternatives. And Lucy, do you feel that through second-hand initiatives, people can start to think more about the fashion industry impacts and become more conscious?
Yeah, I think that there are multiple ways and different initiatives that are helping us become more conscious, feel as though we can make a difference, we can make an impact, because I do think even today there are many consumers who are overwhelmed by the position of where the planet is. We know it's not good, but where do we start? How can we be sustainable? There are also so many brands now saying that they are sustainable or eco-friendly or all of these buzzwords. So where do you start? How do you know what you're investing in? And, you know, Fashinnovation is a brilliant platform to be able to educate and share these messages and share these brands that are making a positive impact. So there are lots of ways in which secondhand can actually help consumers get a better understanding and make more positive impact with their decisions. But I also think because secondhand, and you mentioned it, is becoming such a popular space to be in, that as consumers we have a responsibility to ask even more questions. And it's got me quite frustrated this week, some of the conversations that I've had about certain brands who are now offering a resale platform or a reusing platform. And what I want to say is, actually, as consumers, we need to start at the core and say, as a brand, what are you doing in the way that you're manufacturing your clothes right now? There is no point offering a secondhand platform on top of the way that you're producing these clothes if they're not made to last, because those items won't become tomorrow's secondhand. But yet you're jumping on the bandwagon of knowing that consumers want to shop secondhand because they think it's good. So there are so many initiatives, but yet there are so many questions that need to be asked from consumers in order for us to actually really make a positive impact and not let secondhand become the next fast fashion.
Very good point. And this is something very important that you said, that the quality of the clothes, because this is something that is easy to realize when we see second clothes marketing nowadays. The clothes have no quality in general, so what's the point, to have this market if the clothes have no quality? Because I remember when I was in fashion university, I used to visit some vintage shops, and you used to buy old clothes that were made with, very nice textiles and clothes made with quality. And nowadays, when we see a second-hand shops in general, most of clothes are without quality. So what do you have to say about that?
It's a really tough one, because with our platform, you can upload items that you no longer wear. And the average woman, if we're being honest, especially now more than ever, with what's happening in the UK, the cost of living is rising exponentially, and the average woman does not have endless amounts of designer, well-made items of clothing. They don't. They have probably high street and high end, because that is how they've been marketed to. That's what they know. That's how they've actually just become accustomed to buying. And it's hard because you don't want to judge anyone's choice of clothing because of that. It's just a lack of understanding and lack of knowledge. But what do we do moving forward? So for us, when someone uploads, we do have to take into account the brand, where it's made, how it's made, the quality, the shape, the design, how often can that be worn. But at the same time, all of these clothes have been made. So if we don't do something with them, then they're just going straight to landfill. So when someone says to me, Lucy, do you accept high street fashion? I have to say, you know what, we are open to it, because if you're no longer wearing it, where else is it going to go? You're going to dump it somewhere. So with us, our mission is to educate, change our behavior, and hopefully in the future, we will partner with those brands that are well-made, made to last, so that you can use your credit to buy new, but new that will one day be someone else's secondhand. So it's about using what we have, but it is such a tough place to be. And even when you go into thrift stores now, you're right, you're not seeing those beautiful vintage pieces that we grew up sourcing, because the vintage or the secondhand of today is the fast fashion, because that's what has been made. So it's how do we reuse, how do we restyle, how do we at least try to care for what has already been made, to help it last as long as possible. And I think those are the sort of talking points that we need to really discuss to help consumers make better decisions moving forwards.
And talking about the environmental impact, tons and tons of second-hand clothes goes to southern countries mainly, such as India, Chile, and they go as rubbish, you know, and they are disposed because of even the second-hand market is already nearly saturated. Yeah. In Chile, for instance, there is estimated, I even have here this number, is like 39,000 tons of used clothes that have been come from USA, and some of them are in a good condition, but are left where they cause pollution and negative environmental impact. So can you imagine that? Like mountains and mountains of clothes in the middle of a desert. So yeah, this is what fashion industry is being producing, you know.
Exactly. And we don't even, like you said, we don't have to imagine it because it exists. That is there. And I think, you know, it's tough because you mentioned at the start, secondhand and the way that we buy is also an important factor to consider, because it could become very disposable. You know, you think because it's more affordable, oh, I can buy more, my closet can be more, I can have more outfits. And it's not about that. It's about, going back to your point, it's about quality. It's about having those pieces that you can wear over and over again. And when you are done wearing them, they have lasted so that they can remain in this loop and it can go on to somebody else as well. So it's really important that we don't think about quantity, and it is about quality, even when sourcing secondhand.
Yes, exactly. And when we buy something and think that, oh, it's okay if I don't like it, I can just donate, I can just send to the second hand. So yes, we hope in the future the second hand have more quality, like in general, and less fast fashion or just all this volume that's being produced nowadays. And I think this is very important to be said, because I know and I believe that second-hand market is a solution for fashion at this moment. You know, it can promote this circular system, but we must be aware of this point of quality, of volume, and just not keep the system going as it works nowadays. Right. So, well, we have just a few minutes left, maybe 2 minutes left. I would like to ask you to leave your final message and say to people, you know, like who buy or who wanted to donate it to secondhand. What is your message?
I think for me, secondhand is a lot more than fashion. It is about that feel-good factor that everybody deserves to have when dressing up. You know, secondhand is something that is making fashion more accessible. It's allowing all different types of individuals to express themselves, to source items that are original, of one of a kind. So it's great when it comes to our creativity. But of course, it's also really important when it comes to the environment, as to becoming a solution for the next stage of what the fashion industry can be. I think from this conversation, what we've really kind of outlined is the way that we buy and the consumer mindset, and really nurturing the education behind secondhand, and how secondhand can continue to be the sustainable option. And also, how does that fit in with those brands that are making new? We want to support the emerging designers. We want to support those brands of tomorrow. And there is a place that we can all exist by including the secondhand space within these business models. It's just a case of making it work so that it's right for the consumer. And that's what we're hoping to do with Secondhand Style in UK, the shop, swap and style model, so that there is that education when it comes to buying with intention, that there is that opportunity to trade your items, and there's also that opportunity to buy, but buy with intention, and buy so that your item could one day become someone else's secondhand. I think overall, you know, you can hear from my voice, I'm very passionate about this space, and I really do hope that we can protect it, because I believe that it is the future when it comes to fashion.
Beautiful, I believe too. And also we can find treasures, right? Very special items in second hand is something that is very unique. So thank you so much, Lucy. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And thank you also all the community from Fashinnovation, and Jordana and the team. And see you next time.
Thank you, Fernanda. Lovely being on here with you.
And we're back. And I'm very excited about this conversation because it's with the general director of a company that we've been working with for quite some time now. And they're just doing incredible things when it comes to sustainability and transparency in supply chain. And he's going to be speaking to somebody who's just a phenomenal woman that I've gotten to know recently and doing a lot of cool things. So the title of the conversation is Fashion is Technological Platforms for a Traceable Supply Chain. And it's with Luca Tonello, the General Manager of Data Group South and the CEO of Zedonk, being led by Elisa Hardy, fashion journalist and author of Worn Out, How Our Clothes Cover Up Fashion Sins. So here we go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa Hardy. I am a fashion journalist and author of a book called Worn Out, How Our Clothes Cover Up Fashion Sins. I was formerly an editor at Teen Vogue and InStyle, and I am here with Luca. Introduce yourself.
Thank you, Alicia. I'm Luca Tonello. I'm the general manager of Data Group Stealth and the CEO of Zedonk, both company working only for fashion technology since a lot of years. So I'm very happy to be at this event and talking with you about this technology stack that is part of our business.
Great. And so obviously we're here to talk about traceability and supply chains, and you have the technology to do that. Can you explain a little bit about the technology just to get us started?
Yes, it's never easy to talk about technology in a talk without a slide or demo or software. But in the modern world, all the business process are managed by technology. And our strength is not only the software platform to manage the supply chain, production, distribution, up to the back office or retail, but the knowledge of this business process. And putting the business process into a software is something that we did since 30 years. With Stealth for the big brands, big Italian brands. We have 60% of the Italian market, brands like Fendi, Missoni, Trussardi, and other brands that for sure they don't want to be talking about, but you can imagine. And with Zedonk, we have all the emerging brands. all the emerging brands, emerging company, 200 in UK, 15 France, 14 US, that use the software to track and manage their supply chain. It means order, managing the order, the delivery, up to the selling and delivery to the final customer, all the goods. And this, the matter of having a technology platform is that you have all the data related to this kind of business process.
Can you explain a little bit about some of the issues that this technology kind of addresses that brands are having in tracing their supply chains?
Yes, one of the keynote of this years, it's supply chain. You hear about supply chain after sustainability, but before sustainability, because supply chain of fashion is so complex, and it changes also every collection. Because if the designer find a new raw material somewhere in the world with the right fit for their product, you as a supply chain manager, you are obliged to obtain this right material and manage in the right supply chain. And then you have also the distribution problem, because the fashion is produced almost everywhere, Far East or in country. There are reshoring, inshoring activities, but as soon as you became bigger, the business process to managing the raw material, the finished good, the semi-finished good is quite complex. So this complexity, you need to have a vertical software to manage this, and this is where Stealth and Zedonk work for.
Right, and you can trace from textiles, from the farms, all the way through to...
We started with the brand
right.
Since the beginning. So we manage the order, the bill of material, work order, raw material. But since the needs of this kind of tools is quite high, we just make an acquisition of an American startup that is called B-Samply, that is a marketplace of raw material. On this way, you tracking the raw materials from the marketplace up to the production and the ERP of the brand, you have the full tracking from raw material to the finished good. And this is how we track the tracking of the raw materials and the good. One important thing is that it's almost a dream tracking from the farmer from the beginning. And but there are some industries that are more mature, like agriculture or so on, and probably we will arrive. And I hope we will arrive also in the fashion industry to have this kind of tracking, because it's a matter of transparency.
Sure.
And the future, it's the transparency.
Right, and I think you can't be fully transparent unless you're talking about that entire supply chain.
Yes, and you have also to manage the logistic, and it's sometimes talking about sustainability and traceability is partial.
Sure.
And in fashion, fortunately, the phenomenon of the greenwashing now is starting, because you cannot only talk, you have to prove. And how you have to prove? How can you prove what you are talking about? If you have the real data inside your platform, and you can audit that data in a way that you can always demonstrate where the statement that you did is correct. The complexity to do from the beginning to the end is really so. I think what I suggest always when we do this kind of talk with our fashion brand is managing by partially with a small goal, not obtain the big goal since the beginning. If you are a startup in a fashion business, you can think big, because the startup have this kind of
sure. Yeah, I was going to ask about for some of the smaller brands that are looking to start correctly in their supply chain. Is this something that they could be, or would you suggest them using this type of technology?
Yes, but you have to take care that the full process of take part also of the logistic of the good. So a ship transportation can consume a lot of fuel, and so at the end, the sustainability can be really tricky. But if you are able to produce in the country where you sell, for example, this is a business process that we manage, produce where you sell. So produce in China, selling in China, produce in Italy, made in Italy, selling by made in Italy. The digital passport that will arrive in the future will allow to track better and better this kind of business process.
Yeah, that's interesting you bring that up, because I wanted to ask you about the vulnerabilities in the supply chain that we saw during the pandemic, and how you're seeing technology be used to maybe address some of those issues.
There are a couple of ways to addressing this. One is planning correctly in a correct way. Planning the demand at the beginning, then planning the production, and then planning the movement of the goods. Of course, there are business processes that goes against this kind of planning, because if you think omni-channel, you can send a good from a country to another only to sell. So it's only a matter of compromise, but you have to track, trace, and communicate in the right way. This is the reason because we create a sustainability module within our product where you can track the real the real bill of material consumption connected to the IG index, having the right index, and having at the end an auditable environment to understand which is the sustainability index of your product.
Sure. Was there any specific issues or vulnerabilities that came up that you were seeing happen in the last couple of years?
We have seen a lot of interest in terms of reusing part of the material of the collection. The fact that they can track the inventory in the right way, and so they recognize that they have some inventory of raw material that were used in previous collection. They started to think about new collection made of this kind of material. So recycle, and circularity, what is a matter of we will talk about for sure.
Yes. So in terms of what I kind of want to go back to talking about sustainability, and how technology can be an asset in the movement toward becoming a more sustainable fashion industry.
The asset is the fact that you have the data, and you will become auditable. We are looking for having more and more, let's say, standard recognized worldwide. That is not the fact yet in fashion. In electrical consumption, you have the AAA, you have some standard that are recognized. On fashion, we hope that sooner than later will arrive this kind of regulatory, so you can track in your way. It's not your own communication that now every brand does, but there is a standard that have to be followed and audited by all the brands.
Yeah. Are there any regulatory standards that you've seen that maybe are going to start to be addressed?
Not yet. There is the Europe 2030 project. There is a lot of coming. All the fashion council locally, the Italian one, the French one, the European one, and I think also the America would like to set up the standard. Probably one will emerge. For sure, in some raw material, the IG index are something that is recognized. But at the end, you have to have something also for the finished good completely in order to be recognized by the consumer. But the new generation, like you or my sons and so on, they are very, very keen and they look for sustainability. And so this is something that will happen because the consumer will ask for.
Yeah, actually, that was something I was going to ask you about was value. And obviously, there is, it costs money to do things the correct way. And I was going to ask you how you explain value to brands in terms of the work that you do.
The value, our work is to give the data and make the data available. Every brand have to find their own way to communicate their value and their sustainability value. Taking the fact that you are under the light now, and so you cannot be false, and the system have to be connected. In the past, the first system that I saw on sustainability were completely disconnected from the real data. It was something managed outside of the system by a small sustainability department, managed by Excel, and they take the data and they assemble some. Now the connection with the real data that you manage into the company is the key to give the real value to the company.
Sure. You mentioned that there is some circularity things that you're working on, or that you
yes, because for example, there is for one of the big brands that I told to you, we did a registry for the inventory of the material that were used in previous collection.
Sure.
And so new collection made from this raw material are communicated, are designed, and will be the future. One of the things that will be that we are studying also with the university in Italy, Bocconi, for the circularity, is to think circularity since the beginning. So not only with the reuse of the material or reuse of the goods, but also thinking what happened at the end of life of the good.
Sure.
And so this kind of designer that not only look to the kindness or the new collection or to appear in some way, they start and they are used to think the collection in a circularity way. The business process that will follow this kind of business model, I didn't see yet, but I think we will be one of the first that have to adopt that, because we are in the industry, so we need to do that.
Sure. So is there, obviously circularity is like a very big buzzword among brands, and brands are pushing for circularity by 2030 or whatever that number is. What is the issue that it is taking brands so long to be able to do it?
The big issue is that you don't know how much goods you will sell in the future of a collection that you are creating. And you know that fashion have an overproduction of 30% of the goods, and this good cannot be circularity, because if you have 30% of overproduction somewhere, they do. So the right way for me is to define and be ethical in the communication on what you produce less to sell all, and having a circularity in mind when you think about the collection. It will be a strong communication, not only give the number, increase the turnover, increase the margin, but also having the right margin the right way and contribute to the environment of the world. It will be really a strong communication that I would like to see in the future.
We also talked a little bit about rental.
Yes.
I'd love to hear more about how that works within.
Rental, it's a business model that we started in Italy with a company called Twinset. Please don't buy, it's called. And it's for the high end of their collection, where rental it's something that managed by the brand up to the retail. You rent, you use, reuse, repair. So using a good 10 times is really more sustainable than having one in your wardrobe, using once and never use again. So it's something that I like very much. And in the future, the rental was very used for the men, for the smoking in the past, and so on. But I think it will increase as a line of business. It will not be all rental, but I think it's useful.
Well, and I would imagine with better technology for tracing that sort of thing, it would be more lucrative for the brand to control it if they understood where it was going and how many times it's being worn, as you're saying.
And also you can control with the rental the end user, the final end user. That is always, let's say, a goal for the brand that are more wholesaler to knowing what's happened for the end user. With the rental, you have a direct connection.
The same could be applied to resale too, I would imagine. So before we wrap up, we have a few more minutes. I wanted to know if there's something within the technology space and the supply chain space that you are hoping to improve on still, that you're actively seeking to improve.
For sure, we are improving the way of the connection between brand and supplier. Thanks of Bisampli, of this acquisition, thanks of this kind of marketplace, we are developing a software called S-Connect that connect the Stealth brand with the supplier in order to have a better connection,
Sure.
because up to now the connection is not seen very well, sometimes from the producer, sometimes for the brand, and so. But the real connected world is something that we are working about, connecting all the supply chain.
Absolutely. And do you see that being a positive impact for like garment workers as well? And workers throughout the supply chain?
Yes, because at the end, when the data is tracked, you are more auditable.
Yeah.
And so at the end, when you are auditable, also all the part of the business and the interest, so the worker, how they work, where they work, it will be a part of the game.
Yeah. Before we wrap up, is there anything else that you would like to say about the work that you do?
I really thanks Fashinnovation and you, and if you want to have more information, for sure you can follow the link and go to datagroupstelto.com, and then for sure we will have time to talk together.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. That was super insightful. I knew it would be, especially when you put two people together that are doing such great things for the industry when it comes to sustainability, change makers right here. So thank you both again for being here. Next, we have Fashion is Haute Couture and Artistic Luxury with Rami Al-Ali, Creative Director of Rami Al-Ali, being led by Marie Driscoll, Managing Director of Luxury and Retail at Coresight Research. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Marie Driscoll. I'm here with Rami Ali, and we're here to discuss Fashion is Haute Couture and Artistic Luxury. Thank you so much, Rami, for joining me today. This is such an exciting topic. What's more exciting than haute couture, right?
Well, haute couture is always exciting. First, thank you very much, Mary, and thank you for all the team for inviting me and being part of the panel today.
Yeah, haute couture is always exciting. And how do you see artistic luxury fitting into haute couture?
I mean, there was always a beautiful marriage in between both. They give and take from each other's worlds. They inspire each other, and definitely now it's becoming more and more on all levels. Haute couture in specific, it's becoming not just only, wearable, but also very much an installation, very much, as if you've seen a piece of art in an exhibition. Not necessarily looking for the commerciality all the time, but also creating a beautiful creative concept that's inspire and aspire, the clientele and the younger generation.
So much more well-rounded than beautiful fashion. It's part of culture and part of our lives.
Definitely it is. And before the haute couture, it was very elitist and about a particular lifestyle. Mm-hmm. Now it's becoming more of an inspiration, an art to look at, not necessarily looking at, as I mentioned, the commerciality part of it, but also what could be the concept behind it. You find many designers right now that they have a beautiful, amazing creations, with haute couture, mm-hmm. and they inspire many others, not particularly by the technicality or the aesthetic, but by the concept as well.
It's interesting. I was just out in Los Angeles and was at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, where I saw the McQueen exhibit. And it was beautiful haute couture from many years ago. And they juxtaposed it with some of his inspirations that came from, maybe a 100 or 200-year-old painting. and you saw, you know, inspirations that were rooted in other cultures and other pieces of art. And it just, it brings you into a new way of looking at anything that's created by the brand Alexander McQueen today. Yeah.
I have a huge respect and admiration for this brand, before and now as well. Definitely a very important figure missed from the fashion scene, left a very important legacy. The creativity, the concept, the mind behind it, it's still quite inspiring up to today. The technique, being brave, out of the box. Clearly, I'm very biased when we speak about Alexander McQueen.
Yeah, I think that he has lots of admirers, but yes, it sounds like you are one too. So just in case anyone in the audience is not familiar with you, why don't you give us a quick background of the launch of your brand?
Of course. I'm Rami Al-Ali. I'm a Syrian fashion designer. I graduated from the Faculty of Fine Art in Damascus, specialized in visual communication. When I finished my university, I was quite concrete that fashion design is the field that I want to study and work with. I was always mesmerized and amazed by the concept of the effect of appearance on the others and on us. So I wanted to come to the States to study fashion. And then by chance, I was passing by UAE, Dubai, doing some internship and some paperwork, and spent some time there. I got, you know, a temporary position that led to a permanent position. It came at a perfect timing when Dubai was booming towards being a global capital. The fashion scene was at its starts, where it was perfect to drop any seed. I started my own brand in 2001. And it came with a perfect timing. I started a very interesting aesthetic that was missing at that time at the fashion scene in Dubai, which is building a bridge in between the you know, the East and West. I have the Eastern craftsmanship, the artisanat, the history, and at the same time, I was translating what from the West silhouette concept, aesthetic would work with the Middle East. Creating this marriage was the first DNA that built the brand. Moved 2009, being part of the Alta Moda official calendar. Showed for 3 consecutive years, 6 seasons, and then we decided to move the brand to Paris Couture Week in 2012. Continue showing in Paris the couture line, which was my main line at the beginning. Then in 2015, I created the ready-to-wear line, where we launched in the Middle East at start, then we start spreading globally. And the last line that we launched at the time of the Corona, it was our bridal ready-to-wear line that is doing very well right now, and it's in its 2nd season coming to the US market.
Well, there was difficult time to launch bridal just as we went into COVID, right? Because all of a sudden, all the weddings were canceled, but so much pent-up demand now, right?
Actually, it's quite the opposite in our region. The weddings here is quite lavish and luxurious and very fairy tale-ish. So we got used to the big gowns, the big haute couture pieces, the flamboyant, dramatic, over-the-top, you know, creations. So at the time of COVID, and because of the restrictions, everyone went to a smaller gathering, a smaller venue, a smaller event And therefore, there was still a demand for a wedding dress. There is still a demand for the celebration of the, the bridal, but with a complete different setup. That's why when we created the ready-to-wear bridal line, actually it was in the pipeline to launch in 2022. But when we find a quick demand and a need for change, we immediately launched it in 2020. And brides loved that immediately. It was off the rack where they immediately can purchase a piece. They don't need to order and wait. They have no idea how the schedule is going to change. It is for a smaller event, of course, a smaller, price tag, still fulfilling the need that she's looking for from, a designer like us. She has the creativity, she has the wow effect, but with the demand of that particular atmosphere that we're going through. It was quite a success from the beginning, although it was launching at a very difficult time. And then we decided to expand as well. We went out of the Middle East region. We launched the second season, and the first physical bridal fashion week after the Corona actually ended up April 21. And it did very well. And right now we're preparing for the second season as well in New York.
That is so exciting because the prices, as I see, of your bridal lines are less expensive than your ready-to-wear and your haute couture, naturally. Allowing people access who wouldn't have access to your brand for such a special day of their life, which means that on some level, like the business person in me says, you're creating an anchor in their life on a very important day. And in the future, they will look back to you to try and bring you into their lifestyle as they can. Do you think about launching diffusion brands or moving into other categories like tabletop or sheets? Because this is something that many bridal brands have moved into because women love their bridal designer and they want to bring them into their home forever.
Sure. I'm a big believer of the organic demand. And most of the lines that we created came after there was an actual demand for it in the market. We started the couture when there was a gap and there is a space for us. We started our ready-to-wear when we find that there is a need for it, where there is a trust in the aesthetic of the brand and belief and admiration for it, but not necessarily, as you said, we can reach all clients' budgets. So that's why we created the ready-to-wear line, and the same thing for the white, which is our bridal ready-to-wear line. So any other line, it is a possibility only if there is a demand for it first. I don't like to create something and then add the heavy weight of marketing it on top of that. I prefer to start when the brand, the line would work with success immediately.
Right. That's good thinking. Attention to the bottom line, right?
And also, I think it's quite important to create versatility in any brand. What made us probably survive in the past 2 years that we have such. When there's a less demand for the couture big pieces and the bigger budget, there was a demand for the ready-to-wear and the ready-to-wear bridal, which is, it came perfect fit at, such circumstances. So when you have this, you manage to navigate regardless of the market, the time, the season. You will always do well to support the non-doing well line.
Right. It's like diversification.
Of course. So
you're well known in the Middle East, in Dubai, where your basis. We recently had Saudi 100 designers brought to America. Very exciting. I know, like, let's talk about the luxury market in your region. Like, how has it changed in the last year or two? Has the consumer, like you just mentioned, more ready to wear, less haute couture? Is that changing now as we leave, as we move out and emerge from COVID?
I think the COVID came as an educational process to most of the buyers, collector, consumers. It's more of a smart, intelligent buying now than it used to be. They're still spending. There's still definitely that kind of lifestyle that requires such product. But now people are more cautious about, which is becoming new now, what's the value of it in the secondhand market? How much would I use it often? Will it be really worth that budget that I spend? So there's much more thinking prior to spending. There is, as I said, there is still very good spending. There is still the high income, the lifestyle that requires such product, but there is much more, smart behavior in spending than it used to be.
Yeah, resale has really shown people the consequences of their purchases. Some things hold their value and other things do not. And it changes how you think when you make a purchase, regardless of your income level, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there was in the past a stigma around, a luxury item being purchased after it has been used. Mm-hmm. Now, with the reduction of the production from most of the luxury brand and the absence of the availability of those, limited edition items or, exotic leathers, people start accepting the idea of, purchasing something from, has been used before.
Yes.
And therefore, most of the owners of those pieces, they've noticed how much that investment had a great return for them. So, as a buyer, you start appreciating that kind of a new collecting, and as a seller, you becoming super smart and perhaps not hesitant of spending a big buck when you know that in the future it's going to have a return for you.
Exactly, right. There are certain brands that do that. I do advisory work for a company called Recurate, and they kind of white label on a brand's website resale opportunities. Is this something that you look at doing because you have incredibly high priced things? Do you think about facilitating that, or do you think it's better on something like, the real?
You mean if we make it directly ourselves, reselling used pieces?
Mm-hmm.
We won't be doing it directly, although we have been contacted by many other websites or retailers that they do such. Mm-hmm. Either by getting an old stock or old pieces, revamping it, relaunching it, or by sometimes asking us to be in touch with a client themselves, where they can propose, benefiting from pieces, and then we just put them in touch among each other.
Well, so we just have a few minutes left. Tell me your plans for this year, next year. Are you expanding internationally? We'd love to see more of you in the US.
I think from the past 2 years, and a little bit actually before it, I mean, from 2019, we start noticing that most of the brand, and us among so many, we start making a short-term plan instead of long-term plan, because this market behavior has been changing drastically into complete different direction. And the market also direction is not really stable. You find it happening in Asia for a couple of seasons, then it's more in Latin America another season, then it moves around the US in certain parts in another season. So that's why we work per season now. There is no more 5-year plan. There's no more 3-year plan. There's one season plan. Let's see what's going to happen this season, and based on the success of that plan, we would, develop the next move.
Oh, so agile, nimble, iterative, incredibly brilliant. It is the way that you have to work today. Agility is so important. But then you have incredible creations that live longer than a season, really.
I hope so.
Yeah. So is there anything else you'd like to tell the audience about the brand, what you're doing this year?
Mostly creating a steady position for the ready-to-wear and the bridal ready-to-wear globally, since there was a lot of focus, particularly in the past, on the Middle East. As I mentioned, we start launching in New York Bridal Week, which was quite a success. And hopefully, I mean, the US market is a huge, very important market, and a very stable market. So this is going to be the focus, I think, this year for both lines.
That's exciting. I'm so glad. When you come to New York, come and see me.
Coffee for sure.
Okay.
I need to tour at Branson.
Yes. I think you're coming at the right time, because there is pent-up demand in the US for weddings. It will continue. You're at the right price point. And here too, we did see people trade down in terms of the price they're willing to pay for a wedding gown. So very good.
That is exactly the market research that we did and the feedback that we got. So that's what's really keeping us excited and looking forward to be part of the market.
Okay, great. We'll see you next time. So glad to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
And we're back. We're almost done with this long but incredible day, but stay seated because these next two conversations, especially this next one, you don't want to miss. It's going to inspire a ton with two incredible women. So the title of the panel is Fashion is the Transcendent and Transformative Power Beyond Clothes, with NV, fashion model and wellness expert, being led by Steffi Cow, internet culture reporter at BuzzFeed. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Ann V. Ann, how are you?
I am really good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to get this started. The theme of today is power and fashion. So I'm so excited to chat with you about it. You've had such a long career as a model for VS, Sports Illustrated. Tell me about a time in your career when you haven't felt that power.
Well, you know, I think in every model's career, there's definitely time when we did not feel empowered, because this industry has been led by pretty much people telling us what to do. And I think at a certain point in my life, I kind of got over it, right? And I started modeling when I was 15 years old. I came here to the US, and I've been incredibly lucky and so fortunate to have my dream come true, because I wanted to be a model since I was 6 years old. So I was very lucky to have my dream come true. And I've been really grateful for all the people that have brought me and have inspired me, and all the agents that have supported me. Well, in particular, one who is still my agent so many years later. But at a certain point, I got so over of not knowing when my job is going to come, what is my future going to look like. So, and also, you know, I come from a very different generation, not generation of, you know, the TikTok and Instagram. We're very old school. In a way, we're more of like kind of creatures of art. And that's the way I like to look at my work, is I'm here to create and to inspire a designer or a brand or a magazine that I'm working with, and women in my kind of generation did not really speak ever.
Wow.
So it's been a really interesting journey of mine in the last couple of years to really find my own, not only power within myself and kind of like my soul's journey, but also the power to have a voice.
Yeah, your career has been so long. Was there ever a specific moment that you realized the power was not what you thought it was, that fashion could serve that higher power, empowerment, self-empowerment, empowerment for others? Was there a moment, or was it over time?
I think it definitely was over time. It's one of those things that there's certain things that I find that happen in your life, and what I've realized, that there's a saying, God's rejection is God's protection. Wow. And this is a very powerful, in a way, mantra that I live by, right? Because I have there's so many no's that have been said, and I've had an incredible career. I'm so incredibly grateful. But there's so many no's that I have been told that at a certain point, you kind of have to look at yourself and be like, is it me? And then I went on this kind of deeper journey within myself, trying to really learn who I am, because I felt like for so many years, someone just been kind of telling me where to go and what to do and, kind of what to shoot. And I've realized that sometimes your soul's journey is not kind of what you're doing. And sometimes God is putting you, and when there's certain people that are saying no, sometimes God is putting you in a different way for you to discover. And I think people are so used to having everything happen so fast, because right now with the Instagram and the TikToks, we'll only look at fabulous things that people are doing, right? No one, and there are some people who are talking how long it takes them, but people forget what patience, and patience really pays. And I think for me, to really sit with myself and be uncomfortable in this place of learning how to wait, how for all these things to come and happen to you, it's a really, it's a very challenging thing, but that's why I've kind of been working on. Does that answer a question? I feel like I've kind of went different ways, but
I think that we're here to answer any and all questions. So I'm very excited to hear that, because self-empowerment is something that I think a lot of people try to explore through fashion. And I'm curious how your relationship with how you dress has changed over time, especially if you found this power within yourself.
Well, that's definitely, for me, fashion has been an ultimate form of creativity. And, I think it's the most exciting. I find that we come on this planet, and I've lived in my body for 36 years. Sorry, I just spilled my age. But
I don't believe that.
Where I feel like people don't talk about it. But hopefully I look good on camera over there. Hello, everybody. But I'm just trying to make all the camera guys laugh. I'm sure it's been a long day for everybody, but for me, I don't even remember what we're talking about.
How is your relationship with clothing changed over time as you've discovered your self-power, I guess?
Yeah. So for me, what I've started to realize how important kind of the fashion is for me, like, because we are so fortunate to wear this incredible, outfits. We're fortunate enough to go to all this beautiful red carpet events. We're fortunate enough, I was fortunate enough to be in the days of Victoria's Secret wearing the wings and, shooting Sports Illustrated in the most like tropical location where people come and do my hair and makeup. And most people don't have that, but it's all, so I really, on set have really felt what an incredible energy source having the right fashion kind of be put on you, right? And it's been very interesting because for me, I'm not a really fashionable person in real life. Like,
Really?
yes, it's interesting because my mom always, my mom just moved in with me, and she's my best stylist. I always ask her for advice, and she's really, really, really good at putting things together. And she's like, Anne, you've been working in fashion for 20 years. You still can't get yourself dressed. And it's so interesting, right? So I have really felt the power of fashion and how incredibly it makes you feel, right? You kind of like, feel like Beyonce was a fan blowing over you. But for me, it was really an experience of learning over the last, especially few years, how to get my power through the fashion now. And what I have found, though, is it's been how different colors really change my mood. For me, I've been a really big fan of wearing white lately because it's one of those colors that for example, in New York, it's been raining. So yesterday and today, I wore white all day. And people don't know what to do with you, right? Because they're like, well, why is she wearing white? Like, white is going to get like so dirty. But then they can't stop looking at you because white is a natural antidepressant for people. And people don't really know that. And also, to kind of go a little bit like in a hippy-dippy way, but we all have this electromagnetic field around us. Like the Earth has an electromagnetic field, right? And this electromagnetic field keeps Earth in a certain position from the sun and all the planets, right? And a human body has an electromagnetic field, and it's called aura. And the white expands your aura even bigger and even brighter, and it becomes an even more of a protective shield.
Like
so
white light.
Energetically, white is a very conscious color, and it's very, very empowering to wear it, and people get drawn to it. So when I wear white, I feel, I just feel like the sun and everything else revolves kind of around me, but in a very like a beautiful and conscious way, in a way where I'm like sending energy to everybody. So I really highly suggest people to play with different colors. And even today, like, I was trying to figure out what to put for this panel, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna wear white because it's a rainy day, so I'm gonna throw everyone off with wearing white. But also I'm gonna put an orange. So like, Steffi, I wanted to I'm wearing orange. So how does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel? Well, you look chic and you look like the sun. Very bright, very warm, I would say.
Do I make you like feel warmer?
Yeah, I think I feel drawn to you.
Do you?
Yeah.
So I have found, and thank you for sharing that, and I have found that, for me, playing with colors like this when my mood is shitty really helps. On a really like rainy day. I mean, today my daughter went to school and there was plenty of drama. She didn't want to wear this and that. And then like some other stuff happened. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to put an orange because orange is a color of creativity. And we're all right now talking about fashion and being creative. And I'm like, perfect. This is like the right color. And then also I think it makes me happy. And I think everyone who sees someone wearing an orange, and makes them happy. So for me, I've been playing with different colors because I wore black pretty much my whole life, because fashion is all about black and it's all about being mysterious and kind of closed off. And now where I'm really trying to get in my power and really be more speaking and being more out there, I was like, I can't be hiding under a black veil anymore, although, it looks really great and looks very fashionable and cool, but it's been really interesting to play with different colors.
Yeah. Now that I know that, you're never seeing this outfit again. So just so you know, now that I know this information. But I think that's so interesting what you were talking about how you're done being under the black veil. You've seen this industry for so long, like years and years, like a decade or more.
God, I feel like she's making me like an ancient.
You're an
I'm
expert.
really 150 years old. I just look like I'm 25.
You should tell people that because then they're going to be like, wow,
Totally.
you look so
It's all about wearing white and orange sometimes.
That's the takeaway. That's the one takeaway from today. But let me ask, like, when you have been in this industry for so long and you're learning to speak up, both as someone in the industry and as a woman and as someone who was a vessel for the clothes, How has that changed your thoughts about power? How have you seen the industry change, especially the modeling industry, when it comes to fashion and power?
Oh my God, I feel so incredibly grateful how fashion has evolved. And, well, first of all, to see so many different models on runways just really warms my heart. I mean, we live in one world, and we have to represent us, because the way I look at fashion is, fashion is groundbreaking, and we really have to be that kind of first step for so many people, and we have to be the inspiration. So we really have to. I think what fashion is also about, and kind of speaking within like a kind of about my power, is I think that, we all come in this world, our soul comes in this world, and we spend our whole life trying to figure out who we are. And through clothes, we are able to really define who we are, because in the way you look at me, what I'm wearing, I'm giving you my projection, right? Before I even spoke, you really kind of put an idea in your head of who I am. So fashion really has we have a really big responsibility of inspiring people how to view the world. And I'm really grateful how the fashion in the last few years really kind of expanded, not only just seeing different girls on a runway and being more supportive with young designers, but with online platforms. It's much more easier to find designers that we would never find, as much as I have a love-hate relationship with Instagram. But I love all this like really cool brands popping on my feed that I would never, ever, ever have found. And although I'm a really big fan shopping in an actual store, because for me, the energy of clothes really matters. I really like to try things on and see how it makes me feel. I really want to like have an experience with a dress or a suit or whatever that is. But it's been really cool to see how we're really evolving and just connecting people to one another.
Yeah, definitely. You came to the US when you were 15, and now you have grown up. Is there an outfit you would have worn then that you would never wear now?
Oh my God, absolutely. There is one of my favorite outfits. When I first started making money, I went to D&G and I bought this white dress, and I love that dress so much because it represented, financial freedom for me, and it was white, just love white. And then a few years later, I found this dress and I realized that it was actually a top. So there's certain moments that we do when we're young that I'm really grateful to have this experience, but not again. I'm keeping things a little longer nowadays.
Okay. So what's an outfit formula when you're not feeling powerful that makes you feel like you got this? Like you said, like if you're in a shitty mood and you just want to like feel a surge of power, what outfit do you put on?
Well, if it's during the day, I put an all white outfit. I have to say, really try it. Like, first of all, take a shower and wash your hair, because, I think your hair holds a lot of, especially in New York, right? Like New York is busy. Like I was on a subway today. There's so many people. It was like sweaty, and I like came home, I took a shower, and I was like, oh my God, I feel so much better, right? And because water has healing powers. But for me, during the day, if I feel like shit, I wear white, right? Even when you put like a white t-shirt with jeans, you just feel clean, right? You feel clean and you feel cool. And then for the night, like just a red lip and a pair of heels, because red represents your kind of like your root, your security, your empowerment. So red is a really, really powerful color, if you wear just all red or just put a red lipstick. So for me, that's a really go.
I'm very nervous about clothes sometimes, and a red lip is one of those things that I always shy away from. I'm always like, oh, I can't pull it off. But you have kids. Like, how do you talk to your kids when they're like dressing them and helping them feel powerful in what they wear? Like, what do you tell them when they're getting ready?
You know, this is, I think this is one of those things that I'm trying to learn as a mother. You know, I'm going through this whole empowerment thing with myself, and my daughter is now 7 years old and telling me no, that she doesn't want to, you know, put what I want to put on her. So I think as even for you, you don't want to put red lipstick, don't. You put on whatever the hell you want to put on, because we need to wear what makes us feel good, because if it makes us feel good, we project it onto people. And I think, you know, I was for a really long time in fashion trying to figure out what my purpose was here, right? Because at the end of the day, I just take pictures. And I was trying to find a connection how I can actually move people by what I do. And I've realized that, you know, my energy and how I feel in clothes translates to when people buy this piece. So I find that we affect every single person that we meet. So I do think we're really responsible the way we dress. And if we feel good the way we dress, we put it onto another person, and without even knowing, you making their day better.
I love that. I love that. My last question for you is, if someone's looking to find their power, what advice do you have to give to them?
Patience pays.
Patience pays.
Patience pays. I think we all are just so used to getting things done so fast. And I think for some people, it takes a really, really long time, you know, and we have to, I think everything happens for a reason, and there's a timeline for everyone. And I think as long as you being the best version that you can be and the most authentic version you can be, your roadmap of your journey will appear, because I think we're all come here for a reason, and we're all meant to find that reason. So I think you just have to wait.
I love that. I love that. If you spend a little patience, you'll get a very beautiful reward.
And be you. Be you. That's the most important thing. Be unapologetically you.
Got that. Wow. Thank you so much, Anne, for speaking with us today. My name is Steffi Tao. I'm a reporter at BuzzFeed News. Thank you to Anne V for speaking with us today. I had so much fun.
Me too.
Cuisine here. Thank you both so much. And I love what I kind of came into now, which is energy, and we're all here for a reason, and patience. And just like even the energy with your conversation was so authentic. And I think authenticity goes a long way, and you see it with these two beautiful women behind me and their career that they've built, and just what they're doing for their industries, and just the inspiration they're putting out daily. So thank you both so much for being here. So next, which is actually the last conversation, but most certainly not the least, it's going to be an incredible conversation, which I'm really excited about. And it kind of ties in perfectly everything we've been talking about today, especially when it comes to inclusivity, collaboration, communities. So I cannot wait. The title is Fashion is Community, Inclusion, and Engaging Content with CeCe View, lead fashion and beauty partnerships at TikTok, being led by Courtney Neal, editor-in-chief of Kyra Original and Kyra Media. Here we go.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here to end off this amazing day with an amazing person. My name is Courtney Neal. I am the editor-in-chief of Kyra Originals at Kyra Originals, overseeing the Rag Report fashion channel, primarily based on TikTok. It's an important time to have a conversation about social publishing, which is why I'm here with the amazing CeCe View, the lead of fashion and beauty partnerships at TikTok. CeCe, to open it up, I just have a question for you about your background. How did you get into fashion? And tell us the story of what led you here to have such a successful career today.
Thank you so much, Courtney. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you as well. Now, being here at the panel, being moderated by a friend, and also a great partners from a TikTok native publishers. So a little bit about me. I graduated USC. Wow, I feel old, but a long time ago at this point with a econ finance major. I was really ready to explore the business world with a investment banking internships. And then I realized, you know what, this is not for me. I cannot wear suits to work every day, the same style. I want to dazzle it up. So I want to be in a creative field. With that, I gracefully pivoted to entertainment. I started at the sponsorship department at TikTok Productions, working on, AMA, the Golden Globes, and that's where I accidentally ran into one of my future bosses at Mobley Media. The company is not around anymore. It was a photo video sharing app, which is a little bit similar to what I'm doing right now at TikTok. But the company is funded by, Leonardo DiCaprio himself. And one of the first projects of mine was New York Fashion Week 2012, spring and summer as well. So I was thrown into this project. I was so excited. I was fascinated about the world of online video and fashion itself. The intersections really fascinated me, and I knew that this is what I wanted to do. Fast forward to 2018, I was recruited to manage social media for Musical.ly, and afterward, creator partnerships for TikTok, and then transitioned to working with fashion and beauty partners at TikTok from October 2019, and here I am.
That's just a great path, a beautiful accident to lead you here with us today. And I think that's so fitting because I feel like within your journey, you met certain people along your way that became a part of your community. And I think that's what's the amazing thing about TikTok is that you can engage with people from all different parts of life, all different backgrounds, people that might have an interest in fashion, but are working a day job and don't really get to experience that in their day-to-day lives until they enter the app, and now they're in a whole new world. So that said, thinking about the fashion community and what opportunities does the platform like TikTok provide fashion lovers, fashion creators, and publishers like ourselves on Rag Report? What does it provide for all of us at one time?
Love the questions. Already TikTok is a home to a huge amount of joyful content. And that's our mission, is to really bring joy and creativity to everyone. We have a little bit of everything for everyone. That's called For You page. With that, the fashion enthusiasts, the brands have such perfect format on TikTok to tell their stories because it's so visual. We celebrate, storytellers. It's very interactive. We're very fun. We're known to be very quirky and authentic, and it's encouraged to be participatory. So it's such a perfect vehicle for fashion lovers, publishers to really build an engaging community there and really educate, different group of demographics about what they might be into or what they're already into. So that's where all the opportunities lies. It's endless.
Yeah, I can only agree with that because as a publisher on the TikTok platform, Rag Report, we're geared towards Gen Z. Gen Z, they're young, they're figuring it out. They don't know what they want to do with their lives yet. And so having that community to explore has been very beneficial from our viewers because we see it in the comments. We see it as people reshare our pieces or duet our pieces and things like that. And I think that it's very valuable for the Gen Z community in particular to have an app like TikTok that is just connecting everybody from everywhere with the shared interest. I want to touch on speaking about community. I think one of the things within Rag Report is that our community is our lifeblood. It is something that makes our account grow as a publisher. It makes our account just stay active. But we also have a responsibility as a publisher to make sure that we are inclusionary of all different types of stories, all different types of experiences. And so from your perspective, thinking about the fashion landscape over the past couple of years in real life and online, in what ways does TikTok strive to create space to represent those often underrepresented communities?
Such an important question. The way that how TikTok is the platform works is really about discovery. Any content can be discovered on TikTok. It's all about, the video, the story you're telling. And that ability is really elevate, different diverse voices, underrepresented communities to be seen and to be heard on the platform. And at TikTok, we also do our parts to really elevate and offer opportunities to these communities as well through Fashion Month, for example, which we celebrate twice a year, which is a 4-week program. Usually it lands during, the women's exhibitions from all the designers. Tends to be very exclusive historically and is due for an evolution. And that's why we're coming in. We want to democratizing the fashion experience, really with your help from the publisher side, really pumped out with educational content, news content, to just really keep everyone up to date and give a perspective that is not seen anywhere else. And also really, really give everyone a front row to fashion experience that so long has been so far removed from the general public, like me, someone in finance before.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love that. And I think, even me being here today is really monumental for our brand as Rag Report, as a publisher, because it's like our first New York Fashion Week in real life. We're a new brand. We launched just over a year ago, and we've had so much growth. And I think that that's because that we're giving that front row access to somebody who doesn't normally have that or won't be able to come to New York this year. In the future, you can always get here. Sky's the limit. But I think what you said is great. Having those programs, those tent poles throughout the year have really been great for us as publishers in the space. And I remember doing a talk with you guys a couple months ago during one of your tent poles for Pride. And I think that was really important for me because the discussion that we had was about inclusion all year round, not just during Pride. It happened during Pride, but it was one of the things that I think as a publisher, we're making sure that we want to represent everybody all the time, not just during a month when you get to change your little logo to a rainbow flag. It's everybody all the time. So I think it's really great that you guys, as a social media platform, really put that onto your publishing partners to uphold that theme. And I'm really excited and grateful to be a part of the crew.
Thank you so much. It's a constant effort from so many different teams, and I'm so grateful to be such a small part of it. And of course, thank you for being on that great webinar as well.
Yeah. So one of the things I want to highlight about the platform in general is that the transition from it being something that was most recognizable from dance content, trending content, to now being the space where people are looking to TikTok to search for new things. People are looking to TikTok to learn educational content. People are looking to TikTok to really reach their own communities. So in that sense, engaging. As a publisher on the platform, whether you're breaking in or you're trying to grow your following, what are some of the best practices that you think a publisher should strive to achieve when using TikTok?
You ask me as if you do not know.
I know.
Because, Rag Report is an expert. They grow their community so fast, and they're pretty new in the game. However, the community they're able to build is based on the best practices they learn through experimentations. The first and foremost is to really truly lean in through experimentation. It brings true success as well, and you know that firsthand, whether that's the trends, whether that's educational content, news, or coverage on DIY, coverage on how to, because people go there to search and learn. It's always great to experiment. And also remember to have fun. The best thing is to put yourself into the lens of users. If you're on your own For You page and you see your own video, would you stay and watch, or would you scroll past it? So really think as the users and be creative using our own tools within the app. We have Duet, we have Stitch, we have respond to comments with a video. We learn so much from the comments, right? Because that's where our community building efforts lie. we encourage everyone to really interact with your audience, build a community, and use our interactive community managed tools to really showcase that you are TikTok native and you're not syndicating content.
I love that. And I think, something that you just said that was great is like really put yourself into the shoes of the viewer. And I think to add on to that, authenticity is key when it comes to social media and key when it comes to TikTok. You got to think of your audience and know that like they're smart. They're smart people. Like they can see through the stuff that is not authentic, stuff that doesn't feel real. You never seen it on those on videos where it's like, is this stage? Is this stage? Like they call it out.
Yes, it is staged.
Most of the times, if you can feel that it's staged, your audience will feel that it's staged.
And they're empathetic with it. They celebrate it. So I think it's always a two-way street with TikTok. The conversations can really expand through a series of content and VOD on the platform. And that's what's so unique about TikTok.
I want to kind of go off book about about becoming a TikTok publisher. I know Rag Report's journey was fairly quick, but from your perspective, if somebody is interested in becoming a TikTok publisher, what should they do? How should they start to do that in building their brand?
The most important thing to really build a TikTok native publisher space is to understand the topic that the communities that you're trying to reach would care about. Sometimes we're so subjective about the topic that we would want to cover because it might be important to yourself, but might not resonate so much with the community that you're trying to build. So think in a community lens, centric lens. That's the very important first step. And truly use the app. I always say that to all the partners that we work with. Use the app and understand the language that you're trying to speak and lean in as much as you can. You don't have to jump on all the trends. When you jump on any trends, make sure to put your signature twist on it. Perhaps make it educational. We have such a great, search up TikTok taught me, or, learn on TikTok content. And that's a great way to really showcase your expertise and give them the added value that they can get by following your pages of publishers.
That's a major key. If you missed it, rewind it, watch it again. Finding what works for you, sticking to that, finding your community and working to build that, and finding your learn from your community and find what works for you. I think that's interesting because at Cairo Originals we have 4 branches currently. We have Rap Report, which is our fashion channel. We have Blended, which is our newest beauty channel. 4 Walls, which is our interior design channel, and Glia, which is our mental health and awareness channel. And each one of those channels is different, and I think it speaks to what you just said. Whereas like on our DIY channel 4 Walls, that format works mostly with us, but that might not work for Rag Report. So you have to find what works for you, and I think that's really key what you said.
Yes. Different community has different way of content consumption. So really think for your community is the big way to start leaning in.
Yeah. Now, I want to talk about like what brings us all here today, meeting at the intersection of fashion, technology, and entrepreneurship. From your perspective, what has been the greatest impact of seeing all 3 of those worlds collide within your field of social and digital publishing?
The intersections of fashion, tech, and entrepreneurships is a great intersections, and the impact that we've seen here is the community building itself is bring us all back to the core topic of our today's talk, is that we need to engage more, speak more, understand what the consumer, what the user wants. We see countless success story on TikTok of how small businesses, entrepreneurs really able to build an engaging audience and monetize their content through brand partnerships, through sales, through ads. And we are able to provide such opportunities through community building itself. So that is the great intersections, and we need to celebrate that always.
Yeah. I think that's key. I think it's no secret that like monetizing your content is like the future of just everything of social media, publishing, and all of that. And I think that's great. And I think that as a publisher on the space, I want to call out that, you don't necessarily have to sell a product to be successful in brand partnerships and in publishing like that. You can just have an opinion and have an idea, or have a passion to like educate somebody on something in order to be a publishing partner with TikTok. You have to be able to be passionate and to create that brand within itself. And I think that's such an amazing space that you guys have created for us.
Thank you. And thank you for being such a successful example and case study for all of us.
We love it. We love it here over TikTok. Over here at TikTok, Rag Report and TikTok are like
We're
this.
buddies. Great.
So, thinking about TikTok and New York Fashion Week as we're here today, right now, as somebody who might live in New York, what would you suggest them to do in order to like get active here or get active on the platform?
I would say you're in such an amazing city, and where there's always events, there are always creative minds you see every single day. When you're buying a cup of coffee, you're in line buying a cup of coffee, really pay attention, perhaps even detach from your phones at the time, and have that connections and build that community in real life, because that will inspire you in your content creations onto your digital platforms, and mainly TikTok, because we're talking about TikTok today.
Because we're talking about TikTok today. One of my final questions, closing out, CeCe, I want to bring it back to your story, because as we're talking about people who could be in New York and get active here in New York Fashion Week, there's a lot of people watching this online right now who aren't here. What did you tell yourself when you decided to leave finance and pursue this career in fashion, or pursue this career in the digital space? Like, what were some of your mantras that kept you going each day?
Ooh, my mom would not like to hear this. I would say I believe by really pursuing what makes me happy, I will be able to make money. And really believing that the ability to pursue my passions would drive me every day, rather than just pursuing a career path doesn't really inspire you. But you can still be in any industry and love fashion, and that's the beauty of it.
I could not agree more. You can find a way to put fashion into your everyday life. You can, if you have to wear suits every day, show up in the best suit you got.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. Well, thank you so much, CeCe, for joining me today. Thank you, everybody at home, for watching. Again, I'm Courtney Neal. I am the editor-in-chief at Carver Media. And
I'm CeCe Vu, and I love TikTok, and you should too.
Yes, you should. Thank you.
So thank you all so much. Thank you both, ladies. You guys were incredible, as I knew it would be. This is the perfect ending to a full day that we've had speaking about the importance of community, collaboration, and you both did it so perfectly. So thank you both again for being here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to play a video from one of our partners for this event, Brand Live, and we'll be right back.
How do we create an event experience that feels a lot less like everything else you see in the world and a lot more like the greatest artists taking their canvas and making it theirs? Consider the best fashion show. Maybe it's the Met Gala in New York or a Chanel show at Fashion Week in Paris. It's the totality of the experience when you walk into the room. Dripping with energy, oozing with life, a groundbreaking product that allows you to create your masterpiece, to tinker with it, to think on it, to make it special, to make it stand out, and to have it support the video content that you're creating. And a place where the people who are creating can be proud of the things they're making.
We're back. So today has been such an incredible day. We could not have done it with without all of you at home watching from all over the world, without our international speakers that came in digitally from everywhere, from Iraq to Paris to Portugal and so many other places in the world. And of course, all of the speakers that came into the studio, Spring Studios to be exact, which is again one of our partners that we could definitely not have done this without. And with me here, I have Olivier from Spring Studios. So hi, Olivier.
Hi everyone, Jordana. What a day! It was a
day.
long day. You're still surviving.
Barely.
This is the end, and it was a beautiful day. A lot of talent, great talent, speakers from all around the world, which is the amazing thing with Fashinnovation. And as Spring also tried to be a platform hub for fashion, it's good to see all these new talents, this new brand, this new ID coming all around from different countries, from different age. You saw people from really young people to older people, and it's good to see this back also with live event. So we're really excited to partner again with Fashinnovation. It's been a couple of months, and we meeting new people, and this community is growing, and I think this is what is important to Fashinnovation, to Spring, and to the entire fashion industry. So thank you all for watching, and looking forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you so much. No, and again, Spring Studios, they do such incredible work. I mean, they are Spring Studios, as we all know, and they are a huge part of fashion. So thank you for everything you guys do. And of course, thank you to our incredible team, who I always say are brothers and sisters, and we could not have done this without. And we miss you, Marcelo, my husband, my partner, who couldn't be here. First time that I'm hosting an event without you. So wish you were here, but you were definitely here in spirit and energy. And just thank you to everybody. We hope to see you all again in February 2023. But until then, stay safe, have fun, and let's keep fun going. Bye. Thank you.